it in crypto, doing all the work by himself.
We are back.
Oh, this is nice here.
Open number 2, playoffs, fired out of the gate with the quickest series and only sweep of the day. It was the 77 blocks and twister show as Mustu Fluck were blown away in a sweep. 77 blocks outscored Mustu 9-1. Mustu only just avoiding a perfect sweep. We'll see 77 blocks going up against SSA hopefuls Cosmico in the quarters.
Game number 2 gave us Labosh versus Cristobal Colon. The second game of yesterday went the distance to Champions Field. Days playing out of Labosh stole the limelight and Cristobal's hearts, scoring half of his team's goal tally with a monumental 8 goals. This 7-game thriller saw a neck-and-neck battle to the very end, with games being traded with Labosh emerging as victors.
Cosmico is taking the first game in overtime, with Cam scoring off the kickoff, giving the lead to his team. Scoring back again and again, leaving Limitless with no options but to take this encounter seriously. Taking advantage of mistakes leading to the team to the winning game. Their team play and bumps allow Limitless to qualify for the semifinals.
And our final, most anticipated game of the day was the Spanish Showdown, as we saw Maestros del Esferico taking on Hey with Riz. Hey with Riz coming in as the tenuous underdogs managed to show up in games 1 and 2. And unfortunately for them, though, each of these victories came at the expense of a single goal. And Maestros took this as a personal affront, hammering back in game number 3 to take it 6-1. From there, it was a tussle all the way to Champions Field once more. And not just to game number 7, but a full overtime was determined. A single goal in it, and with over 2 minutes played, eventually a late pinch from Leoros secured the spot in the semifinals for Maestros. And Hey with Riz sent down to the lower brackets.
It is Championship Sunday in the SSA Birmingham Open. Number 2, 6 teams remain, and every series today is an elimination series. So every series we see will see one team exiting the second Open until we crown our grand champion. And we are all back to bring you through every step of the way, every kickoff, every save, every goal. And I want to open up by first hearing from you, Australian. I just want you to say hello and welcome to Championship Sunday.
Hold on a minute, because my headphone just died on me.
Oh,
so
no!
I can move on to altruism. I will do some adjustment right now.
Perfect timing.
That's unfortunate. It's charging. You can see the charger on.
Well, the timing's good. But all I wanted was you to speak into your microphone because it sounds delicious. And I just wanted confirmation of how good it sounds. Gentlemen, we had a jam-packed day, 4 series, all of them best of 7 to narrow the field down to our top 6 today. 2 SSA teams, 4 EU teams. And either way, I think we're in for a banger. We only had one sweep yesterday, Bromeo. So I'm hoping we have a similar sort of day where every series is fiercely competitive.
I believe every single game is going to go down to the wire here. There's very few lopsided encounters here today. And as we saw from yesterday, every single team that made it to the top 8 deserved to be here. Maestros and Hayworth Riz going the distance. Limitless taking a couple of games to overcome Cosmico. Labosh versus Cristobal Colon going to game 7, but 77 blocks beating Mustufluck. Even though it was a sweep, it was still close every single game.
And I think that attests to 77 block strength, and that's where Cosmico now needs to be worried. You know, they've looked as good as they ever have against the Limitless that looked really good and still couldn't come out on top. And unfortunately, they're going to have to do it again. You know, every one of these teams, Labosh really impressed yesterday. So I don't think there's any free runs throughout the rest of today.
The standings you're seeing up on the screen right now are they're live standings. So it includes performances from Friday and Saturday, everything up to the end of today. And there you see the Maestros in front, 5 points ahead of Limitless. And Hayworth Riz and Cosmico in 3rd and 4th place. And those two teams could cause a few problems if they were to prevail and make it through further than they have so far. So, and that's what we'll be hoping for. I mean, SSA's always been a region of sort of a 1 or 2 horse race. It would be wonderful to see it open up. And L'Australian, I know, I don't know how much, you were very hyped in all your casting yesterday. I don't know, what were the highlights for you out of what we saw yesterday?
Well, for me, it was the flip reset between Labosh and Cristobal Colon. This one was exceptional and very well played. He annihilated Labosh's defense on this, and that's what kept that's what kept coming to my mind when I think about it yesterday.
Now, Hayworth Riz haven't had I beg your pardon, the Maestros. The Maestros, very strong team, but they seem to have been had a little bit of a hiccup going the distance with Hayworth Riz and Bromeo. I don't know if you buy their story of, they've been partying in Cape Town or seeing the sights, haven't played a lot, but they're going to lock down and focus on their job today.
I strongly believe that we need to take our own information out of that. All of these teams are fierce competitors, and at the end of the day, they all want to win. So whether it's ping issues, migraines, whatever, everybody is out here to win today. So maybe they haven't been playing as much as they want to be, but they're still going to bring everything they've got today.
Well, speaking of today, let's see the schedule. We are going to bring you 5. I repeat, 5 best of 7 showdowns all the way to the Grand Championships. The Maestros and Limitless already booked their spots in the semi-finals. So we're going to be opening with 2 quarterfinals. First up, Cosmico versus 77 blocks, followed by Hayworth Riz against Labosh. And then Maestros will meet the winner of Cosmico and blocks, and Limitless will meet the winner of the other quarterfinal. And that does bring us to the opener, the curtain raiser of the day, 77 blocks, kicking things off yesterday with a sweep. I'm not sure if they're going to get that privilege again today. And as we start talking about it, the chat vote is open. So get your chat vote in, and also the points predictions. So get your vote in. So Ultrazim, do we see a repeat performance? If Twister shows up as he did yesterday, can they sweep Cosmico?
Is it possible? Yes, technically, in all of the universes. So I'm not gonna. But my dream for the day is to see Cosmico actually manage to get all the way to the finals and have an all SSA final. So I'm gonna say no. In no universe possible is there a way that 77 block sweeps us. But even in reality, I don't think that there is a good chance that 77 blocks takes us handily. In fact, I don't think that there's really a big favoring for them to take this at all. Cosmico's looking good. Werty, Cam, and Guns are gelling really well as a unit, but 77 Blocks has that defensive line. And if a team like Werty, Cams, and Guns can't show up, if Guns can't pull in the creativity that we've seen from him in the past, they're not going to be able to find the back of the net.
Australian, who stands out there as your big pick on either team, or who's going to be who are the playmakers on these two teams?
I would say Twister on on the 77 block side, and on Cosmico's side, I would say Cam. He did great yesterday, and Cam and Wordy did really great. But I think 77 blocks will be a bit better on this one today, unless Cosmico is straight back in the game today.
Well, we see the player comparison there. Cam and Twister, the two players the Australian was just talking about. And no doubt, Cam, I think Cam generally is underrated as an all-round player. I mean, we've seen some evidence of that this weekend. He's stellar in defense, stellar up front, and I think he brings that completeness. Now, we were talking, Bromeo, a little bit about an important playmaker for Cosmico is Guns. And from a goal perspective, wasn't out there shining. If you got points for crossbars and posts, Guns would be way out there. But you feel he's going to have to calibrate the radar a little bit.
I think Guns definitely has some unrealized potential, especially immediate potential, because yesterday possibly wasn't his best day. But then you are on a team with Cams and Werty. Cams, like you said, underrated, even though he scores more goals, gets more assists than any other player on the team. So I think it's criminal how underrated he is. But going up against a player like Twister, who had such an incredible day yesterday, 7 goals from 4 games. He was on absolute fire, and Badness even said in the interview he carried. And if he does that again today, 77 blocks are in for a shout.
Well, what I've enjoyed about the regional so far, I mean, a lot of the conversation has been dominated by, the EU SSA comparison, but we've seen varying results. I mean, we saw what 77 blocks did yesterday, but they've also been beaten by Highball earlier on. And we've seen Maestro struggle against some teams, but not against other. It hasn't been a completely clear script. And ultimately, we've ended where we thought we might, but there have been potential variances in the script.
Oh man, the script is out the window right now. What we've always hoped for this scene was the growth. We wanted to see people taking this seriously and meet the challenge head on. And that has certainly come to fruition to varying degrees. There are teams who just have realized that they've reached their potential and kind of faded into the background. There's people who's just not putting in the effort. But the guys who have, people like Cosmico, people like Highball, and there's a couple of those, again, teams sitting in that last 32 that we haven't seen really flourish, but they're still trying really hard and working towards us. That's what we're seeing. And I think that's why people like Maestros, who haven't had the opportunity to play as much throughout this last week, are feeling the difference. They're being challenged by guys who want this just as much as they do, if not more.
Well, let's stay with you, Ultrazim. Let's give us, after that expansive discussion and description there, who's your prediction for our opener? Cosmico's 77 blocks.
The heart tells me Cosmico, and I'm here for it.
And does it extend beyond the heart? So heart is Cosmico. Yes. Is there a bit of logic in there as well?
Yes, as long as they can keep their mentality together and not fracture into 3 individual pieces, they can come together. They can find the way through that impenetrable 77 block backline. They can win this. I believe it. I do.
L'Australian.
Well, for my part, as I said, if Guns just put it back together, the team will be complete, and they can make it on this side because Guns was a bit lacking from yesterday. And if it comes back with a great set of mind, they can make it. So I will be saying Cosmico as well.
And the dispassionate analyst, Bromeo, who never votes with his heart, always predicts based on solid data. What is your data telling you?
Well, data tells me that the last time these teams met a week ago, and it's the only time they've met, Cosmic Co came out 3-1 victors. However, and I'm going to break the mold here, I think the way that 77 Blocks is playing right now might give them the edge. I want Cosmic Co to win, but my head tells me that 77 Blocks is going to take it.
That's awkward now, Bromeo, because I thought we were going to have the clean desk sweep here, which worked so well yesterday, and now you've gone and ruined it all.
Oh, sorry, GB.
But I'm with Ultrasm. I'm with Australian. Cosmico all the way. I want to see them go all the way to the grand finals. You know what? If you're going to dream big. Cosmico are going to take it. But I will give the provisos that everybody else did, as long as they score more goals than 77 Blocks. SSA Birmingham Open number 2, first quarter final. It's SSA, it's EU, 77 and Cosmico.
Championship Sunday is here, and gold is up for grabs. The day's events start here with 2 teams that have top 4 showings within the last 2 SSA events, but only one team can earn that here. Rhino, it's lovely to join you on the cast. How are we feeling about this one?
I am feeling so good about this, Pyro. Pleasure to join you. This is a rematch from Swiss round 1, as Bromeo said on the desk. A 3-1 victory on that day for Cosmico, but a lot's changed since then, and 2 teams take to the field with sights set on top 4. Let's get game number 1 underway.
Whew. A lot working up to this one, Cosmico. To keep that brand of top 4 in the region. Of course, the points that are up for grabs in the major run as well, but the desk talked about it. These teams met in Swiss a week ago. Cosmico won the affair 3-1, but 77 Blocks, they've been warming up throughout the event.
They have. They really have. I mean, they looked so good against Mustuflak yesterday, but Cosmico, they have the aggression early on, but we saw this from Mustuflak. It's so difficult to break down this 77 Blocks defense. It's something that they pride themselves on. It certainly is difficult for teams who are that more aggressive team. They will get broken down on the counterattack. It's just about when. Worthy tried to get that one down. It will be touched down by Cams, but Guns tries to get this one across again. They're knocking on the door, Cosmico. They're just not able to break it yet.
Well, Guns needs to do more than knock on the door today. A 4% shooting percentage in his match against Limitless yesterday. A lot of crossbar action, but we know Guns to be a sharpshooter in his own right. That's got to come through today.
Yeah, but at the same time, he is the youngest on the roster of Cosmico. He's got the longest way to go, you would think, but Cam! We wanted him to be a shooter yesterday. Well, it turns out he's found his shooting boots today. Early on the board from Cosmico, bottom left 1-0.
The best indication that Cosmico could get here, Cam is lining up the reads on the backboard, and 77 Blocks have been applauded for their defensive efforts. A team that is difficult to score against in that sweep we saw from them against Mustuflak. Cosmico already breaking that barrier.
They are, and they're going to try and do it once again, but this is now 77 Blocks with the chance, hits the post, and that one is going to go out the other end as it's now going to be Cam trying to clear this one away, gets the better of one. Now back in from Baptist, what's a save from Worthy, keeping that one out, trying to clear the ball away.
And back at it. Nice couple of taps there off the sidewall. He's going to string that along to the side again. Even 50-50s, even challenges between both teams, demonstrating how close these teams are in terms of pace and play and the reads that they're able to make. But the resources may be dwindling now for Cosmico as they try to keep this attack alive. Cam really the only one with boost. Wordy did steal a corner. He's trying to get up this. Okay, from the midfield, not bad. Cosmico able to keep the pressure on against the Blocks. Oh, and score! Why not as well? A slow play here as Guns approached the defense. Said, I'm going to bait you guys in before I let Wordy finish the job.
Okay, it's going to be 2 goals on the board for Cosmico. Apologies about that, folks. Hopefully we have no more technical problems. Halfway through the game, Cosmico leading 2-0. This is exactly the Cosmico that we wanted to see from yesterday. They didn't show their best look, Pyro, yesterday, but now this is exactly what we want from the SSA representatives.
It is indeed. If you're rooting for Cosmico today, hard not to root for them. They've got so much great action. At the same time, though, 77 blocks, they were really your showstoppers yesterday. Twister had the performance of a lifetime. 2 sidewall reads. I was taking a look at the practice lobby. He was doing it there as well in this match. So if that offense does come alive from 77 blocks, expect it from Twister, who just delivered that clear. Right back to Cosmico. Cam up and at him. Wordy against 3 defenders. Slots it.
I talked earlier about the 77 blocks defense looking good, and today it's not shown up in game 1. Still a long time in this one. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But game number 1 going the way of Cosmico right now, and that's Werty right into the middle of the net. Hang on, there's an open net chance here for Twister, the star man of yesterday, and Twister will get 77 blocks back in it.
Okay, this is what we expected. This is when the analysts feel good about themselves. Twister, very opportunistic here on the kickoff, and I think this was well coordinated by 77 blocks. They know a risk has to be made here to cut that scoreline, and now this game is once again, it's winnable. It's not looking great, Rhino, but they have a chance.
Yes, winnable is the word of the day. It's 77 blocks who absolutely needed that goal just to settle those nerves, get into their rhythm. Now Cam going to come off the side. He's got the dunk as well off the crossbar. Close from Cosmico to a 4th. Werty going to challenge that one early, and this is where Cosmico shine. Those early challenges, getting up for everything, especially against that ping from 77 blocks. It's going to work out well for them if they keep doing it, but that's a miss. Badness on the right-hand side. Show his true colors yesterday, and he's still not able to find his reach there. Oh, Twinzer from the angle makes it awkward for Cosmico.
Hey, listen, when your shot is a laser like this, more times than not, it's gonna be a goal. Ward even puts a hand up, but that's not enough. 77 blocks coming in with the firepower.
They are, and we'll see if 77 blocks are able to see this one over the line. It would be an awful capitulation from Cosmico if it were to go that way. Twister backboard looking for a double. Not able to find it. Werty on the right-hand side. We'll try and bring this one down. Daylight required for the Cosmico side just to settle those nerves that are now on their side of the field. It's going to be Werty. Backboard, not defended, but Twins are able to recover nicely and puts it over to the side.
I mean, that's a lovely read from Twinzer. Just had it off the backboard, put it in a safe territory, and now they're already moving across. That's half the job, though. They've got to find a way to score. Demolitions open some of the lanes, but not every avenue. That's required. Guns, a tall clear here. That's going to earn them plenty of time. One last effort now for 77 blocks. Couple challenges won't meet it for Cosmico. Cam's the last one remaining, and he's able to kill the ball. Cosmico survive.
And that's such a great word for what happened there. They survived. Cosmico rushed out to a 3-0 lead. It looks like they were going to take it really easily, and 77 blocks, not to be outdone. Germans came back into it, and they got 2 goals. They're going to be feeling pretty good going into game 2. They know they can hang with Cosmico. It's about shutting them down now in the offensive half.
So, Rhino, I was really curious about how game 1 would go, because when these teams last met a week ago and Cosmico won 3-1, 77 blocks won game 1 like 5-0, 5-1. 77 blocks came out swinging. So we certainly saw that in the second half, but for Cosmico to get the scoring up quick, I think was a great start for them, especially considering how it went last time.
And I wonder if that's something they learned. Like, when you're getting prepared for a game like this, you know what game you're coming into. You know that you've played this team last time. You know what they came out with. So maybe it was part of the Cosmico idea today to hit them really hard early on, get out to a quick lead, and they've been able to execute. So 77 blocks might be a little shell-shocked right now, but they've still been able to score 2. They've still been able to hang in the game. They're not going to be scared. They're not going to be running just yet.
7 shots from Cam in that last game, by the way. 13 total for Cosmico. 77 blocks. Sometimes it doesn't matter how good your defense is. If you're under that much pressure, it may just get to you. Game 2 underway. And we'll see how they respond here.
We will. Worthy into the middle. Guns play that 50. Twins are going to try and get up, but it's Cam first off the ceiling. Has a chance. Plays the 50. Top right. Hits the post. That is so close from Cosmico. They are getting out to another quick start here. Ball across the middle. Will be collected by Guns. The young gun of Cosmico won't be able to get much else there. And it will be Cosmico who try and maintain their attack, but it does get sent long.
Take a look at the creativity, right? I'm loving it. Cam from the ceiling. Guns is taking this to higher elevations as well, including the defense that just comes up to be enough. Quinzer a shot that gets denied by Cam. And I'm not sure how Cosmico got out of that one. They're still not safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure they know how they got out of that one, but they start moving forwards. Twinzer puts this one down. It will be Worthy passing to Guns. The redirect a little too heavy. And Twinzer will be able to bring it away, but the third man comes in. It's Cam. We'll find Guns over on that far side, though not in the way that I think he would have wanted to. Big clearance from Twinzer. Badness tries to take a shot, but Worthy's right there to challenge on the scene. Now, Twister on the left, twisting around. He's doing exactly the same as his namesake, but he's just not able to find the angle. Now it's Guns moving back down the field. It's counter on counter, Pyro. Everyone's trying to get in on the scoring action, but no one has yet.
Well, everyone's trying to get in on the action for the quick challenges. Like, that's something I'm really noticing, especially when Twister comes up with the ball. Look who's come up with the ball here. The little infield pass to Cam to sink the first.
Always seems to be Cam when Cosmico get on the board, and Guns finds the pass across. 7-7 blocks. Just scattered to the winds on defense. And they are going to need to step up a little bit on that defensive side. They conceded 3 in game 1. It's a fake kickoff from Cosmico. It's not quite worked as well as they would like. They're going to try and play this 50 overs to the left-hand side. And it will be Cam to bring it forwards. Backboard defended by Twinzer, but it's only as far as Worthy. Pops this one out, but Twinzer should be able to deal with this one and plays it into the corner.
I don't know about you, but my heart skipped a beat on that kickoff. If it wasn't for the quick reaction on the side flip, that ball was going straight in their net. So, a scary one on the strategy. Wordy delivers the pass to Guns, which is quickly intercepted by 77 blocks. They seem to have a read on the first look, but the second look, they'll just get to. Now it's Cam, full boost, flip reset, double tap. Get it in, son. Not enough. Guns, though. He'll clean up.
Cam, don't do that, buddy. You've not won the game yet. Do not jump for this ball like you want to steal it, because that could have easily been a save. But either way, Cosmico.
I rate it. Go for it every time. Steal it, Cam. Punch up those numbers. Guns yesterday. Again, in 6 games against Limitless, had 1 goal. Cam's just trying to keep the stats on his side.
He is. Oh my goodness, what a save, what a clear. Cosmico having to fight to keep 77 blocks out just after scoring. And now there's going to be another chance. Twinzer off the right. Let's take it past Guns. Cam comes through and cleans up. It's, big dunk onto Twister. And now Cam can try and break downfield. Wanting the ball across. There's no second man there. It's a beautiful ball in. But there's no Cosmico player backing that pass. And they will have to reset from their own half.
It's lovely from Guns. I mean, he could have, smacked it across the field right away. But instead, takes it to his own backboard and coordinates the flip reset play to Cam.
This is gorgeous. The way that Guns is just leaving that one for Cam, that's not a misplay. That's exactly what he wanted to do that whole time. Cosmico back out to a 3-0 lead. I feel like I've seen this movie before, Pyro.
What, Cosmico to the top 4? Game 1 against 77 blocks? Okay, I'm following you now. We'll see if the blocks score 2 here. But Cosmico, they're the one back on attack. They seem to be the ones that are finding the rhythm once again. Damn, waterfall pass down. That's got to be a little bit sweaty for 77 blocks. It forces, again, Rhino, that weak clear that just puts the ball back in the hands of Cosmico. Close one there from Twinzer, though, who tried to pre-jump it.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, Sweaty actually plays later. He's not playing right now. But, worth bringing up as Cam down the right-hand side. He doesn't get the better of his man. Guns has gone forward, so he has to improvise. 77 blocks. They are deep in Cosmico half now, and that will be a nice challenge from Twinzer playing it across. They really are trying to keep this hold on the Cosmico backline. It's working out for them, but Guns gets past 2, and now he's got the bulldozer in front of him. Cam gets the bump. Guns gets the goal. Cosmico are cooking in game 2.
Okay, if you're Twinser, just give up. Just give up. It's not happening. Cam's got you dead in his sights. The crosshair is not moving. And maybe a squishy save if you're already supersonic can save you there. But otherwise, that's a 4th for Cosmico.
Yep, and that is one that was pretty readable from about the halfway line. As soon as you saw the formation coming through from Cosmico, that one looked like it was only going one way. There might be a 5th here, not going to happen yet. Guns to get this one out of the corner. Cosmico want to keep scoring. They want to make sure that 77 Blocks aren't able to get anything in this game, and I love that way of thinking from Cosmico. Shut down your opponents, shut down the way they want to play, and make sure they know that they cannot win this series. That is what 77 Blocks will be worried about right now as we get down to 15 seconds on the clock.
Been shut down. It's been outshined. Guns again, another double reset. Just to remind 77 Blocks, you know, we know you mechanically diffed Mustufluck earlier in the playoffs, but today, in this game, it's our time. And another save comes through for Cosmico. That one lands on the ground. It seems like nothing can go the way of the Blocks.
How has the referee not got something on his watch to say that ball has gone over the line? How on earth? Must be a matter of pixels on that one. 77 Blocks don't get anything for their troubles in game number 2. Cosmico flying off the back of a Cam and Guns masterclass. Over 500 points for the both of them. And this is how it started. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, this is going to look like a highlight reel of the whole match, the best plays of the series. But meanwhile, it's just game 2. It's just Cosmico delivering the most elegant goals. Guns again from his own backboard. The double reset pass. Here it is. Down to Cam to just finish the job. And then the 2v1 later on. This team just knows how to efficiently and effectively score, Rhino. The question is, do we see that timeout from 77 Blocks? Because it couldn't be more clear that an adjustment is needed.
It's an interesting idea. We talked about this yesterday, right? Early timeouts very, very rarely happen in Rocket League. If you're not 3 wins down, I don't see them very often. Maybe you see them more often than I do. But I only
definitely
really ever see them after 3 games. But it doesn't look like it's coming through here. 77 Blocks, confident in themselves to try and get this game back under wraps. And Cosmico, well, they're just going to keep the train rolling.
I'm going to give you the point there. Oh, man, okay. 77 Blocks are not going to give Cosmico the goal. Lovely save there to start out game 3. And I'll talk timeouts later. This one is precarious from the beginning. Dangerous, the defense, having to stand the test of very close shots here to begin the game. Lovely flick pass from Twinser. Twister has all the boost in the world, has to come up in those situations.
Yeah, timeout chat to come later, but for now, we do not have anything to do with that. We've got a game on our hands. Cam, over on that left-hand side, we'll take it past 1. Looks to get the better of a second, isn't able to, but the pass will find its way into Guns, challenged by Twinser, and a double commit from Cosmico. It will somehow find its way to a Cosmico player. That's Guns on the far side. He's faked out one, but Badness brings it away. Big challenge from Werty, going to be sent downfield from Twister. Twinser tries to get on the end of it. Try saying that 10 times fast as Cosmico and 77 Blocks stay 0-0.
Twinser and Twister here to twist our tongues, right?
Yeah, I appreciate it, yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. For 77 Blocks, well, another save there. I just don't know if we're seeing the same Blocks that we know. This team is opportunistic. They capitalize off mistakes from Cosmico, like the double commit we saw earlier. Usually Twister, if he gets a flick pass in the midfield, he'll pop off with full boost, but he's missing these double taps. 77 Blocks aren't able to coordinate. Consistent pressure here against Cosmico. It's just not the Blocks that we've seen in playoffs.
And I start to worry watching this that Blocks are very reliant on one of their players having a pop-off game. We spoke about them in Swiss. It was Badness who really had a good showing across most of those series. Yesterday it was Twister. I'm not seeing really a member of the 77 Blocks team today who is having that pop-off game, who everything they're touching is turning to gold. And I worry that that's maybe something that they do rely on, is at least one of them being able to show up on any given day and the team to kind of rally behind that player. It's not happening for them right now. Maybe Badness can change the tide, but Guns will put that one on the sidewall. Will be a chance in from Twister, but he's been sent for a ride by Twinzer. And now the ball across! Guns finds the goal at the angle, and Cosmico a one-up.
The highs and lows. Twister, once again, the aerial goes the wrong way, and Guns shows exactly how to aerial with the ball. What a read off the backboard.
Beautiful work. And 77 Blocks gonna be struggling to think of a way through now. They've tried a lot of things. They've thrown a lot of things against the wall. Nothing has stuck yet. But surely, eventually, something will, and maybe it's the demo play on the backline. Twinzer looking now to find his partner in crime, but it's cleared away by Werty. Back in from Badness, looking for a second at the angle. Twister can't find it. 77 Blocks still taking shots, but Cosmico, their defense is still standing strong, and maybe their offense is standing strong too. Cam at the back post can't turn it home.
Guns, he's the one with full boost, and he's definitely feeling confident at this time. Again, if you're getting angles like that, do whatever you want with the ball. Give him all the boost in the world. I'm gonna reset there, and 77 Blocks putting the ball into dangerous territory there, right in front of their net. Fortunately for them, they're able to come up with it and come up with a demolition as well.
Does that show confidence, or is that maybe a problem? I think that is yet to be determined, but at the moment, it's Cosmico with all of the confidence, and there is Cam again to be able to make a flying save and turn defense into offense. He's moving down the field. He's got past one. He needs a second touch. He just can't find the 50. Twister brings it away. But Cosmico, the speed that they are able to convert that defensive positioning into an offensive chance is so gorgeous to watch, and maybe they'll need to do it again. That's off the post. It's off both posts. It's Twinzer who finally finds an equalizer for 77 Blocks. How has Twister not scored that?
His team did. So he'll feel a little bit of relief. But time froze as the ball balanced on the goal line and fell on the wrong side of the tightrope if you're Cosmico. This game is tied, and for the first time, we do see 77 Blocks equalize with a minute remaining.
And now it's going to be Badness looking to get this one into the middle. Ball in field. There's a demo from Cam, so Twinzer's going to have to collect. He has Guns to try and beat and can't do so, but Badness will be given a lot of room. Gets the reset, decides to go low. Cam reads him the whole way. Attempted pinch from Twister. It's not enough to get through. There will now be a chance from Twinzer. Werty recovering and doing well. Cam is going to get there first. Has he found the angle? He has from midfield. The South African sniper finds a second for Cosmico.
Ooh, cheeky touch there. Badness thought he had the better of him, but ended up being a little late to the party, and not fashionably. This one, wary for 77 Blocks. It all comes down to these final 10 seconds. Otherwise, the reverse sweep is necessary, and it's gonna have to happen because Cam is back.
Cam is indeed in his... I mean, just look at that. He finds such a powerful shot from what seems like nothing. 77 Blocks defense can't do anything about it. 6 seconds remaining to score 2 goals. Though not impossible, it is incredibly improbable, and it has to be now. Twister's ceiling might find it off the crossbar. Oh, 77 Blocks. Hit the post, hit the crossbar, 1 pixel away from scoring. Sometimes it just is not your day. And I think 77 Blocks might be thinking that that is the case right now.
Something about this game, though, Rhino. It felt a little more convincing for 77 Blocks, didn't it? I mean, we had a 1-goal separation for a majority of this game, and they were finally able to tie it up before Cosmico just were the difference. They've had these quick counterattacks. Of course, you had that crazy read from Guns, but you mentioned it earlier, Rhino. The way that Cosmico switched from defense to offense in a matter of a split second is too much for the Blocks.
does seem to be. And when they are trying to recover, you can just see that kind of panicky positioning. They're trying to come as they're getting back into a position. It's not working out for them. A couple of double commits, a couple of people moving into the same spots. And Cosmico are taking advantage. Now, that was the closest game we've had so far this series. It would not shock me now if we saw a timeout. But Pyro, I'm not seeing anything come up on my screen. So I wonder if we're just going through this.
I think they're going through it. In fairness, every game sees a few more shots registered for 77 blocks. Each game, the scoreline gets a little bit closer. 77 blocks, they're trending towards a win, and they just got to hope that that line graph beats a win for them here in game 4.
Guns off that right side will be intercepted, but Cam collects very nicely indeed. Double commit coming through from 77 blocks. Guns over 1, looking to get around the back 2. Twister saves. It's turned in. No, it isn't. Cam's off the post. 2 lots of woodwork hits for Cosmico, and they try and get out to another quick start. They just can't yet.
Well, if anyone watched Cosmico Limitless yesterday, you know that this is a nightmare for Cosmico. If the post and the crossbar is meeting their shots more often than the defenders, it could be bad news. Crossbar, the greatest villain of theirs yesterday.
It was, and Badness dunking some bad news onto Cosmico with that one as Twinzer puts it up off the backboard. It's tried to be dealt with by Cam, but he's met by Twister. Badness will finish into an empty net. Cosmico's defense, which has been so solid this series, crumbles early in game 4.
Ooh, fade left for both teams on the kickoff. Very hard sheet to try and take the early advantage. Madness with a hard shot off the backboard. That puts the ball in Twinzer's hands. Elegant 50-50. Drops it down to Twister. Meticulous. Beautiful.
It is 1 minute and 1 second for 2 goals for 77 blocks. I think they found a way to not hit the post and crossbar so much, and that is get the ball towards the actual net itself. It's working out for them, and Cosmico, they haven't really woken up in this game 4 yet. They have been on the back foot pretty much the entirety of it so far, and that touch too far from Guns. Cosmico not going to be worried yet, of course. They've got 4 opportunities to win this series now. Looks like opportunity 1 may go by the wayside unless they can pick things up moving into their offensive third.
Tell you what, people would have started to really reconsider how this series would shape up if Badness hit that double tap. That would have been the indication that everyone from 77 blocks was on fire. Guns. Oh, the embers are turning into flames. The bonfire's raging for Cosmico again.
Guns, that's a gorgeous redirect. He wanted to find the top left, just couldn't. But the third man coming in from Cosmico is enough to find the goal. And it's worth remembering, whoever wins this game, be playing Maestros in the semi-final. And you just have to believe that in order for Cosmico to have the most momentum, in order for them to have the most belief going into that series, they have to win this game number 4. They have to win it in a sweep to believe that they are good enough to be on the same field as the Spanish roster. We'll see if they are able to pull it through. Still 3 minutes on the clock, and Pyro, that is plenty of time in Rocket League.
Certainly is. We have not seen the end of this game, not by a mile. Wordy holds on to that ball. If he ends up as a pass to Cam, that leaves Guns. And boy, is he great at resetting the pace in this game. How many times have we seen Guns solo carry from his own backboard? Figure out a way for Cosmico to make the difference. Another save comes through to pull them to 77 blocks territory.
Yeah, Twister will bring this one away. Very Guns-esque of him, but he can't get past the halfway line. So Guns now is going to carry this one. Full tanker boost. What can he do? Bringing it through. It's off the backboard. Werty's at the back post. He's going to look for the double, but Twinzer is equal to it. And now Guns off the sidewall, looking to carry. Just can't make a second connection. Badness off the ceiling, reset as well. Cam goes by, caught by Badness. And 77 blocks, they are threatening now. Ball into the middle, looking for the back post. Cam sends it away, will pick up the 100 and will get the clearance.
Damn nice. The Guns forces Badness to make a save. He's there, but Cosmico may be on defense once again. Cam full boost. Can't find the ball. This one's cleared nicely, though, by Guns and resets again. The third man defender of Cosmico has been very cool, very chill, just able to reset the tempo again and again. It hasn't allowed 77 blocks to work up that immediate momentum. And has kept this game close, but this one's going to be scary. Twister finds it.
This is where 77 blocks are taking those few more risks now. We talked about their defense being strong. That's a triple commit right there from 77 blocks in the offensive half. They wanted an extra goal. They wanted some security, and they found it now. Cosmico, game number 4, not gone quite their way. And as you said, that line graph from earlier as to how 77 blocks have been playing, it continues trending in an upwards direction for them. Great save by Cam there on the line.
We'll see by the end of this game if trend is there. Twinser, late flip, get the dunk. That one's off the backboard, forces the other two of Cosmico to make the save, but the ball back in the paint. Twister, lovely catch that turns into a second touch, but he pays with his life. Full boost taken by 77 blocks. They're trying to fuel up for a defense that, if it stands tall, will win them their game.
Yeah, they will, but hang on a moment. Badner's moving down the field. Werty, not a lot of boost to work with. He's had to get that ball away from his goal. And this will be Guns trying to come across. Reads exactly what Twister wants to do there. Cleared away by Werty, and Guns might have a look in here off the corner. Just can't read it. Gets a demo, though. Near post, and Cam misses. Oh, Cosmico, that was your chance to go one behind, and they just couldn't find it. And that should be all she wrote for this game. And especially if Twister makes that save there. There's another chance for Werty, but Cosmico are taking a few too many shots that aren't on target, and that will do it for game number 4. We will go to a game 5. How many more will we play? That's down to 77 blocks.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the playoffs have been nothing but long matches, game 7s, game 6s. In fact, the only sweep was for 77 blocks against Mustufluk, but here in this match, they're on the other side. They've got a sweep as well, but Rhino, it's got to be a reverse.
It does. And I was talking about 77 blocks, waiting for a pop-up performance, waiting for a single man to do some work, and Twister, with over 700 score, has been able to put that together now. He is the man that they're going to look towards if they are to bring this reverse sweep around. Taking the first step, but it's only 25% of the way there. They're going to need a lot more work over the next few games of Rocket League if they are going to be able to topple this Cosmico side, who've started strong, but they did just wane in that game number 4, and I wonder if 77 Blocks' confidence is now up because of that.
I think the confidence is up. I think the comfort level is there too. We've talked about 77 blocks in this regard a lot throughout this open, and that is the fact that they were here last year. They may be on high ping, but this is something that Twinser and Twister, the remaining members of this roster, they're used to. Okay, this 140, 160 ping, they played at the RLCS level. They ended that SSA season with a top 4 last year. So they're used to this, and as they get better and better in this series, Rhino, their comfort level is only gonna get better as well.
And we'll see if they are able to get to max comfort level. It will take a little bit longer, I would think. Oh my goodness, Guns! Musty Flick not going to find the goal. It was a double commit from 77 blocks. They had to make the save and did. There's a couple of fakes. There's a couple of whiffs. I don't know which is which, but Cosmico still can't find the ball over the line yet. And actually, Badness taking this one through off the top. Will be a chance. Will be a goal for 77 blocks.
Yeah, we're going to question Cosmico. I mean, I think the first one was a fake, but the second one, that faked just about you, me, and the rest of the players out. And it left Cosmico in disaster on the turnaround.
And a disaster it was. 77 blocks. Out to a quick lead. Oof, Guns almost finding the immediate reply, and maybe there's still chance. Guns off the top, waterfall, chance for Cam. Good save by Twister, who has really started to find that form that he was lacking in the first few games of this series. It's now Werty into the corner. Twinser wins out. Guns will come across, looking for the pass up to Cam, who will take this through off the left wall. And it will be dropped down by Badness, but Guns takes a shot, cleared away by Twister. Another double commit from 77 blocks. But if they continue to not concede, those double commits continue to work in their favor.
Absolutely true here, Wordy. Oh, was a second away from stealing that corner boost. Could have been huge to swing the momentum the way of Cosmico. Windsor on that clear. Actually doesn't win the 50-50 the way he wanted. Badness has to get a quick challenge as the last man. He's able to contend it just a bit. Now all 3 of 77 blocks within their own corner. For Guns, we know what he likes to do, and Twinser does as well. Opts for the ceiling challenge. Instead, Guns plummets to the ground more quickly. The ground pinch. Cosmico, they've been doing well this series on the follow-up chances. They break down the blocks defense early, but the possessions haven't lasted that long for them yet in this game for them to find one.
No, absolutely not. Oh, Twister. That would have been one for the highlight reel if that one came off the top, but unfortunately wasn't able to find its home. And now this is going to be Guns. Cam chasing the defense. So Guns tries to finish into an empty net, but he does come back and make the save. Now there's a chance for Werty. Let's try and get this one across. Not going to be able to do so. And as the half ticks down in the game, they're still 1-0 to 77 blocks. They want to extend this series. They want to extend their life here in Open 2 in SSA. 77 blocks coming forwards. Guns doesn't have a lot of boost, and that's a quick turn from Werty. It's not going to work. Cam able to make the save.
Oh, shaky moments here for the defense of Cosmico, but on offense, it could look better. Cam tries to mimic Guns on the angle for the double tap. Just couldn't find the net. And now they'll collide for a chance the other way. Badness, last one back, again, makes the 50-50 necessary. I think Badness has been very smart on those occasions to save 77 blocks from Terror. Badness again on the ball. I think this one's going to get away from him.
Yeah, and this one is now going to be Cam trying to play the 50. Does do so. Wins the 100 as well. Gets the reset. Trying to play forwards. And he gets past one. Gets the bump! Cam with a solo effort from midfield. And that is all him for Cosmico. Gets that touch. But this bump on Twinser is inspired.
You can't save the ball if there's no goalie. 77 blocks. Unbelievable wherewithal from Cam to make the play necessary. Keep Cosmico in this game. 2 minutes remaining. Cam, another flick downfield. He's wanting to get this momentum rolling for Cosmico.
I'll try and do just that, but Twister has other ideas. Puts it down the field. It's Cam now to clear away. He's going to be feeling himself after that solo effort, but can be able to get in front of Twinser, who maintains boost. Werty into the corner. Bit sketchy, but able to make it work. Drop down here. Cam making his way through. Gets the reset as well. Pushed over to the side wall. And this is going to be an absolute grudge match for the last minute of this game number 5.
It is indeed. I'm wondering if we're going to get that overtime. Cam says no. What a meteor strike.
Beautiful work. Guns with the pass across. And he just rises highest. And in Rocket League, if you rise highest, if you get to the ball first, you got a good chance of getting the goal. And Cosmico 2-1 up after being 1-0 down in this game 5. They are one step closer to facing Maestros in the semifinals.
Well, this is where they've got to earn the win. Yes, the offense has always been there for Cosmico, but last game, the defense needed work. Wordy, last defender. How do you read that? I mean, he has no boost. He has to make an educated guess as to where the shot's going to go. Ends up getting it away and saves Cosmico another time. Long ball from Guns. Forces Twinser up at the ball. Badness full boost. Cam puts it over one with the flip reset. Gets it past another with the flip. But no one from Cosmico wants to risk it that badly.
It's a bit of game management coming through from Cosmico now. They want to try and just keep that ball away from the 77 blocks players, and they're not doing a good job of it. Cam able to make a save at the near post. Will now try and play some fakes, trying to play time. Werty on the right-hand side, doesn't win the 50 against Badness. Guns coming through, does clear the ball away. Werty just plays that one into the corner again, just taking that time off the clock. It's a fake from Guns. It will be kept up by 77 blocks. Their tournament relies on that ball staying up, and it does not. Cosmico, 4-1 victors in Series 1 of the day.
But you know, when 77 Blocks made that top 4 showing at the end of the season, that was when they defeated Snake's Den. Wordy was on that team. Wordy, you have earned your revenge. You have earned top 4 for the Birmingham Open number 2 of SSA.
And it's great work from Cosmico across the board. This was how things started, though. Twister getting that one over the line, and you thought maybe it was going to be a difficult day at the office, certainly in this Game 5, but Cam settling all of the nerves, letting everybody know that he's online. He is not letting Cosmico get reverse swept today. And he then got the second goal of the day as well for Cosmico into that bottom left corner. Beautiful work, and Cosmico, they take the victory.
They do indeed. What a highlight reel of victory as well. I think all players are going to be pleased about this effort. You mentioned it yourself, Rhino. If they wanted some hope in the future of this tournament against a team like the Maestros, they're going to have to look good. And I'd say they look pretty solid this match.
I think that's probably fair, Pyro. Yeah, I think they definitely looks good. There's chinks in the armor. There's things that they need to go away and work on. It's not a perfect performance, but it's as close as you can get. A 4-1 victory. They're going to take that every day of the week. And now a sterner test awaits in about an hour's time.
That's right. So, Desk, let's hear it. What do we think about our first match of Championship Sunday?
Hey, Cam, the man was on fire. It was fantastic. But to be fair, Guns, I mean, there was a bit of complaint from us early on that maybe he wasn't as there yesterday as he could have been or should have been. But his passing work, I mean, never mind that angled shot out of the corner. His passing work was just sensational. Ultrazim, we couldn't have asked better out of Cosmico for the opener.
I said that they were looking as good as they ever have before the game, and this just stepped it up to a new level. You mentioned the 2 characters that really stood out to me. I mean, Werty was fantastic at the back line, had his job to do. But those 2 were playing with one mind. I wish they could together win player of the day, driver of the day. Because the way that they, navigated and swapped between the 2 of them, they were like synergized in a little slither almost, going together to always pick up when the other person was half a second behind.
Yeah, a belter. And I don't know what stood out for you there, Bromeo. I mean, other than it did seem... we spoke about Cam and saying he's a bit underrated. He was out there in front today, but we cannot ignore it was made possible through the work of Guns, through the work of Werty. I mean, Werty just looked wonderful out there today. So certainly a complete team performance from them.
It was a really good team performance from them, actually. I was waiting for the 77 Blocks attack to ignite like it did yesterday, but it just didn't. And as the game progressed, I started to notice why. They had no boost the entire game. And they were forced to make plays where only one of their players had a bit of boost in their tanks. So Cosmico effectively shut out 77 Blocks in this game. It's not that 77 Blocks played badly. They just couldn't get their attack started, and all of that credit needs to go to Cams and Guns. They were attacking that line relentlessly, and they didn't allow any space to breathe whatsoever. It was fantastic to watch.
I think that highlights for me then, because yesterday in their sweep of Mustufluk, in addition, I mean, we've spoken so much about Twist and what he did yesterday, but also, we punned around on the number of blocks and saves. I mean, they were defending relentlessly, and I wonder if that boost issue, never mind not being able to get out and attack, was kind of putting them back and not able to defend as well as they did yesterday. But you were live on the pitch, Pyro. Your thoughts?
I think Bromeo has made a stellar point. I have the ball chasing report here. Guns and Cam had the most big pad stolen on the other side.
Wow.
So they were working that magic well to steal that boost. I'd say it was down to the pressure as well. I mean, they doubled the amount of shots from 77 Blocks in that match. Yes, their defense is incredible, but when you're weathering that many shots and losing that much boost, it'll add up.
if you think about it, like the 80% of the match was played on the 77 blocks half. Every time it did go eventually towards the Cosmico line, you had someone like Guns taking it up into the air off his own backboard and carrying it the length of the field. Cams did that a couple of times as well. So you've got your opponent starve the boost, you take it through the sky to drain whatever boost they do have, and then you kind of just hammer until the door opens.
Well, they outscored them 13-7, I think it was. 13-7 in terms of goals. And that gets Cosmico into the top 4. And they will be having a date with Density in the semi-finals against the Maestros. But that's only 1 of 5 best of 7 series today. We got another banger coming up. Hey with Riz against Labosh, an all EU affair coming up. And of course, as always with every series, you can vote in chat. That vote will be opening up now, both with your channel points and with your hashtags. Hashtag hey or hashtag LB. For your choice, who's going to win this next quarterfinal. And I wonder if this is a case, Bromeo, let's start with you, of on paper, there's only one winner here. Or is Labosh going to be a surprise package?
Look, I'm all in favor of making outlandish calls, and I really loved the way that Labosh played yesterday. But I also saw how Hey with Riz played against Maestros yesterday, and GB, you're right. On paper, it doesn't look good.
Well, there we have the team comparison, and to be fair though, looking at those stats, I mean, Ultras are a little closer than I would have thought intuitively.
Stats tell only the numbers, right? It doesn't tell how close it was. It's the paper story, man. At the end of the day, if you go up against a weak opposition, you can pad your stats a little bit better. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened in this state, but you know, when Hey with Riz rocks up against the people who were undefeated last season and takes them to Game 7, I have to give a lot of credit to these guys can dig deep. So, yeah, Labosh is in for a tough ride.
I think but every competition, and it's supposed to be this way, right? Every consecutive series you play has got to be harder than the one before. Otherwise, why are we here? It would make no sense if you showed up into the semi-finals and had your easiest series of the tournament. So it has to get harder. And just seeing, I think Labosh are a really, really good team. There's no question. But Pyro, the Hey with Riz, they looked far more dangerous this open than they did in the first.
The way I like to contextualize Hey with Riz for folks that are wondering about this team is a lot of people think Limitless and Maestros, they're your top 2 of the region. Well, how did Hey do against both of those teams in the last time they met? Both went to Game 7 overtime. Oof. That is how close they are to being the best in the region. People may just not realize that. So I agree with you. Labosh has earned this spot, and who knows, may well earn top 4, but boy, do they have a mountain to climb to do it.
Okay, well, now we get to put our big brains to the test to see how we go. What happened with the last? Who got the prediction right in last series? Well, let's put it another way. Who got the prediction wrong in the last series? Okay, well, let's start with the losers bracket for our predictions for the next quarterfinal.
Wow.
Bromeo, your prediction for our second quarterfinal.
I think this is a much safer vote. I really enjoyed Inspire and Day's performance yesterday for Labosh, but today, Hey with Riz clears.
Hey with Riz clears. Do you care to venture a score?
Ooh, I think it's gonna be, let's say 4-2, maybe.
Ultrazim.
Fair enough. I think Bromeo is on the right track. My heart is not in this one, so it makes it a little bit easier. And the paper story is that Hey with Riz comes out on top.
All right. So far, the desk liking the Spanish. Pyro.
Like in the Spanish, I'm not going to comment. Listen, Days had the birthday buff yesterday, but I don't think it's lasted into today. Give me Hey with Riz 4-1.
4-1 to Hayworth Riz. Now this is I've built a solid foundation with a good prediction in Series 1, and I may well just take I'm going to take a match to that and burn it all in flames, because I'm going to go with Labosh. For no, absolutely, they are the Hayworth Riz are the paper heroes. But you know what? We have enough Spanish in this tournament, so I'm going to go with the Netherlands and the English of Labosh. I think they're going to take it, and it's going to be a scrappy fight. So why not? Let's go the distance all the way to Game 7. Either way, I do think this has the potential to be over very quickly and be a sweep. But I really hope, and what's great to see is that there are some fans in chat, a lot of hashtag LBs there, so that's good. Their fans are showing up for them, and let's see how they do. The All Europe Affairs second quarterfinal, the Spanish Hayworth Riz and the mixed European of Labosh. Let's go, Commandos!
One quarterfinal down and one to go, with the Battle of the Britons taking center stage as Revezi versus Risen gets underway. I'm Rhino, and joining me is the always energetic Australian. How are you, mate?
I'm pretty good, Rhino. Thanks again to be with me today to cast this game. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Here with Riz put out a fight with against Maestro yesterday, and Labosh pretty much went to Game 7 against sorry,
Cristobal. You got it.
Cristobal Colon. Yeah, I'm mixing things up with them. Not used to the Spanish way, but I think it's going to be hard for Labosh to take this game, but it's not impossible for them.
It's not impossible at all. This is a rematch from the GSL stage Group A. Hayworth Riz 3-0 victors against Labosh in that game. But when I tell you that game was a bloodbath, oh my goodness. 17 goals to the quick maths 9 of Labosh in 3 games of Rocket League. That's 15 minutes of gameplay, and that's a ridiculous number of goals, 26 total. So the one thing we can be guaranteed here today, Australian, is a lot of gold.
And I'm expecting it, and I hope we can see the full series again. And we're going to dive right back in as the players are coming back on the field. I don't know why we started again, but I think it's just a lobby reset. And we are ready to go. It starts now with the first kickoff. Inspire taking the ball on the wall, trying to go straight for a flip reset, but doesn't connect with it, unfortunately, for Labosh.
It's not surprising that Labosh wants to take this game to Hay immediately. We're unable to get the first goal yet, so Kaka will be able to bring this back down the field. Inspire cuts him off, but Ivan will take over, picks up the 100 from the right-hand side, wants the double, but Inspire will be able to clear the ball away, and Labosh can settle a little bit into the series.
Inspire trying to pass it through the mid. Horizon sets up, but Ivan takes the ball. Revezi for the mid pass, but Kaka is stopped by Inspire. Days trying to put it on the opposite side of the field. Inspire on the defense again. Pass Ivan. Kaka taking the ball. He goes high on the backboard. Pushes Days on the ball. Unfortunately for Revezi, Inspire was on the way. The first goal is not for Hayworth Riz right now.
No, not yet, but they are aggressing. Cleared away by Days. Risen will collect now into that right-hand side. He doesn't have the boost to capitalize. So Inspire will leave this one for Days off the backboard. Ivan is there every day of the week. But hang on a moment. Risen's got the better of his man. There's no second man there for Labosh on the backside. And so Hayworth Riz will be able to come forwards again. Ivan, reset, goes low, puts this one up, but off the backboard again. Neither side able to get goals, and my promise of goals being in this series might have been a lie, as it turns out. Both of these teams trying to prove me wrong.
Well, it's still early in the series to say this.
Oh.
And this first goal will start it off. Rhino, Kaka taking advantage of Revezi's pass onto the backboard. The bump on Days that will open the net. Ryzen tries to take it back, but too short on the save.
Yeah, hey, there's only one place when that ball was coming across at that angle, you could hit that ball and it would find its home, and that is exactly where Kaka hit it. And he might get a second! Cleared away, that one off the crossbar. Will Haywood Riz live to regret that miss? It's cleared away by Risen, and Labosh try and build again. Oh, kind of peters out in the midfield. Pass down to Inspire, just not calibrated his radar yet, and Revezi can bring it away.
Days taking the kill on this one. Ivan trying to jump it back on Lebosh's side. The demo once again, but not on Revezi, and he can clear this ball away. He takes control of it. Days for the 50-50. Revezi on it, and Ryzen tries to step it away, but not enough. It's still dangerous, and Ivan misses the opportunity to create the break here. Oh my god, that was a great save from Inspire.
Unbelievable save. As Ivan now on the left-hand side is able to get around. As Risen and Inspire try to get a good positioning. It was pretty much a triple commit from Labosh. But they are able to send the ball away, and now Risen takes it forwards. Ivan sending it to the side where Revezi is waiting to clear this one away. Days off the right. Ivan takes it through. Inspire trying to shadow him and does put it into the corner, but Labosh defending is not where they want to be playing Rocket League right now. They are 1-0 down. And losing the first game against such a big organization, such a big team like Haywood Riz, a lot of people put a lot of stock in them for this SSA split. And there's a reason for it, and Kaka might be showing us, but Inspire sends it clear.
And Days once again trying to double tap this one into a pass. Leaves it to Rayson, but the boss is hit once again. They've been doing that from yesterday, and a bit of bump between the teammates of Labosh. Days trying to take control of the ball. Kaka goes up high, goes for the shot, and he gets it from the setting on Days. And the last player, Ryzen, no, it was Inspire, but gets it a bit short.
Kaka showing up today, 2 goals in the first game. And that is going to strike fear in the hearts of anybody that Haywood Riz are going to be playing today. As this is now Labosh trying to get back into it, but you have to be honest, their offense hasn't looked particularly potent. They've been struggling on their defense side, trying to get something moving. Maybe this is an opportunity. Pass back. Where is that going from Days? I don't know if he was challenged. I only saw Days, but either way, that ball sent way into the corner. And Hay are going to be able to clear again, but hang on, only as far as Risen, who sees green space in front of him, but he takes too long going for the 100. Hay with Riz are going to counter. The pass down, looking for Ivan, not going to find its home yet.
Ryzen making a great clear on Days, but Days misses. Hopefully there was Inspire as well to take the ball. Revezi taking control. The flick comes through, passes one, but not the second one. The pass on Days in the wall. Kaka takes his time, tries to go for the Psycho, but Ryzen was on the way. And Days, Revezi takes the ball to Kaka, the redirect. That was too short, but it was really close.
Was very close. Big interception by Ivan. Ball on the left-hand side. Risen waiting for Days. Backboard. Bump on the back lines. There's a chance here. Third man comes through. Off the crossbar! How much have they paid the crossbar on the side of Haywood Riz? Whatever it is, I want proof of payment. That one is unbelievable how that's not gone over the line. The ball will surely drop. There it is. Haywood Riz making a save. Labosh shut out in game 1, but Australian, how did they miss that open net?
I don't know. That was in. It was supposed to go in, but how can he miss this open net? There's no explanation to this. And 10 shots for Haywood Riz, 2 goals. Labosh has been putting quite a fight in defense, but in offense, there's not enough success for them to win this right now.
That first shot from Kaka was lovely, and then he compounds that one with another beauty into the bottom right corner. And I wonder if we will get to see the open net shot. We certainly will. Here it is. Just no defenders. As clear as you want. And I feel bad for showing that replay. I really do. But at the end of the day, you've got to be burying that.
Yeah, it has to be shown. Like, it happens as well in competitive mode, as you can see. And it's heartbreaking for the boss on this one. It could have been a new breath for them on the second match of this series, but it's hard to fall at 2-0 on this one.
Oh, yeah, really tough. But the good news for Labosh is that miss was with 14 seconds to go. So even if they scored, they would have had to get a kickoff goal. There's no guarantee that we would go in OT. There's no guarantee of any further Rocket League. So get your misses in while they don't matter. As long as you score when it's important, then, you know, we're all good. So we'll see if Labosh are able to get that ball over the line. In this game number 2, we go to Forbidden Temple, as it will be Ivan to take this one out of the corner. Risen plays a 50, the ball across the field, and Days just not confident enough to go for that challenge, and I do wonder if that's a little bit of a sign of the mentality that Labosh have.
Wow, let's see on the rest of the game. It's still early on this one to tell it. Revesi with the pass on the top bar. La transversale, comme on dit en français. Karka takes it back, controls, flick, passes one, Inspire in the win. Takes the ball to Ivan, but a bit short, not enough boost to cut it. Inspire, the ground pinch on Ivan, the bump, that puts Inspire in front. Ivan on the demo. Inspire up high. He can take the ball on the wall. Ooh. He has to pass it in the middle, but everyone's waiting a bit of miscommunication here. Ryzen on the wall again. Misses the ball completely. Revesi will take the opportunity to set up for his team. Inspire coming in. The ball is in Hayri's side for now.
It is, but gets immediately dealt with, and now Revesi chasing down Risen. English on English action as that one does find its way into the middle. Risen will bring it away. Now looking for the ground pitch, finds it. Oh, good save by Ivan. So many times he's back there for Hay with Riz, bailing them out as the third man, and there once again able to scramble across the goal line, make the save and spark a counter, but this time it does find nothing, and Inspire can bring it away. Wait, early challenge from Revesi. That one's dangerous. Tries to play the 50, but it's pinched away into his own half. And it will be Karka now to bring it forwards for Hay with Riz. Risen, early challenge. Is there a second man? No, there isn't. Days, you got to capitalize on that. You got to chase that ball down. Once again, the ball finds its way across the field. No Labosh player to capitalize. And their spacing just needs to be looked at the moment from Labosh. They're getting into good opportunities. They're not able to take them.
Yeah, that's what we saw yesterday as well. Labosh has been missing some really good opportunities. And Ryzen! The delayed flick was really great. Well thought from him, but not enough to throw off the defense from Harry Riz. The slow play here from Karka, but not paying off yet. Inspire tries to flick again. Put a stop to this offense here. The pass from Days, the double off Revesi, but doesn't come through. Revesi on the pass with Karka with the mercy flick, but stopped by Inspire. Ivan trying to make the double tap and makes it in the net for Harry Breeze.
Beautiful play from Ivan, picked his spot perfectly. No challenge on the first touch, no challenge on the second touch. It's a reset, played off the backboard to himself into the top shelf. And Hay with Riz, 1-0 up with an absolute beauty from the third man.
Absolutely, and Labosh has to give once again 200% to maybe come back, maybe. And for now they have to play defense because it's in their side of the field. The Psycho on this crossbar once again. The crossbar is too low on this map as well.
It is as Days over to the left-hand side. Karka intercepting, now turning, looking for the pass. Revesi can't get there first, so Karka will maintain possession, looking for the pinch, plays it across. Oh my goodness, Labosh left it late, but they did get the clearance, and now Inspire gets the better of Ivan. Karka's moved back to try and get the possession back for Hay with Riz, and he does get past Days. Now looking to size up Inspire, fakes it through, chance for Revesi off the corner. Karka will not give him the opportunity to play the double. Maybe he will now, but a good clearance by Days, and Labosh can build again.
Inspire trying to take this opportunity of counter, but he's being demoed by Harry Riz. Ivan trying to once again take this ball on the other side, and once more, la poteau qui a été touchée par les joueurs de Labosh. We're going once again with Revesi on Labosh's side trying to pass it through the midfield, but no, it gets stopped here, unfortunately.
chance. It will be cleared away by Risen. Back in from Ravesi. Good clearance by Days. Back in from Ivan. Needs another touch, and it will be cleared away by Labosh. Kaka has to shadow this one. Days on the backboard. Kaka will send it clear. No one is going to be there on the side of Haywood Riz. Labosh somehow unable to find a goal, and Haywood Riz also can't get a second. I mentioned how many goals were scored in their first meeting. This second one, they have stepped up their defense game, both teams. And it looks like it will be a low-scoring affair in Game 2. Labosh want this to go to OT. That's a nice shot on from Haywood Riz. And it's 0 seconds now. It has to be put to the ground. And will Haywood Riz take a second game of the series? And they are cruising.
Absolutely. And it's closer than I thought it would be between Haywood Riz and Labosh. Actually, they are putting quite a good fight, Labosh, but not enough to score yet. We see a lot of unluckiness with that crossbar, the post. It's quite unfortunate for them because they have what it takes to maybe score against Haywood Riz.
Yeah, and they have missed a few too many opportunities for my liking. Is this going to be one of them? That's a great save from Ivan, actually, to get across the goal line. This is a beauty from Ivan. I mean, I cannot talk up this goal enough. The solo play on that left-hand side, just so perfect. And then we'll see another save here as this one drops down. Just not going to make it. And that will do it for game number 2. Haywood Riz win it, but Australian, it was so close. And actually, Labosh, they're going to take a timeout. They're going to take a breather, and I quite like this call from them.
Yeah, I think if they have to take it, it's now. Because if they take it, the next maybe loss, it will be too late. Because they have to reverse sweep, and the mental will not be there to make it happen. But this particular time here is perfect because mind resetting now can maybe tie the series and then maybe bring them to the semifinals.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the Labosh players were a little bit tilted after a few of those shots didn't quite go their way. One in the first game off the crossbar, one there saved by Ivan as a last-ditch opportunity. They've had shots, they've had opportunities, they've just not been able to get those goals, and I think that's now going to be the conversation is, right, let's calm ourselves down, let's, reduce the temperature of our heads, because I imagine they're quite hot right now, and we will be able to go into game number 3 with a bit more of a fresh mindset, because they're right in this series. They are pushing Haywood Riz to their limit.
Absolutely, and we're going to dive right back in because the timeout is over. I don't see the little card on the bottom of the screen. And here we go for the third one. Rhino is going to be a beautiful one once more. I hope close as well.
That's what we're looking for. A nice close game. And if we can go into game number 4 with one team not on series point, that would be also ideal for content. But these players, they simply don't care about content. They care about RLCS points. They care about getting into that top 4. And at the moment, it's Haywood Riz with a large lead in the series. Will they be able to maintain it? Will it be a comeback for the side of Labosh? We will find out shortly. We are just waiting for the players to take to the field. And
Hazard doing a great job right now.
Look at him
the first time I see the stadium in this perspective, and it's amazing to see how void it is under it.
Hang on, we're on a 2v3. We are all in.
No, 3v3.
We are live. It's 3v3, and we're off. Labosh versus Haywood Riz. Game number 3. It will be an early goal for Kaka. It will be an early goal for Haywood Riz. And after coming off a timeout that you've just called, that is the opposite of what you would want.
Absolutely. It was a timeout from Labosh, but it benefited Haywood Riz as well because they are on timeout as well, so they can benefit from it. Haywood Riz starting strong with the first goal here and taking the ball once again from the kickoff. Kaka waits for Day's move. Ryzen putting on the other side for Inspire. Inspire the redirect. Not enough boost to follow again. Ivan trying to put it on Kaka's side, but too short to shoot it, to redirect in the net. Ryzen passes one, but bumped, unfortunately for Labosh.
And it will be Kaka now, moving down the right-hand side. He seems to be the man with the spark. He seems to be the guy to get Haywood Riz going in an offensive idea, and that's exactly what they've done there. Kaka backboard. No defense from Labosh at all on that backboard, and they are going to be scratching their heads as to who was meant to go and challenge that. No one did. Haywood Riz get a second.
Yeah, beautiful connection here. Kaka trying to bump once again for the third one, but Daze went over to save it. Kaka once again with the ball, trying to pass. Not enough. Inspired takes the ball up high. The bust, the double tap here from Daze. He takes it once again. The score is reduced to 1 goal on.
We're seeing that as, hey, it might have taken 11 minutes in the series, but Labosh are on the board, baby. Here we go. They have started now, and maybe that train has left the station as Inspire moving down the right, wanting to play the 50 with Revezi, does do so. Maybe should have left that for Daze with the more boost. Decided not to. Ball into the middle, cleared away by Kaka. In from deep is Risen. It's cleared away by Revezi. There's now Ivan trying to just take some time. Gets the reset, gets the second one. Will only find Inspire top left. What a save! Kaka flying from the top rope and able to make that stop. Labosh still moving forwards, but it will be cleared away.
Absolutely, Ivan trying to take the ball with Kaka. The bump not connecting with from Ivan. Ryzen leaving it to Inspire. Double commit, double demo on this one. Daze trying to pinch it off of Revezi. Here Ivan takes the ball, tries to control the demo from Ryzen. They have to play like this if they want to make something here, because Haywood Riz doesn't leave enough space for the Bush to play, actually.
You don't, and that's a really good point. As Revezi left-hand side, he's not going to be able to get anything to go there. A redirect's not coming through on target for Haywood Riz, and now thought Labosh were going to be able to counter. They simply can't get out of their half. Inspire on the left side. Once again, early challenge. Now the ball drops down. Kaka! Off the backboard, plays the 50 on the goal line, and it works out for him. Pinched into the net, 3-1.
What a great pinch from Kaka. The vision was there, actually, and the Bush can't get out of Haywood Riz net right now. Inspire trying once again. Daze for the shot. Kaka once more. He's the player of this game right now for me.
He is. He's absolutely everywhere. And as much as I've loved the way that Ivan has played this series, you've got to give flowers to the way that Kaka has taken Haywood Riz down the field on every offensive play. Does such a good job of it as well. Here is Ivan now. As the third man gets past one, going to try and beat Risen in the air. Risen equal to it. And now Revezi has to play a little bit of shadow, but Kaka can bring it through. Now the pass into Ivan. It's just ahead of him. Haywood Riz. They're having fun out there now. They're trying to get those passing plays locked in because they know waiting on the other side of this series, if they're to win it, is limitless. And they're going to need to be playing at the top of their game.
Absolutely, and Revezi trying to go once more for the pass. He goes for it, the 50-50, but not in favor of Haywood Riz. Inspire goes up high on the ball, trying to play the 50-50 himself. Kaka. Oh, the reverse mistake. Was actually a good idea. Revezi once again goes for the pass on in the van, but not enough. The defense from Labosh is quite strong right now. They got an offensive opportunity of Inspire a bit short on this one, unfortunately for the ball.
He's needed a second touch there off the backboard, and he just couldn't find it. That clearance is quite long as Ivan now off the left side wants a double, be able to come down with it. So Kaka will be given a bit of space here. Turns on the ball in the corner, has Ivan on the inside, going to try and find the pass. It's cut out there by Risen. It's now Daze and Inspire trying to work together to clear this one away. It will be Daze. Down the left, Revezi cuts him off. Inspire takes a shot away by Kaka. With 50 seconds left on the clock, Labosh have got to score now or never in this game number 3. There's a chance here. Inspire going to be able to bring it away. There's a 3v1 now. Inspire flicks it over the top of Ivan, who can't recover in time. And I said it was now or never. Well, it does happen to be now. Labosh back in it with 40 seconds.
Well, 40 seconds is a lot of time, but short as well. Rocket League, you know, they can score for kickoff goal here, but will it be enough? Because if there's enough time, Heavy Riz can do the same after. Days trying to take the ball off the backboard. Ivan being passed as well. Inspire taking the ball, controlling, but not enough. Le Bosch is really trying to get the goal here. The demo on this last defender. The ball is just... La balle qui frôle un peu trop les cages à mon goût. It's really close to be in.
You know he's excited when the French starts coming out, and it's 10 seconds on the board. Le Bosch, one final opportunity. The ball cleared away. They've got to keep this up now. Ivan with the clearances has no interest in getting the ball on the floor apparently, but he does play that 50. Hey with Riz win game number 3. They've got 4 series points to go through into the semi-finals, into the top 4 to meet Limitless.
Absolutely, the last game, the game match for Hey with Riz to go against Limitless after. What can I say about this? Le Bosch is putting quite a good fight actually, but the timeout from them is not enough to come back on this series yet. As we can see, Kaka with the first goal at 5 seconds in the game wasn't actually quite good on Le Bosch's mental here.
And you have to remember, Le Bosch have taken their time out now. Normally, you'd be coming back in from the timeout. You'd be the team in the ascendancy. That was not the case for Le Bosch in this game 3. They really struggled. And what a save that was from Kaka as well, by the way. As, it's tough. And this challenge as well from Kaka. Goodness gracious me. That is gorgeous. But...
Oh, we see once again.
I mean, I'll see that another 5 times. I'll see that another 5 times. I'm happy with it. But based on the way we saw both of these teams play yesterday, Hey with Riz played Maestro so close in a best of 7. They looks like they were on their level. Le Bosch, they had to go to game 7 against Cristobal Colon, who are not pushovers, but they should be beating them a little bit more handily than they did. And so maybe there's that kind of mentality creeping in for them, as Hey with Riz have got 1 game to win this series, go through to the semi-finals. But it does go through Le Bosch, and they're not out of this yet. There is still life left in this roster.
Yeah, and Days leaving it to Ryzen. Ryzen taking the ball. You got space here. Bump by Ivan. Revesi. Excuse me. Inspire trying to go over. He fakes it. Revesi passes to Ivan again. The ball in Hey with Riz side of the field. Once more, Kaka trying to play off the wall, but Inspire is here. Maybe the pass, the play himself, but not enough to goal here to shoot straight in the net. Ryzen, but Revesi is here. Days keeping the pressure on. They're playing more aggressive on this one because maybe the last attempt they got at this series.
Yeah, for sure. As this ball now being played forwards, and looks like Le Bosch were caught a little bit off guard by that one. It will be Kaka off that right side, cleared away by Days. Spire going to try and chase, gets bumped away by Revesi, and he gets bumped again as Hey with Riz just bullying Le Bosch. Maybe it's not going to be enough. Off the crossbar, and Hey with Riz, well, maybe they have to start taking things a little bit more seriously. Le Bosch take an early chance in game number 4.
The flip reset from Inspire was actually quite good, but Revesi coming from the side, he didn't see it coming. Ivan, the 50-50 from Days. Inspire maybe for the double tap. The pass here connects, but no! The third touch didn't connect with the ball. Unfortunately for the Bosch, they need it for self-confidence here. They have to make something work, because if they don't, they're gonna be demolished by Hey with Riz defense.
What we often talk about as far as mentality goes, when you are in the position that you have to reverse sweep, you can't think about that. You can't think about the fact that you have to win 4 games. You have to think about the fact that you need to win the next one. And then if you do win that one, then you got to move forwards and win the next one. That's your mentality. Just win the game in front of you. That's all you can do. So the Bosch, they're trying to do that right now. Still level. Starts to tick down towards the halfway mark in this game. Neither side really being too aggressive. Neither team able to get too many clear-cut opportunities. Maybe there's one here for Ivan, but challenged by Risen. Now he goes for the bump. That might have been a misplay. Ooh. Chance off the post from Kaka, and that's Hey with Riz's first real sight of goal.
Absolutely, and hey, we will try to keep the momentum here. Ivan trying to pass. He can pass it, but no one to follow once again. Inspire misses the ball. There's a lot of misses from 30 seconds ago. Brevesi trying to pass it. Kaka goes for Demo, but doesn't find anyone rising off the wall. Ivan faster than Ryzen on this one. Brevesi trying to pull the ball away, but Ryzen has the open net and puts the first goal of this one.
Here we go then. 2 minutes remaining, and finally there's an open net that Risen can score. Bottom right-hand corner. Labosh able to take the advantage. And hey, with Riz, they have got a long time left in the game, but it's one of those situations where you don't want to let your opposition back into a series like this. You don't want to give them belief. And Revezi's going to try and...
What?
No.
What happened?
Let's try and
Ryzen?
figure this out. Let's try and figure this out. Let's watch this. Hang on. So he's
Ryzen
driving
stopped?
forwards. He's driving...
Ryzen stopped.
Well, it's
Why?
1-1. It's 1-1. And yeah, you know you've done something either really good or really bad when the casters don't have words to describe what just happened. So, yeah, Labosh give up the lead. And that's a nice pass. Ivan backboard. We know he's got the double in his locker. He's going to leave it for Revezi. That's a nicer goal to score. That's the one that gets Haywood Riz in the lead.
Labosh is crumbling down. Daze misses the ball, and Inspire bumps Daze in the net. That leaves Haywood Riz with plenty of space to do whatever they want. It's hard to imagine Labosh coming back right now because this mentality here is getting out of hand.
I mean, it certainly will if Risen watches that goal back, and there's going to be a third. Revezi, 3 goals on the game, hat-trick for the British man. As Labosh, well, after that failed save, you just do start to wonder if their heads have dropped, if they're starting to get a little bit annoyed, a little bit angry in that VC. I know I probably would be if I was in with them as Inspire, trying to get this one, trying to get them back into the game. Risen off the corner, does win that one, but it will be cleared away by Revezi. Oh my goodness, excuse me. They will be cleared away by Revezi. Ivan off the left side. Nothing really doing. Hey, with Riz, it looks like they're going to cruise to this victory unless Labosh are able to turn this into some offense.
Yeah, 1 minute left, 30 seconds per goal. And the double tap here from Ivan put it to 3 goals to come back from Labosh. That's hard. I hope they didn't forfeit this one.
Yeah, this is now a very, very rough position for Labosh to be in. Hey, with Riz, they are currently 4-1 up in their series point game. Labosh, it's all about scoring now, and there might be a chance here if they didn't get demoed. Goodness gracious me. I feel like that's just a little bit mean, you know? Like, there's no need to do that. There's no reason to actually get that demo there. You can let them score if you want, but they do it anyway. Hey, with Riz, they want to let Labosh know that they've been beaten here today, and beaten they have been, as it's now going to be Risen trying to get one back for the side of Labosh, but he just leaves that one in no man's land. And hey, with Riz, it's all but locked in. They will be going to the semi-finals.
And here we go, a second goal for Labosh. They are showing that they didn't give up. Days with Inspire. It was already in, but Inspire trying to secure this one to show that we're still here, guys. We're not giving up. We're not forfeiting because we want to make an impression of the SSA region.
Yeah, they certainly do, and it's just about keeping the ball away from the Labosh players. They've not done that well enough. A goal here would be maybe a chance, but no, that miss on that side wall, that's going to do it. The ball shot through. There might be one more goal for Labosh. That might make it look a little bit closer than it was, but no, the save still comes through from Revezi. The result is locked in, and it will be Hey with Riz in a 4-0 sweep going through to face Limitless.
Yeah, it's hard to see Labosh being eliminated like this. Look at this. 10 shots from Labosh and 5 saves from Harry Riz. So many crossbar
so many posts touched by Le Bosch. Like yesterday, that was one of the big mistakes they made, and they made it again today. That's why we see Hey with Riz with the advantage in this one, and this action from Ryzen. I don't. These two actions here, I don't understand what happened.
And I think that's one that scholars will look back on and be baffled about in 10, 15, 20 years as they try and figure out exactly what happened on that one. However, Hey with Riz, after that goal, they were able to really crank up the pressure, really get them going, and take home the win. So it wasn't the most unpredictable of games, Australian, but it certainly wasn't the way that we thought that was going to go.
Absolutely, and I want to hear from the desk what they thought of this one, because it was quite expeditive.
Well, it was our first sweep of Championship Sunday, and I guess that moves me down to the losers bracket. Bromeo claws his way out. My goodness. And look, it was low scoring for the most part. I mean, 1 or 2 goals, except that last game, Hey with Riz moved ahead. But it did feel, despite what Australians said with there was some unluckiness on the part of Le Bosch, but overall, Pyro, Hey with Riz just seemed quicker to everything and would just there more than Le Bosch were. They were absolutely the better team out there.
The Spaniards have a knack this tournament series for just being the quicker team. For sure, I think Le Bosch impressed me actually in this matchup. I didn't expect them to make that many saves and that many blocks against the shot quality of Hey with Riz. They really are that effective in the shooting. I'm thinking of Ivan's flip reset double tap, the only goal that he had in game number 2. I'm thinking of Karka's beautiful Doomsy dish dunk on the goal line. Like, it's just really difficult to contend against these kind of goals.
Yeah, it just always seemed like, and I love when I start thinking of my own gameplay, and you know things are getting desperate when I'm reaching to my own level ranked play. But you have those games where it just seems like you can't get to anything first. You are being beaten to every ball, everything you try. There's an opponent player there, and it just seemed to be that kind of day for Le Bosch. And yeah, I mean, Bromeo, sometimes the paper favorites are the favorites.
Well, that is definitely the case in this last match. Pyro used a good word. He said effective. And that is exactly what Ivan, Karka, and Revsy were today. They played a solid game. They made few mistakes, and they never truly looked uncomfortable. And that's why GBU possibly said it never looked like it was going to go any other way, is because they controlled the tempo, they controlled the game, and they didn't look uncomfortable on defense too often. And ultimately, that's what you need to win a game.
That and slightly more goals than your opposition. So there is the state of play right there on the screen. Hey with Riz for the second Open in a row, get to the top 4. And for the second time in a row, we'll be meeting up with Limitless. So we are now through. We've eliminated two more teams, and now it is semi-finals and on the downhill to the grand finals. And we've had a potential 14 games, but have only seen 9 of it. So a relatively quick day so far. And I don't know if that continues here. We saw Cosmico looking absolutely delicious in their quarterfinals match. But if they are to be crowned the champions today, they're going to have to play 3 series like they played that first series. And the second of those 3 coming up against last Open's champions, the Maestros. And we've made some points about them being a little not as on their game as they maybe were in that first regional, but there is no doubt that this is a massive game coming up for Cosmico Australian.
Absolutely, and with the interview from yesterday from Maestro,
we heard that they didn't play that much this week. So maybe it can be in favor of Cosmico that did a great job on the first series here today. And yeah, I'm hoping that they can make it if they keep the same mentality on this one.
The chat vote is open for driver of the day. Every day of the playoffs, we run driver of the day, which means you can go to acgl.gg/vote and vote for your driver. Who's the most impactful player out there? Who has influenced the direction of their team? Who are the banger players out there? So go and vote. And speaking of voting, the chat vote for our first semi-final is also open. Hashtag COS for Cosmico. Hashtag ME for the Maestros. Me, Cos. So let's go. Let's hear what chat has to say. And it all comes down. We are very much at the pointy end now, and it's kind of show up or go home time. And if Cosmico can bring out a performance, I don't know, Bromy, I'm kind of thinking that they need to bring what they brought against 77 blocks plus about 10 to 15%.
I had a look at what Maestros have been up to, and yesterday we mentioned they've only lost 2 out of 40 games in the SSA region, not including the major that they went to. But what I noticed is in both of those losses, they lost the first game. And that for me is pivotal, because if they lose the first game, they 100% lose.
Wow.
That is
That's
not a
rough.
real. That's not a real stat. But
Do we do a best of one then?
we do a best of one because Cosmico's best shot at winning this game is if they take the first match of the series.
Well, that's some important insight, Pyro, but easier dead than son.
Oof. Listen, we didn't get to mention this, but Cosmico, they're the new people in town in terms of the top 4. Ball Eater was the other team that joined these 3 teams in the top 4. So Cosmico feel a little fresh now that they're getting some paparazzi action on the red carpet here. And they're looking good too. We had questions about maybe their shot quality and what Guns was doing offensively. He just came off of a banger series where he's hitting double tap lasers. So Cosmico are looking good. Maestros have suffered their kind of first loss since they moved to South Africa. But you have to remember about the Maestros. They're the champions of this region right now. They've won the last 4 events. This would be 5 in a row if they come out with the win here and then the finals.
Look at that goal scoring from the Maestros. Everyone on the team is above 1 goal per game. 1.2 for Leoro and VK Salen. Torres there with 1.1. I mean, that is very intimidating. And looking down at the saves, kind of similar there. So statistically and on paper, this should be with the Maestros. But man, oh man, to me, it does seem like Cosmico are working on things a little bit. They just look so much better at a unit and as a unit. And if we look at their performances, how they performed against Limitless, and Limitless beat the Maestros. So all of those factors does give some hope, some realistic hope, I think, for Cosmico, Australian.
Yeah, definitely. And Guns, as I said at the beginning of the stream, popped off on the first game. So yeah, they got the team they have to play today. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen with this one, because they have their chances now. And maybe I want to know if you guys can see the full SSA team on the finals.
Man, oh man, that would be, well, the dream is 2 SSA teams in the grand final, and we'll know how that pans out in 2 series time. Do you think, Pyro, that it seemed to me that there was some attention on the part of Cosmico to have a bit more sort of, the link up between Cams and Guns. Guns was playing a role which almost surprised me. He was very much trying to be that support player, looking for the passes, looking to go forward and bump out the last man on defense. And I wonder if that's something they worked on, if it took them, their opponents by surprise, that he wasn't looking to be the key guy out front.
Well, he's the key guy in that he's going to start the possession a lot of times. Yeah, he's going to late game kind of bump and assist, but he's also the one that holds 100 boosts for most of the time. He's setting up those backboard clears, those flip reset. We saw the double flip reset pass off his own backboard in the last game. That was flawless. We definitely can talk a lot about roles in this game. That, I believe, is the role of Guns. VK Salen's role is pure disruption. Cosmico got to look out for that guy when it comes to boost steals and bumps. There's a lot of people to keep an eye out for this match.
Well, let's come to our predictions. And since we started with the losers bracket last time, we'll start with the losers bracket once again. So that will be me. And it would be a cold day before I predict a Maestro's win, and I'm sitting here in 30-degree heat. So Cosmico, they're going to figure it out and do it once again. And redemption from the losers bracket. Bromeo, which way are you going?
Oh, man, this is such a tough one to call because Cosmico is playing so damn well. And I'm not sure if they have the chops to take down Maestros right now. My smart money is on Maestros, though.
All right, so going with Maestros and not my apparently dumb money. Okay, so and then I'm going to go to the far side, Australian. Your prediction.
I want to believe in Cosmico, actually. I want to see the full SSA final. So I will join you, JB, and go for Cosmico. I was about to say Maestro, but yeah, no, Cosmico.
Hey, Lost Australian, let me help you out here. Maestros. Cosmico, this is feasible, but I just don't think it's likely. The last game these guys had together was a 7-0 victory in Game 4 of, I think it was Swiss, favoring Maestros. It's a tall hill to climb. They can get to the summit, but I just don't think it's today.
There will come a day, and Pyro does not think it'll be today, but chat vote leaning on the side of Cosmico. We have a split desk, but chat helping. Yeah, tipping us over, but either way, from a prediction point of view, it is very, very close. But there's no doubting that, as Bromeo has put it, the smart money is on the Maestros. It is going to take an extraordinary performance from Cosmico to pull it out, and I'd love to see them do it. And if there is ever a time to bring out their best, that time would be right here, right now. But the Maestros out of Spain, but currently in Cape Town, so playing on the same low ping as everybody else. They want to prove that they can go to the majors, so it will be the Maestros out of Spain, but the SSA hopefuls keeping the fight alive. Let's go, Cosmico!
This weekend has seen a distillation of skill down to the top 4 teams, all of which who have earned their way to their position right now. Not a single team is here through an act of serendipity. And I've gotten every prediction right over the weekend, but if I was a betting man, as the panel says, now is the time to cash out. No foregone conclusions from this moment forward. And so much on the line, Rhino, as we go into our first semi-finals on Championship Sunday.
It would be an incredible performance from Cosmico if they are to take down the Maestros here. Of course, the winner of Open 1 looking to defend their crown, but the young SSA Guns coming through to try and take them down in the semi-finals. Ultrism, we've been given an absolute gift of a game here. I can't wait to get things underway.
This is huge. Cosmico coming in as the first team to really stand shoulder to shoulder with Limitless, to be able to hoist up that ambassadorial flag. And right now they've got their biggest test. Out of all the imports, it has been the Maestros who have stood head and shoulders as the Titans out of Spain. Now Cosmico already onto the attack. Cam and Guns working together seamlessly is going to be imperative here for their success.
Here's VK. Oh, fakes out one. He tries to get around a second and does so. Guns in an awkward spot, but will be able to take the ball. It's the reset off the sidewall and will take it through. Looks to go low. Big challenge by Torres. Cam into the middle. There's a demo in the midfield, and it is going to come through from VK Salen onto the Cosmico offense. There's another one. It might not matter. Great save coming through from the Oro, and Maestros can start to attack. Maybe not.
Yes.
That one might find his home. Once he gets the first goal of the game, Cosmico on the board.
Okay, that might have been a little biased, the yes that I screamed out at that stage, but Werty, so patient at the back line, has so much work to do, and he doesn't just take the ball away, he sends it in a beautiful instant counter-attack. Great way for Cosmico to start this up, and I really like the intentionality that they're showing in this. Good challenge from Leoro, though.
I'm just checking that Greybeard muted himself in Discord. It looks like he did, because I was so expecting to hear a cheer from that side of the booth. It's not happened yet. But Werty fakes one out, gets a good 50 onto a second, but he's got no boost to work with. So VK Salem will be able to bring it away. Gets challenged. That one's over into the far corner. Werty will be given a chance, and he actually doesn't take it, so it will be Cam instead. Pushes it to the right side. Demo coming through from Leoro, but that slows him down. Gun's going to come through to get the 50. Werty, now the last man back, has to get past the offense and does. Into the corner. Werty trying to move forwards, just can't get far enough. But Maestro's offense, it's not really been fluid yet. It's not been that 1-2 passing that we so often see from this Maestro side. Maybe they are just coming into this game a touch cold as we get down to the 3-minute mark.
I don't think this is a failure on Maestro's side. Oh, what a counterattack. Is it going to go in again? It is. Werty once more snipes from the other side of the field. This is what I mean. Cosmico is controlling the tempo. You've got Guns and Cams working this little 1-2. If it doesn't work out, Werty waits and kind of then presses the next level of attack while they regather. And the cycle of the 1 versus 2 is working for Cosmico.
It is, yeah. Maestro's defense just getting caught out by these long shots. And actually, Torres just reminding everybody who they are. Just letting people know that, yeah, we are still the Maestros. We are still Open 1 champions. That's a nice shot from Torres from the left. And a kickoff goal is not what Cosmico wanted going into this one.
Yeah, this is the thing is Cosmico can dictate the pace as much as they want. But if Maestros gets that breakaway, just Torres showing the pace that they can play at. The way he dove through that ball with no hesitation. VK Salem has also been instrumental in making plays here for the Maestro side. We haven't really seen him get involved just yet. He gets beaten right now by Cams, who forces Leoro into work. And Werty, oh, that's a great pinch to break away. He's also been able to find open nets from time to time as Leoro. Not this time, though. And Cosmico maintain their 1 goal, but face a bit of pressure here.
That's a good 50. It will be won by Torres. Leoro going to try and actually drop this back for VK Salem, who will come off the left-hand side. It's a nice shot. There's a demo in the middle of the play. That was Werty who was taken out, I believe. Actually, it might have been Leoro who respawned at a very opportune time. But it's cleared away by Cam once again. Cosmico playing basically full defensive mode right now, just trying to make sure that Maestros don't score again. It might not be working out for them. Leoro coming forwards, doesn't get challenged. It's off the crossbar. Is there a second man? Yes, there is, but he can't get a touch. And Werty clears the ball away.
These games are being decided by millimeters. How many times just today have we seen that crossbar be a massive part or a hindrance to the team on the attack? Right now, though, the score remains unchanged for the last minute or so. And Maestro is certainly showing themselves to be a formidable, aggressive opposition. And they get a breakaway here. The pop is past the last defender. Torres is going to be able to slip it in. And Maestros draw level after working so hard to get to this point.
Yeah, the pace that Cosmico showed at the start of the game has waned ever so slightly since they scored that second goal. Maestros have been able to settle, so it's 2-2. That is very, very even as Cam comes around the left-hand side. We know what he can do in the air. He's not going to be able to find anything on this occasion. Can't turn on the ball either. Guns now having to improvise. He'll push it into the corner, and that's a misplay from Maestros as Torres, caught in no man's land in the middle, will still be able to make the defensive play, but Guns comes through, can't get past Leoro. The demo somewhere downfield as well, as now this is Werty winning the 50. Off the backboard, Torres clears first, and Maestros clear their line.
Every time the ball is contested, though, by both sides furiously. Even if it's just a late little 50 that stops dead, someone's pouncing on it immediately, and that's really the only thing, as the accuracy of VK Salem finds, I think Cam was coming in with low boost, and Guns valiantly tries to come back from his side. It was Werty and Cam that was trying to pinch in here, but the accuracy. Maestros take the lead after being 2-0 down, and there's less than a minute for Cosmico to reply.
Yeah, that demo definitely working in the favor of Maestros. And there's a demo on the other side now. Werty trying to make one work as now it's Gonna be Guns, who's very difficult to make something happen in that side wall. Maestros, they are starting now to challenge everything. They are starting to get in the face of Cosmico. That proves that they are really, really feeling themselves at this moment in time. Werty will have a chance. Passes down, stops dead. There's a chance through for Cam, but it's a little bit wide. There's another chance here for Guns. He waits on it. It's a nice shot, but Torres just pushes over the bar, and Cosmico denied at the death.
Cosmico's entire game plan relies around their fluid plays, and right now they're not letting it get to them too much. Still backing each other up as Werty and Cam both take to the sky. Maestros just needs to put it down. Leoro looks for an extra touch. Actually keeps it alive. Torres is going to carry it down, and a good challenge from Guns takes the ball away, but finds Maestros in the driver's seat after game number 1.
I've spoken about this before, but the way that Maestros can come from behind, their mentality that they are in every single game is something that needs to be studied. They are so good at being in a losing position but still feeling the confidence, still feeling like they are going to win the game. I don't understand how they do it. They've done it right there. 2-0 down, 3-2 victors in the end, and fair play to them. They are able to see that through. And Cosmico, a lot of thinking to do before game number 2.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. Maestros has the mentality. They've been through worse situations. You know, they've got the maturity behind them to be able to hold their nerve. And it's a mark of a great team. You know, we see it a lot in Limitless. We're starting to see it in Cosmico. I think Werty's leadership gives them that ability to rally. So, you know, going down first game of a best of 7 is not necessarily something that Cosmico is going to be panicking about right now.
No.
But certainly Maestros being able to play consistently like that and break out of what was a chokehold in the first minute is a sign of a great team.
It's a sign of a brilliant team. I mean, you also look at what they did yesterday in GSL. 2-1 down in the series against Trifecta, and they still managed to bring it round and win 3-1. This team do not go away. Never count them out. And maybe that's something that Cosmico are guilty of in that game. 1! Cam will get things off to a blistering start for Cosmico in game 2.
That is an incredible set play. You can see Cam doesn't get embroiled in the center. He just cuts straight away to the side and is there to pick up what Guns pinches out towards him. Great way for them to execute. And considering Maestros have never lost a series, if they've won game number 1, that's a great way for Cosmico to really make them think twice about their comfort levels.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good 51 by Cam. Guns now down the left-hand side. Torres lets it run. Will take up the 100, but doesn't matter if you've been booted off the field. Cam doesn't have any boost, though. He will be able to get back in time. Turning on the ball. Guns is in a good position, but he gets demoed as well. And this is that aggressive play style coming through from Maestros. Cosmico trying to give it back to them. Another demo comes through. VK Salem off the left-hand side. Won't be able to get past Cam. He's got a clear run towards goal, but it's through 2 players. Leoro stands tall initially, and there's a shot here. And Guns just watches that ball fly by. Nothing he could do about that one. And Maestro's level.
Both these teams being able to control their tempo so well, slow it down as well as pick up the pace when required. And you can see that patience to get more Maestros players ready to take the shot, cause more confusion. Cosmico lose their early lead, but already off to an aggressive start looking towards the last 4 minutes. Plenty of time, and certainly both teams have shown creativity and adaptability in their plays.
They have, absolutely, and the aggression coming through from Maestros is really putting Cosmico off their game, but they have started to try and get that aggression going back the other way, getting a few demos. Oh my goodness, that is so close. How is that not over the line? Leoro is going to be wondering that same thing, as he looks like he had the goal dead to rights. Just was not able to convert. So Cosmico, Werty goes by. That could cause problems. Guns puts it up into the air. Will play the 50. Cam to try and bring it away. But once again, there's always that third man from Maestros who is challenging the clearance. And this time it's VK Salem picking up in the midfield.
I think that Maestros have been burnt out. Oh no, really, guys, he finishes it off. And this is what Maestros has fallen prey to. Exactly what I was going to say that third man was responsible for is Werty scored twice from long distance. Now Guns snipes it as they lose control in the mid, and Cosmico get gifted a free goal.
This is both a blessing and a curse for the side of Cosmico, because you have to also think that what their playstyle right now is, the way they've been scoring goals, is off of Maestro's mistakes. That's exactly the way that they're trying to play this game, is trying to capitalize on those slight mistakes from Maestro's. There was another one. They weren't able to capitalize on that one. But that's the only way they've been able to score right now. They've not really got something going on their own. It's been long ball plays that have beaten the defense of Maestro's, and they get a goal back again. Leoro at the back post. Cosmico struggling to deal with the pressure that Maestro's are putting down.
Yeah, VK Salem was into that far too quickly for Cosmico to reply. And that was a fortuitous bounce off the ceiling for Leoro. That's impossible to read. You can't tell me. Because I think he pre-jumps that. So great confidence shown by Maestros, realizing they need to get back into this. And great bit of individual play there from Torres. Nearly sets up another. And now Wurtzy trying for the ground pitch on the way down, looking to reply. Both teams, it's trading blows at this stage.
It is. Oh, Wurtzy's missed another one. Maybe he's just a bit nervous. I don't know what it is, but Wurtzy has gone by a couple of times too many. If Cosmico are going to be able to win out this series, certainly win out this game, as the ball cleared now by VK will be picked up by Guns, and again it's a mistouch from the Cosmico defense. Inviting pressure from Maestros is never something that you want to be doing. Seems like that's what they are doing right now. Cleared away to the far side where Wurtzy can try and collect. But he's not going to get there first. That might waterfall towards the back post. It's not really an opportunity to shoot though. And Maestros will just try and keep it in this corner and build something of their own. Guns has a redirect. Picked up by VK, but he doesn't have the boost to work with, so Wurtzy can put it to the side.
Such a contrast in playstyles right now. Maestro is looking to constantly go at 100%, and Cosmico very content to slow it down, but they get punished for it this time. VK Salem takes it off the roof, and this carry through the air by Cam wasn't as confident as we've seen before. He loses it before he hits the ground, and Shots is up there. Guns with the desperate attempt for the save, unable to reach it. Maestro's not making enough mistakes for Cosmico to pounce on.
It's a failure of the mindset from Cosmico, if you ask me. It seems like they think they're going to have loads of time in their own half. I mean, the way that they were going to try and take that shot there, if that goes wrong, as it did, VK's going to have a free shot. There's always going to be a Maestro's player to 50 to challenge, to make it awkward for you. And it seems like they haven't quite understood or learned that that is the case. And they need to really start being aware of that danger very, very soon. Demo on the back line. Cleared away, but it's 50. Cam will get it clear. Will try and play the 50 onto VK as well, and does do so, but he doesn't have the boost to work with. Can't carry this through. Maestros are now going to settle into the rest of this game. They're going to take a few more shots, and they're not going to let Cosmico down the other end of the field if they can avoid it.
Torres again finding space across the net, buying time for his team to set up shop on the halfway line. VK Salem utilized that position to get the challenge, and the Oro finally gets involved. Rocket of a shot, it's high, and Cam gets to it, sends it down, doesn't get the extra touch, and VK Salem regains some ground here for Maestros. Another chip gets him closer, step by step, towards the goal line. This one pinched up too high for Leoro to catch on the first attempt. Has to duck back, and Cosmico, they've at least broken the hold for now. They've got an attempt to get down to the other side of the field, not with VK being that quick to the ball. Now they're under pressure in the last 10 seconds.
It's scary how quick Maestros are to every single challenge, every single touch. Guns misses that one. He really needed to hit that if they're in with the chance. Wurtzy's going backwards. Got to keep the ball up now. Guns plays it downfield. It will be dropped. Maestro's game management is on point, and once again, they win the game 3-2, and Cosmico are struggling to keep up with the pace of this game.
Yep. This is the difference in mentality right now, and I think Cosmico could do well with the timeout. They've got to rethink their game plan. It's only a single goal differentiating them in both of these games, so they're not far off, but I think that they don't realize how quick Maestro's is. They have only met once before, and at that stage it was quite a handed victory to Maestro's. But Cosmico hasn't calibrated yet on how much time they can take in these plays, and they're just getting dispossessed before they really have a control. So I'd like to see them, again, vary the pace or just pick it up for another 10%.
But you have to say it's also credit to the way that Maestros are playing, the way that they are continuously challenging, continuously getting in the face of Cosmico, making opportunities for themselves. It's how they've made the name for themselves here in the SSA region, and it's how they are continuing to win games. Cosmico need an answer for it, and right now, they haven't got one.
They've got some answers, right? There's certainly, they've scored 2 goals in this last match. Being able to at least constantly find pressure on your opponents is a big part of this. You know, the mentality is slightly different if it was all Maestros hammering away at the back line. So Cosmico can get in there. We've seen Werty struggling a little bit. You know, he has had a chip that's gone wrong or missed the ball once or twice. Guns and Cams working together would be really nice to get to see if they can bring that out. But got to do it soon. You know, you do not want to be facing against reverse sweep territory against Maestros.
But he missed 100 boost in the corner there, and that could cost his team. It will be sent away, pinched into the middle. Torres trying to keep that pressure on. Werty is up for it, trying to get this one down to Cam, but with 0 boost in the tank for any Cosmico player, they are going to struggle to deal with this one. The pass in, the goal is there, and that is what Maestros can do to you. Effective, efficient, and deadly.
Look at Torres again, just a bump play to remove Werty from the equation. Simplifies down to a 1-0 score line, and Cosmico again forced under pressure. Slight mistakes coming to their detriment time and time again. Guns with the breakaway to start off. He takes an eye. He tries for the redirect. So close to reading that, and it would have been a glorious way to stamp the authority back on this match.
Really weird. What a double that would have been. It was a difficult angle to find. Werty once again slower to the ball. It's this one now being played down the line. Torres looking for the pinch. Werty out of position, so Cam comes through to take it, but he's not got the boost to really make it work. This is off the backboard. Feel like I'm bashing it, and I'm really not trying to, as this one comes through. Torres top right. Maestros double their lead, look to take series point with emphatic fashion.
This is where Maestros are good, right? They know that they don't want to invest everything that they've got if they don't have to, but when they sense that moment of weakness, 2 players go up for the 1 shot, and you still have your 3rd man diving in because there was no one else going for it. And great way to take that advantage and nail it home. Maestro's now up by 2, and only Cosmico really have seemed a vacant part of the conversation here. A one-sided affair as Maestros put on a performance.
This is the scary Maestros del Esferico that we are all very concerned about in the SSA region. This is when they start to step on the gas, when they make you feel so small and insignificant. They're doing that right now to the side of Cosmico. And it's going to take a monumental recovery if they are to get something, and maybe that demo is the way to get back into it, but it's not going to happen. VK's got an open net. He will miss, which does not happen very often for VK Salen. And yeah, Cosmico given a bit of a break there.
This will be really nice if they can capitalize on it. At least they found their purchase down the other side. But I'm starting to get reminiscence of that Hay game yesterday where they went up and they took the first 2 games by 1 point. It was so close, and then 3rd game came along and Maestros decided to end that one in an emphatic fashion. Cosmico really being kept out now. 3 minutes left. And reduced to no boost. Guns makes a desperate backflip attempt, and Leoro pinches on that. Maestros take another step out into the clear.
And Werty can't get the 50. Guns is in no man's land, and Cam is nowhere to be found. Cosmico at sea in game number 3. With 2 minutes 50 left on the clock, you start to get the impression that it's only going to be more goals in favor of Maestros unless Cosmico can find some way to break through. Breaking down this Maestros defense is a very, very tall task, and only the best of the region have proven that they can do it. At the moment, Cosmico do not seem to be in that conversation as of yet.
The problem is this. They're not just having to break down the Maestros defense, they're having to break down their offense. They're working piece by piece all the way from their own back line, and eventually get a bit of a breakaway. That's a nice chip over the top, finished off by Cam. Cosmico finally managed to get themselves on the board, and it's taken a heroic effort. Again, Guns starting to be a big part of the conversation. He was silent yesterday, but today he's given them a chance.
A necessary goal to quiet the nerves for Cosmico. They're going to need a few more of those if they are to have a say in this game number 3. Leoro will be given time. Actually, no, Werty right on the scene to challenge him, and challenge him he does. Nice pass up to Guns. It's just a little bit ahead of him. The challenge comes through from Torres, so VK let's try and take this, but Cam right there on the scene. Werty from deep will take a pass down for a no boost Cam, and that's where the kind of communication is falling away for Cosmico. Cam needs to be telling Werty there that I've got no boost. If you pass to me, I've got really no way of getting this ball over the line. And that conversation is not happening right now. Werty will try and clear and can only get as far as Torres. Leoro, loads of boost to work with. Gonna try and go alone. Backboard needs 2, and the squishy save through from Guns is enough.
One of the first ones that I've actually seen, and he times it perfectly. Now Cam with a bit of space, chips it over one. Torres for another quick challenge afterwards though, and BK invested now in the far side of the field, wants to make a nuisance of himself, gets past one, looking for the redirect. Werty's not able to clear it off the save, and Maestros are really now reminiscent of that Hayes series of yesterday.
Another one where Werty just didn't seem like he was alert to the danger of what could happen if there's a challenge there. And Maestros are so in the face of Cosmico. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, I guess you can't expect every single ball to be challenged, but at the same time, when you're playing against Maestros, that's kind of the mentality that you need to have. Every single touch, every single pass, every single play, they're going to be there. There's at least going to be a man and the angle not found. Maestros continuing to hunt for more goals.
And now they're trying to rush a little bit too much. You know, there is always a balance. This is good pressure. And the late demo from Cam was the right idea. They've invested too much. They're just getting out of sync with each other a little bit, is Cosmico. Now they're back together. That's a nice 1-2 play. Well defended out by Maestros, but Cosmico is still showing the right ideas. Just needs to time them better. And not be 5 goals or 4 goals behind. 5 goals.
Torres. Just watch this one again as Torres into the corner, plays it back to Leoro, and that 1-2 play right there is why Maestros are one of the best in the region. That's why they are so feared. And the problem is we might be going to another region in a moment. 30 seconds to score a goal. It's plenty of time, and the way that Maestros have been playing did not put it past them, but Cosmico wants to deny it. That pinch gonna go the way of them. Off the ceiling will be cleared away by Maestros again.
Again, Maestros just really wanting to add a note of emphasis right now. It's a benchmark moment here for Cosmico, I feel, in their careers. They haven't had a lot of experience, and certainly nothing since we've seen this improvement, this fortitude of their lineup. And right now, Maestro is just saying, okay, well, it was fun playing, but we're ready for the finals. We're going to game number 4, and that's as far as we need. Maestro is one more game away from clinching that spot.
And if we don't see a timeout here, I'm going to be questioning everything about life, the universe, and everything in between, because, yeah, you've got to take a breather after that one. Torres going through with a hat-trick. 6 goals on the game for Maestros and Cosmico. Yeah, they're just going to be sat there in their VC kind of looking around like, what now?
It's such an interesting dynamic between the two teams, because I feel like they do mirror their players. Interestingly enough, Leoro and Werty are that like very stable back third man who can come forward and make a cheeky play or get a good pinch off, take advantage of a situation. Whereas VK Salen and Torres are, you know, your Cam and your Guns, the aggressive front lines, finding each other constantly and making space for each other to shine. There's Leoro, a nice little pounce from the back line to take advantage. But right now, the mentality is the same for the players' roles. But certainly not in terms of how they're approaching rushing down that ball and creating pressure.
I've never been happier to see that little graphic at the bottom of my screen.
Yep.
Timeout Cosmico Esports. If that hadn't happened, oh my goodness, I don't know what I'd have done. But that's good. That's good. They take the timeout. Some teams in this situation, they might just play through it. They might just go, you know what, we're 3-0 down. We're going to crash out the series. Not Cosmico, not the defenders of SSA. I love to see that. So we'll see what they bring in game number 4. And Altruism, you said that you wanted to see them play as they did against 7-7 blocks, but 10% more. We're still waiting for that extra 10%, I think.
I think they need to get some confidence behind each other. They looked so good when they were on the aggression and running at full pace together, like a little pack of wolves skirting around the field. But when they're being forced back, when they're doing these little tricky plays, this I'm going to chip it over two of you guys, and they keep losing 50s in their own half, which then means that they've got to do more work to get it out. That's not what I want to see from Cosmico. They need to get some momentum behind them, make some aggressive push up the field, and get their pace around the entire width of the field.
We'll see if they can do right here and right now. This is Cosmico's final stand. 4 opportunities for Maestros to go through into that grand final to play the winner of Limitless or Hate. And who will Cosmico have a say in this game 4? We will find out shortly as K-Salen sends that one away early.
Harry onto his own half here by Guns. Again, it puts himself under pressure. Now 2 of them beaten. Cam left stationary on the ground. Guns back into the attack, takes it high. Actually going to get a decent attempt at a clearance here. Save forced out by Leoro, and good 1-2 play by the 2 of them, but here is Cosmico. They found some space. They've worked up. VK trying to take advantage of this. Gets a bit of a waterfall down. Cam jumps unnecessarily across. Maestro is still given the freedom, but don't take advantage. Slowing down a little bit. Cosmico now break away for another attempt.
Mentioned the unnecessary jump. Is that a sign of panic? Is that a sign of stress? Of not feeling comfortable with the current game state? And why would you be? This ball over the far side. VK challenged by Werty. Not a lot of boost to work with, so Torres takes it through nice and easy. Looking for the bump play. Doesn't need it. The pass to Leoro is perfect. Not a single Cosmico challenge before that ball hit the back of the net. Cam and Guns looking at each other, trying to figure out who's going to get there first, and it's Leoro to finish into the bottom left. Maestros making light work of Cosmico already in this game 4.
I've said Cam and Guns have been prone to thinking with one mind. Unfortunately, the only thought that went across there was that of hesitation, and it leaves too much open real estate. Now need to claim their way back. 3 games down, 1 goal behind. The pressure could not be higher for Cosmico to really come and find their footing. This is the biggest test that they've faced so far. They're getting their chances, but not taking full advantage. All 2 players underneath there, Werty now having to backtrack.
Yeah, but doing a good job of it. Big pinch in from Leoro. Werty should be able to deal with it. Gonna leave that one to Guns instead. But as per usual, it's just clear and pray, really. They get the ball down the field, and there's always a Maestros player waiting to collect. Werty sends it downfield. He finds a little bit of open space, so VK does have to try and make something happen. That's a nice shot from Cam. Top right, hits the crossbar. Back in from Werty, but third man doesn't push through. That's going to be Guns not coming through to try and take that shot. And maybe you just have to take a few more risks if you're Cosmico, because at the moment, you're not taking any and you're behind.
Again, they're starting to suffer from boost. As soon as they get that breakaway, they run out of steam halfway through. Get a chance now again as Werty going to be able to pinch this back towards the center. Went to the waiting hands of Leoro though. And Guns makes the important backtrack. VK automatically into the aggression though, cramping up their opponents, and Torres seeing if he can make some trickery. Gets bit past one, finds Leoro on the second. And it's just that 1-2-3 punch combo. VK Salen makes a challenge. Torres makes the magic. Leoro makes the goals.
And it's once again a Cosmico car that is a split second away from getting the challenge, from getting the save. But that is the difference right now. Is that split second of pace. Maestros have it. Cosmico do not. This one in from Torres, looking for the angle, hits the post. Maestros taking shot after shot after shot. And no, they're not in a bar. It's 2 minutes left with 2-0 on the board.
They're not in a bar, but they're setting one here, and Cosmico decides to leap over it and bounce. Going from one side of the field with the ball not touching the ground. This pickup and team pinch. Not sure how calculated that was, but the angle and the outcome couldn't be better for Cosmico here in game number 4.
Not going to matter for Cosmico. They're just going to see the one on the board and say, hey, we scored. See if they can get another one. Big boost steal coming through, and that one just drops right in the middle of the goal. And it's another example of Cosmico not taking the risk, not looking for that Maestro's mistake. And instead, they let that chance go by. Cam maybe not going to do the same thing. Torres, it's a demo, does play over to the far side. Werty going to go through to try and get a boost steal again. And this is where Cosmico are now going to try and find their luck as this one goes off the back. Lioro, the goal scorer so far, will try and set up Torres. BK will get a chance. That one's not going to go home. And Maestro should be 3-1 up, but somehow the ball stays out.
Yeah, Cosmico didn't have much to do with that remaining scoreline there. They were under consternation from the moment there was a hesitation, and Maestros just couldn't finish it off. They do still stay with a 1 goal in hand. Cosmico still have lights at the end of the tunnel as a result. Guns has to be the one to pick up the flashlight if he's going to add more to that light show. Cam's off the ceiling, tries to read his own waterfall. Cosmico is still yet to find really that one shot, that one moment of brilliance. A handoff attempt goes out and the ball just escapes into the waiting arms of Torres.
Does double through, dunk, what a save! But the follow through is there from Lioro. And that may just be the dagger in the hearts of Cosmico. Somehow this one still has a second man and he couldn't place it better if he tried. Maestro's 3-1 up with 26 seconds on the clock. They want this done and dusted very, very quickly.
You know, there's an old saying, Rhino, that says, the free direct, VK Sailing. Maestro is actually just showing that they are prepped and ready for the finals, whoever they meet. But there's an old saying, Rhino, that says that you can't play to not lose. You have to play to win. And I feel that that's where Cosmico got it wrong. They were constantly on the defensive, like too much respect for their opposition instead of playing their own game.
Yeah, I agree to an extent, but I also think that the way that Maestros play, they force you to have that respect. They force you back into your own half. They challenge absolutely everything and they do not miss. You don't really have an opportunity to get into that offensive half when all 3 of your players are stuck on the goal line having to make 2 or 3 saves. There's just no way through at that point. So Maestros, they take the victory in a 4-0 sweep. And what I think that is a message from Maestro saying, right, Limitless, we've done our job. Now time for you to do yours. We'll see you in the final.
And to do it with this much class, to put this much of a stamp on your game, Maestros is saying we're sitting as the defending champions for a reason. And I mean, this is tough. I mean, this must be tough for Cosmico. They really were challenging, and they've now fallen aside, and it's tough for Limitless. Again, they're the stalwart defenders of the SSA locals, and they've got work to do against with Riz, who in of themselves are a tough opposition, and then Maestros after that.
Yeah, it's there's only one more South African team left in it, unfortunately. But it is Limitless. It is the perennial winners of SSA, so all is not lost yet, Altruism. But yeah, Maestros, they are very much still the top dogs of SSA. It's going to take a lot to knock them off their perch.
Yeah. Going back to the panel now, Greybeard. That's my first loss on the predictions and the hardest one to take, I believe.
We have to remember that we are in the agony. It has been said it's going to be short-term pain for long-term gain, and this is that short-term pain. It doesn't make it not painful, though. But yeah, I mean, Cosmico, GG's to them. They've had their best turnout this season, falling short of the semis last Open, but they make it through to the semis, but go down in a sweep to the Maestros. So, yeah, looked good early, Bromeo, but the 2 stats, the one that you highlighted and the other one that Pyro highlighted is if Cosmico lose first, if they win the first game, or if they don't lose it, then they look good to go ahead. But when Maestros win that first game, they never lose. So that was a bit rough.
Look, that was always going to be a rough game. Unfortunately for Altruism, his prediction was not right, so that pulls me back into it. But speaking about Maestros in particular, they outscored Cosmico in this game 16 goals to 6. So it got a little heavier the longer it went, and as Maestros hit their stride, they are a dangerous team. They have always been a dangerous team, so we can never write them off truly, even following their Limitless loss. So I think this is important of the upcoming final. It's going to be hectic.
I'm going to one-up that, Greybeard, real quick, because Bromeo's talking hitting their stride, right? I was on the Limitless team stream on Friday when Limitless beat Maestros. Maestros did not look like the regional or Birmingham Open 1 champions that we knew them to be. Then they had some stumbling blocks yesterday against Hay, but took the win ultimately and started to look great. Today they look on fire. Today they look like the Open champions, and that 4-0 against the Cosmico, who also looked fantastic earlier today, is demonstrating exactly that.
Well, that's one semi-final done. So we have a finalist, our first finalist, which are the Maestros, and we're going to be seeing if it's going to be a repeat of the Open number 1 with Limitless. But before we get there, we've got another semi-final to go. And compared to yesterday, it's been a fairly brisk day. They're 4-1, 4-0, 4-0. So out of a potential 21 games, we've only seen 13. So we're kind of speed running Championship Sunday so far. And this semi-final is a rematch of the last semi-final. Am I correct, Pyro? Was it the semi-finals where they met?
Yep.
Yeah.
And hard one to forget, Greybeard. Game 7 overtime. Yeah, so if you want those long series you're asking for, you might just get it here.
Yeah, and that was, I was just trying to remember where it was they met. And that was, I mean, that was close. It could have been an all-Spanish final then, and there's the potential of it today. Limitless certainly stepping up their game, and hopefully they can bring it here and make it all happen. So remember that driver of the day is open. So if your driver of the day was in that last series, go to acgl.gg/vote and make your vote there. We will announce today's Championship Sunday driver of the day at the end of the day. And now we come to that second semi-final. Hay with Riz up against Limitless. The last line of defense for SSA, and the chat vote and the Channel Point Predict vote are open. So make your predictions. Hashtag Hay, hashtag LM2. And I did ask the question, I think, on my podcast, and a couple of times. It does feel like one of the problems, one of the many issues SSA needs to solve, is we can't keep leaving it all up to Limitless. But here we are once again, Rhino, leaving the work to Limitless to keep the fight forward for SSA.
Yeah, listen, Cosmico fought valiantly. I won't have a bad word about them. Certainly the first 2 games, Cosmico pushed Maestros right the way to their edge, and it's all about that mentality that Maestros have of continuing to stay in games. But we do leave it to Limitless now that we are getting towards crunch time, and you are absolutely right that it does feel that Limitless are that kind of top dogs. It's kind of them and then everyone else as far as SSA in-region teams go. And I think that will continue at minimum for this split.
Well, speaking of paper champions, Bromeo, the paper looking pretty good for Hey Riz over there.
Well, their stats are padding out pretty well this regional, and you can just see it in the amount of goals they score per game. But what's interesting is that they haven't had the most convincing run-up. They've dropped games here and there. Some games have been closer than others. So Hey with Riz is definitely one of those teams who can beat pretty much anybody, but they can also lose. I wouldn't put them on the same indomitable tier as Maestros currently, but having a look at the stats here, Revzi, Kaka, and Ivan having a great tournament so far, but so have To Die For, Snowy, and Sweaty, both having very good tournaments so far.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy, I want to talk about the stats here. One to look at, 2.09 saves per game from Sweaty. I don't know if you guys remember the semifinals from last Open. Sweaty had 7 of the team's 8 saves in game 7. He was a defensive warrior. He was the reason the team won. I want to see him pop off defensively today. There he goes. He's in the limelight as well. And I mean, on the other side here for Hey with Riz, you really could have talked about everyone. Revezi is a showstopper, but Ivan and Karka hit the highlight plays for me in their match earlier today. Anyone could pop off there.
And are those, in your mind, Bromeo, Sweaty and Revezi, are those the 2 players you would put up against one another, or would it be to die for and maybe Karka?
Look, those 2 players play pivotal roles in their teams. Like Pyro just said, Ivan and Karka are the showstoppers today, but do not forget about the defensive work of Revezi. And same must be said for Sweaty. Snowy scores the most goals on the team, and To Die For sets most of them up. But do not forget about Sweaty at the back, making sure that this could happen in the first place. So, yes, they are going head-to-head, but just on opposite ends of the field.
Okay, and, well, I think... it's been looking at the biggest thing that jumped out to me on those stats was we're so used to in what I'm now referring to as the good old days, when the limitless stats came up, that limitless win rate was always sort of high 80s
plus.
into the 90s, high 90s, and the stat comparison, it was just so dominated that it's quite something to see. To be in a situation now where the competition is very different, and they're not the obvious winners, but they are our last line of defense, and they have proven to be that again and again. But it is getting harder and harder. I mean, we had Mobula last season, and now we've got the Maestros, and we have Hey with Riz. So the work is certainly not getting any easier. So I'm back. I'm still in the losers bracket from a prediction point of view. So I may well stay there. But let's do this in order, starting with Rhino. How you feeling about the prediction on this one?
Not good. Greybeard, not good in the slightest. I think I did predict Maestros in the previous game. I felt like that was a relatively safe pick. The way that Hey with Riz are playing today, the way that Limitless are taking to the field, I don't know that this is a safe pick. I am going to go with Limitless. I am going to go with them to go through to the grand final and play against Maestros. But Hey with Riz, they have got a chip on their shoulder from the previous Open. And I think they're going to come in with some serious heat.
So that's Limitless with some reservations. Byro.
It is.
I need my rematch in the grand finals. They're 1-1 so far. The Maestros and Limitless. Give me Limitless. They won a Game 7 OT. I think it'll be just as close this time.
All right, Bromeo, quickly, let's have your prediction.
Hey with Riz took it to Game 7, but lost last time. Limitless are going to take it again. I think it is going to be a Game 7.
And it's a desk sweep for the first time today in the second semi-final. Limitless for me, of course, along with chat. 70 to 30% say Limitless are going to take this down. And we will see right here, right now, Hey with Riz against the SSA all-time greatest champions, Limitless. And away we go.
After the win against Le Bosch, we can see Hey with Riz going against Limitless right now. We already got Maestro going in the finals. Are we going to see a full Spanish final or a rematch of the first Open? Tourism, what's your opinion about this, please?
Oh, I'm Limitless all the way. I've been a die-hard fan. These guys have worked the hardest. They have constantly set the bar for other local teams, and yet again, they stand alone at the precipice of that potential future that I'm not going to even acknowledge right now. Limitless, once more, Hey with Riz have certainly shown themselves as valiant contenders, as have Cosmico previously. But that Limitless Maestros Grand Final, that's just too juicy to not vote for, right?
I know, right? And I'm going for Limitless as well because I want to see this rematch. It was a sweep last time, and I want to see them going once again against them. And the shot from Limitless, but was saved by Even here. It was a close call for Limitless.
Great way for them to at least make their opponents sit up a bit, get their hands a little bit more sweaty on their controllers. Kaka gonna see if he can cause some consternation on the other side. Great carry from him, but well defended by Limitless. As Snowy takes to a charge and gets the second touch, even though sitting as that stalwart on the baseline manages to create some space for Riz.
Die4 trying to create an opening with the musty flip. It was a fake actually. Riverzy trying to clean this one. Sweetie a bit unfortunate on his touch. Sweetie trying to go back on it, but Kaka just makes it through to Die4, passing the ball to Evan. Evan going through one player. Un deuxième peut-être, non, pas encore. Sweetie tries to go once more. Riverzy goes for the counter and to Die4 goes for the pass on Snowy. Snowy jumps on it and tries to shoot, but not enough yet to go through the defense.
Great communication coming out from Limitless though, as they're linking up their plays and timing them so well with each other. You can see that clear intent for the pass, and Snowy trying to make another opportunity here. His lack of control on it though means that Die4 having to take a step back. Gonna try once more with another attempt. Snowy out of his own corner, gets the extra touch. Star facing the wrong way, and somehow he reads this. You absolute madman!
What a goal! The great pass from downtown from to Die4. Snowy, the read from the corner. Wow, what an amazing one! It puts Limitless in front of Harry Breeze.
You know, Snowy is touted as the person who scores the most goals for Limitless, but rarely do we see an individual showing from him like that. Personal feelings aside, you have to respect great Rocket League when you see it. That was a moment of it, and Limitless, they take first blood, they get the first goal, and they have to face against Kaka. It's an own goal to level it up, but this was all the passing play.
Yeah, the passing play was great from Ivan and Kaka. Kaka puts it on the spot, and to Die4 was a bit too fast on it. The flick to slow down his progression on this ball just made it worse on his side. Limitless has to do it again to take the lead back. Sweaty on the wall, takes it over Ivan. It's not in yet, but Kaka is on the board. The demo from Riverzy on to Die4 is clutch because we can't quite go for the offensive on Limitless side.
Limitless has at least been able to whittle down the boost tanks for their opponents, so both Kaka and even having to drop back to give Snowy some space for a pass. So Die4 gets in the back of it, then clears the line. It flashes, it flickers, it goes in. Snowy gonna pick up a second goal, Karen. Once more the aggression to Die4, immediate turn, hunts down Kaka. Ivan with a desperate attempt, but Limitless take the lead.
It's unfortunate for Harry Breeze because the ball jumped back on Kaka the second time and it just went back in. Here we go again with Limitless in the top spot on top of Harry Breeze. Snowy trying to get past them, but it's not enough yet. Kaka going for the bump onto Die4. Riverzy trying to go for the delay and the save on the line, but it's not enough. Evan is going to take it for the tie once again.
Respect shown here to Riverzy. I mean, that placement of the flick in the top right corner was the only opportunity to get it past Snowy, who was waiting, and Snowy might have had hesitations about challenging early, but Riverzy just showing that you don't give him space. The game has leveled up, and Limitless with more work to do, especially on the back line. Kaka with the angle of the double touch.
That's a good one. The angle on this one, Ivan and Kaka, the connection is good. It's perfect at this point. And Harry Breeze takes the lead for the first time in this series.
You know, the incredible thing to me right now, Australian, is that these are the sort of goals that we normally see define a series, make that difference maker. And this is what these guys are bringing out 5 times in this match. Now we're going to see how the pressure starts to build as the requirements to break through your opponents keep increasing.
Absolutely, and I think I won't have any voice left at the end of this one if it gets to game 7. Riverzy goes with the pass over the setting. Kaka takes it back and shoots right in it. The break is done for Harry Breeze. Limitless has to put double the effort to die for at no boost, and Snowy just let it pass. It's not enough, it was too short on it.
Suddenly the deadlock is just broken. The floodwaters have come in and Limitless, they had no space. They had no opportunity to fight back. Oh, nice check onto Sweaty there. Prevents the follow-up on the kickoff. Minute 30 left, and suddenly a much more daunting prospect here for Limitless to try come back into this game number 1.
Yeah, it's the only SSA team left in this top 3 now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, the shot from Ivan once again. And the save from Sweaty. Sweaty being fake here. He goes through the last one with the pass. Sweaty's back. Hopefully for Limitless, the clear is done. Snowy to die for. To die for, we try to go with the setting as well, but it's not enough to put it in the net. Riversy with the flip reset doesn't take it. Ooh. And the save on the line for Limitless, but not enough. Ivan is back to put it once again in the net.
Man, we talk about Sweaty as a playmaker, but he really is everywhere. That man is gigantic. Whether it's on the goal line himself, the number of saves he's put in, or the 50s he's going for after beating 2 players, Sweaty is just able to read the next 2 seconds of play and create opportunities. Fortunately for Limitless there, the opportunities never really materialized. They're now facing a 3-goal deficit. It is just game number 1. But Hey with Riz certainly have turned the tempo of this entire series around.
Yeah, and I believe that if this continues, it won't look good on the finals with a full Spanish team matchup even. We got Snowy trying to make wonders, but once again, Riversy goes to pass on to Karka. Karka tries to go for the net straight away, and he takes it off the post once again. 6 goals to 2 in favor of Hey with Riz. That's hard to digest from Limitless, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a very difficult game for them to swallow. We always talk about them being able to rally, but we'll see. I've compared Hey with Riz to Cosmico a little bit as that like underdog in the matchups in the semifinals, and they're playing a very similar style. Decent attempt, Chet, that I thought going to be able to cut it off. But their ability to work those 1-2 plays at the front line with their aggressive players is really beautiful to watch, I must admit, and they're doing it well. Cut him late, the I4's last shot denied.
And the ball will die on the field. It's the first win for Hey with Riz against Limitless. It's taking a hard turn for Limitless right now, but let's hope they go back in it for the second one.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of the goals that went in were, like I said in the game, that's not your standard run-of-the-mill passing play in most cases. Towards the end, I do think that Limitless kind of like let it go and stopped stressing them out as much, but certainly the first half of the game was a clash of titans. I mean, that play from Snowy to open up the goals, this read backwards to slow his car down and curve it around is something that anyone would have on a highlight reel for the rest of their life. And then you start combining these combo plays from Hey with Riz. This was a high-level game to start off.
Yeah, and the bump play here again. It was really good from Hey from Limitless. A good start in this game on the first half, but they lost track. They lost the pressure. They just kept being pressurized by Hey with Riz. It's going to be hard to come back if it gets put back on the second game.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. The lack of pressure that Limitless was able to put in the second half really stood out. And you saw what happens when Hey with Riz doesn't have pressure put against him. They're able to put on another 4 goals. So you've got to get that going from minute 1 and then kind of never let it go. But always easier said than done here from the casters, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, we know we're not on this level.
Yeah, just go do it, guys. Just go win. It's easy. Like Rabian says, all you have to do is score more goals than your opponents.
You got ping. They got ping, so you should be better, right?
Yeah, if that's what it's going to take, I think Limitless will take every advantage that they can get, but not out of this just yet. Ready to fight and fighting from their back line. Nice 50 comes out from Tadai for. Also an awkward pinch, but it's a great carry from Kaka in the air, and Revezi already cutting around the field, ready to pick this up. Limitless facing pressure from the kickoff.
Kaka trying to go on the pass here, but Sweaty goes up to intercept. Because the back pass on Snowy goes over one, but not enough. Kaka with the bump, and Reversy with the redirect here wasn't needed, but you know.
Secured.
Goal steal. Oh yeah, secured. Goal secured. Sorry.
That was a little too close to the post. There might have been the defender. Gets his Dueling Dragons out, but Hayworth Riz certainly clamping down on their opponents from the first second, and Limitless really struggled. Oh, that's a good kickoff. Snowy's got a chance.
Nice.
Revezi has been a fortitude of the back line here for Hayworth Riz.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They came back real quick inside on you could take the hay with Reese. They came back really fast. And here Sweaty trying to take it slow, trying to fake. Goes through one, the pass to Snowy, but not enough yet. Kaka tries to go on the back, but play slow. The demo comes right in from Limitless.
So it's a bit of creativity. There's more aggression coming out. Snowy going to do it one more time, and Tadaipo finally finds the bit of space that he needed. The Limitless were ready to set up camp here, and they just kept peppering their opponents, guerrilla warfare, and then the fatal shot from Tadai for Limitless draw level.
Yes, it gets even now as 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. We can see that Limitless is trying to come back, playing a bit more aggressive as well, and defensive, they are still keeping it together. 2-4 tries to take the ball out of his field, but it's keeping, Ivan is keeping in it. Sweaty tries to set up. Oh, the miss from Reversy. Kaka tries to go over the other side with Ivan. Sweaty catches it. Oh, he didn't trust. He didn't go for the ball. He thought that Ivan had it. But here we go once again. The lead on Hay with Wiz over Limitless is once more present.
Yeah, there's just too much of a delay between these challenges. Limitless going one at a time, and Hayworth Riz with single touch passes back and forth between them. 1-2 plays, really refined for this Hayworth Riz side, and Limitless caught off guard, now facing a deficit of 1 goal on top of their 1 game. Snowy with a great pass down, looking for Tadaipo, and Hayworth Riz have to react quickly to make sure that didn't go any more dangerously. Revezi the counter-attack, Tadaipo up to it.
Snowy plays it slow. Kaka stays there solid on his ground. Reversy trying to go for the read as well. The pass to Ivan. Ivan goes for the shot, but a bit too slow. It would have been dangerous if it was any harder than this. Reversy to Ivan. Ivan going for the double tap. Goes for the shot. It was on target, but not enough. The defense from Limitless is quite strong right now. They have to get it out because it will be harder and harder because they're stealing boost right now.
That's a nice 1-2 combo. Tadaipo finds some space a little bit further to the right and could have actually turned the entire game around. Now Hayworth Riz have had to retreat. They found an opportunity. Snowy alone in that corner gets taken out. Quickly reinforced by Tadaipo. Again, pressure back. Now on to Hayworth Riz. Tadaipo with a bit of a breakaway, tussling on the background. Snowy coming in for the shot. Ivan turns it around, and Limitless once more have to try and regain some ground. Sweaty through the air.
Yeah, they have to get some ground and keep it because it's going to be hard. They have no boost on Limitless side. And Reversy once again comes from downtown. I don't know where he came from, but he came. And just like that, 2-goal lead for Hay with Riz. Reversy takes the opportunity, and Limitless can't do anything about this one.
Man, again, whether it's Ivan or Kaka making these aggressive plays, something just finds its way into the hands of Reversy, and he punishes any mistakes by Limitless. Double commit comes into the corner now. Tadaipo was slow playing that and was reinforced a little preemptively by his teammates. Still, they're coming away with the ball. Reversy takes towards the sky. Snowy got to beat him to the second touch. And now with 2 players on the back wall, Limitless have an opportunity. The pass is through, but Reversy straight away back into the attack. Limitless just playing right into the hands, it feels like, of Hayworth Riz.
Yeah, and it's going to be harder because 1 minute left and it's still in their side of the field. Hayworth Riz keeps the pressure on. Limitless has to make it out. 2-4 is going to make it. Reversy tries to put it on Kaka. Kaka takes it back. 2-4 tries to put it back on the midfield, but Sweaty gets countered by Ivan. Reversy takes it back. It's keeping it in Hayweaver's side. We have to put it in net right now. Snowy takes it, drive it down to the middle of the field. Sweaty against Ivan. It's won by Limitless. Revzy goes back to Ivan. Ivan, the connection is right. The backboard is touched. Snowy for the clear.
Good clear by Snowy, turns it around. Sweaty's got some space to work with, takes it over Kaka and over to Ivan. Ivan hangs around for long enough. The Limitless almost out of time now to make this game count towards their scoreline. Would love to not give it a goal at the end, but they were having their opportunities. They were trying. They were finding space and connection. Sweaty looking for the final goal just to put their minds at ease. But again, it's Hayweaver coming out with a confidence enough of victory at a 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and it's not looking too good right now. The second game won by Hayweaver and Limitless going to sink. I hope they can make it back. The timeout is either now or the next one. 2-game lead in this best of 7 is going to be heavier and heavier.
Yeah, and it comes down to synergy. I think that both teams are looking for it. They're both showing good signs. But Hayweaver is just playing on a different mindset. They're playing on a single controller at this stage with the ability to reinforce each other. And when Limitless does the same thing, they look fantastic. Limitless's defense has looked spectacular the whole time. You know, they're pulling off consistently good saves, but it's just you can't do that as many times as Hay is coming to knock on your door.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it's 10 times, you can't be 10 times on defense. They still boost. Yeah. They still they bump as well. We saw many bumps coming from Hayweaver, but not every time you can make it back. And Limitless is on the edge of the cliff, as you said earlier. They are the last team, and maybe we're going to see a full Spanish final.
Now, we're not thinking about that just yet, Australian. It's only game number 3 right
but
now.
If we're continuing like this, it's profiling this way.
Yeah, sure. I know that as stat people, I think Bromeo will be talking with you along that lines. It's not easy to come back when you're 2 games down. But Limitless not taking the time out, feeling confident enough to know their way back into this double commit forced out by Hayweaver and dispossessed. Can Limitless now punish on the back of Sweaty has managed to get the first touch. And Kaka again has been such a standout player in terms of his innovative mechanics throughout the series.
I think he's been the most important one in this team of Hayweaver. He's been there against Le Bosch, and now again we can see him making the doubles, the passes, and the defense that was no way on the defense here. Great clear, but not enough to throw off Hayweaver. Where is he going to take his time? The post is touched. Sweaty goes on it. The pass maybe to die for, but not enough. Revzy just came back in time to stop this advance.
Just in time to start the first advance, but what about the second to die for? Dives in over the top. Great pass comes out from Snowy in the corner. Finds space with all 3 players between him and the line and realizes he's going to need a hand. And who else but to die for? Limitless go up game number 1 goal in game number 3, and certainly a better showing.
Yeah, they have to keep it now, and even on the offensive, the shot from Snowy. I thought it would be a second goal against his own side. It would have been devastating once again.
They come out unscathed now. Sweaty again meets up with the Titanic challenge. Goes to the wall, has Snowy in tow, but decides to take it himself. Snowy going to try and at least pick up the scraps of what's left as Tadai playing the 3rd-man role. Retreats back, drops into the corner. Carcass here without boost and gets dispossessed by a physical challenge. Limitless on a bit of a breakaway again.
Yeah, Hayweaver is taking the time here to go on the offensive again. Kaka can't make it right now, but the turn is good enough to take the ball from Sweaty. Where is he going on the offensive? The flip reset once, the pass to Ivan, the bump, unfortunately for Hayweaver, will come in. I don't know what to say, but Kaka is taking the shot on the opposite side of the net and takes it for the tie.
Oh, Sweaty going through the corner, gets intercepted. Snowy are dedicated to that as well. Gets caught in the corner, and I'm not sure where Tadai was on the screen. But he's late to the party. Once more, Hayweaver level up the game, and put Limitless under pressure. Snowy decides once more to create some heroics of the carry. Tries so hard. Sweaty delayed attempt means that the shot is blocked out, and Hey with Riz survive. Sweaty looks backwards. Snowy on a low boost gets creative, but may have to try and manufacture something as Kaka ends up culminating in a goal here for Hey with Riz. The 1-2 plays again, just chip and hand off the exact right time.
Even coming really good with his pass, taking control of the ball and put it on the post to pass it to Kaka. Again, these two players are the men one here. If they can't make their play, there's Revisi behind to stop anything from Limitless. This team of Hey with Riz is getting really good, and they're going to keep this score right now. Sweaty trying to go for the flip reset. Here he goes through one, the double tap, not good enough to pass it on the net to die for against Ivan. Ivan goes for the counter. It gets good for him, but not good enough to score once again.
We've seen Ivan do that similar style off his own backboard so often. The second touch actually throws Snowy off, but turns it into a bit of a bump. Aggression comes out, but it forces Sweaty to waste all of his boost just to hold it steady in the mid, looking for that 50. Doesn't get it. Hard challenge for Tadai to get up to. Suddenly, Limitless's time is flicking red. They're running out of opportunities to get back into this game. Snowy on an aggressive push, tries to get in the way of someone, and Limitless have to stabilize on the halfway line.
Well, I want to make something clear. When I said yes when Limitless scored, it's because I want to see the game 7 of it. It's not because I'm biased or anything, but yes, okay, Snowy once again. I'm trying to clarify myself. I actually want to see more of this because that's the last game I will be casting.
Oh, there it is.
And Snowy makes it to tie it, to make it even against Hey with Riz on this third game.
Oh, Sweaty out of the corner, a little bit of a ghost touch there, and Kaka stops for a quarter of a second. Snowy snatches it away. Says thank you very much. I think Kaka was worried about redirecting that into his own net, realizing he wasn't going to get in the way, and Limitless, they breathe again. 60 seconds, probably a single goal to define these teams, at least in regulation. We could be looking at our first overtime. We'll yet to see as Limitless take an aggressive posture.
1 minute left, 50 seconds now. Sweaty trying to keep the ball on Hey with Riz side. The ball goes to Ivan Kaka, no boost, but Revisi here is going to challenge this, the 50-50 in favor of Hey with Riz, but not on 2 dice for Mind, because we're going back to Hey with Riz, but with counter from Kaka, puts it back on in the middle of the field. To die for goes for the wall play here. The flip reset, the back body touch, the pass on the pass, but unfortunately no one is following. Snowy will take it back on the backboard.
Such a good creative play to create pressure in the beginning from To Die For, and Limitless is not let up just yet. Another shot comes in from Snowy on the side wall. To Die For holds it down in the hands of Revisi. He has to try and chip it on. Snowy's got another shot, looking to bounce it back. He gets the bounce, he gets the angle. Limitless with 6 seconds left may have found their first game in the series.
They got a lead at 6 seconds left. Hey with Riz will have to play the kickoff goal. They have to keep the ball alive to make it work. Here we got Ivan taking possession of the ball. The bump is coming in clutch. Tudaifu wants to die the ball, but not enough right now. The ball is on the backboard. Kaka will take it. The setting reset goes for the ball to Ivan. Ivan puts it up back, and Snowy will make it touch the ground. The ball is dead, and it's a first win in this series for Limitless.
This game, you have no idea what the next 2 minutes are going to look like, let alone what the end of the series is going to look like. At the beginning, Limitless looked to be dominating the possession, the pressure, and then Hey with Riz took away and burnt into cinders the 2-goal lead that Limitless set up. Now Limitless do a similar story. After this first goal, it looked like Hey with Riz was going to restrict Limitless's movements around the field. And then that last second goal from Snowy, the heroics that came out, bring Limitless back. Suddenly we have a competition, Australian.
Yeah.
Oh,
as I
I'm
told
so
you,
excited.
I want to see the game 7. I want to see the game 7. But Hey with Riz is probably going to take a timeout because they lost their first game against Limitless.
No.
They have to reset it. Maybe we can see this happen here, but I don't think
No.
Limitless will take the timeout here.
Now, I think both these teams are taking this personally. They are both focused and locked in. Neither one wants to break their own momentum and gave this up to a coin toss of who really is locked in for the next couple of games. So Limitless is certainly feeling good. I don't think Hey is rattled too much. And yeah, straight into game number 4. A lot more on the line and certainly a much more complicated and convoluted story as Hey with Riz have that door barred against them as we go into a game dominated, maybe not dominated, but certainly the momentum of Limitless is felt.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to say that as well. The momentum is on Limitless side, and Hey with Riz just have to score once to maybe make it balance out the other side. Sweaty tries to go for the wall. The wall dash here is perfectly executed, but not enough to throw off Evan. Evan is taking the ball on the corner. Sweaty tries to go back on it. The control here was a bit off, but he manages to keep control of the balls. Limitless is not going to give it back to Hey with Riz. They have to take it back themselves. Evan goes for the corner shot. Die4 leaves the ball to Kaka. Kaka goes up. He goes for the backboard to play the double tap. No, it doesn't go right in net yet for Hey with Riz.
Presence of mind from the youngster to Die4, who's still, we always call him a youngster, but one of the most experienced players and one of the highest awarded players in terms of MVPs of any season. Came out clutch there to be able to defend the goal line. Might be forced into it again. Snowy, the senior, the stalwart of the team, takes over and only finds his way to the corner. Sweaty has been huge the whole time. Snowy going to reinforce this, keep it going, and all 3 members kept alive. Yeah, as Limitless put on one of the first potent shots for their side. Oh.
Nice demo here for Hey with Riz, even taking the advantage. Kaka trying to shoot straight back in net, but stopped by 2Die4. Rev as he puts it back on Kaka. Kaka controls it, goes on the corner, but the bump stops him straight away. Sweaty goes for 1-2, and Rev as he puts an end to this advance. 2Die4 tries to take control. They have to make something work here to go back on the other side. Even tries to shoot, but a bit too high to make it work. Revisi tries to go for a slow play here. He goes up high, but Sweaty saw it coming.
Yeah, big early challenge from Sweaty there, but they're going to have to do it again. Now, getting the rotations a little bit smoother around their back line. They're starting to challenge us nice and early. It's a big pass across there. Somehow that ball finds its way to the ground and is challenged. The Limitless pins on it, and Snowy with a bit of a breakaway, seeing if he can capitalize on the aggression of Hey with Riz. First touch from Rivesi is great though, and 50 is not bad afterwards. Kaka unable to claim it, and Limitless gonna have some space now. What can Die4 do with the full boost tank?
I tried to go for the double tap, but it came through Kaka on the air time. Revesi goes for the flip reset. It can pass through Snowy, but not enough. But even takes it back in front of the net, and Revesi was too short on this one. It would have been a great goal to put Hey with Riz in the lead.
Die4 again with a bit of space, just hands it off into the far corner where Kaka slows it down. Kaka has multiple people to get past though. If he can find Ivan! The connection is there! Once more set up by the mechanical genius himself, and this play towards the sky, a little bit lucky on that first pinch, but the pass, that follow-up, and the faith that Ivan had puts Hey with Riz in front.
Yeah, the pass from Kaka. These 2 players are connected. They are one together. I can't go over the fact that almost each goes where because of these 2 players, one passing the other, one scoring. And Hey with Riz takes the lead. Limitless is in a pinch right now. Kaka tries to take over Limitless sides again with the pass on Revesi. Revesi puts it back in the middle, but no one going for it. Ivan is patient, but not enough to keep it on the side of Limitless.
Late challenge comes out, Sweaty up much faster and puts it long. Kaka having to spend a lot of his boost just to get that first touch. It's heavy. Gives to Die4. This is an inopportune bounce though for Limitless. Even going to be able to get off the ceiling, trying to find a connection on the way down. Still this miss on the corner. Sweaty only just gets it out. Tough angle. And now with a lot of hay with Riz committed towards the play, Limitless may be able to have a chance. Not when Ivan stops it dead though.
Kaka once more on the passing side of his play. He goes back in, but not enough. He was so close to make it. Snowy goes over the bump on even the double bump, the double tap. Unfortunate for 2-4. Kaka goes back in with Reversy. Reversy the redirect here. Not enough. It was on the pass there. Snowy was there as well.
Oh, so much thrown into that attack by Limitless, and still hay with Riz back to the side at the end. 30 seconds left now for Limitless, or all the pressure that they were able to turn around. Now with 2 goals to answer, Limitless, they managed to delay that game point by a single game, by 5 minutes. Hay with Riz still looming over their shoulders.
Ivan and Kaka again. Ivan with the pass and the bump on 2-4. Huge for hay with Riz. 20 seconds left. Limitless is going to have a hard time to come back on this one. Kaka connects with the ball, but Snowy on the pass with Sweaty, and the first goal for Limitless. 9 seconds left. It's not impossible, but it's going to be hard.
Oh, Limitless, they did it previously where they scored at 6 seconds left, and I know for a fact that this is a team that has some cheeky kickoff strategies, so they might be able to confound their opponents. They've got 1 attempt at this. They get a decent kickoff. It's going to ricochet out of the corner. Demo on Ivan. Revezzi can only pop it up sideways. The pass is there. The shot was on from Snowy. Gets Sweaty. Turn around. Keep this alive. He does. He chips it up. Tadaifo's looking for it. But the pass down onto the ground is there. Hay with Riz secure themselves 1 step closer to the All-Spanish finals.
Absolutely, a game match for Hay with Riz against Limitless. 1 step closer to full Spanish finals. Tourism, I know you don't want to hear it, but it's getting closer and closer. Hay with Riz with 8 shots on their side and only 2 saves on Limitless. This redirect would have been great, and 2-4 goes for the shot, but Kaka on defense and offense, his passes and his goals were really good. They were close to make more goals on Hay with Riz side, but unfortunately, there was not enough success. But they keep the lead, and it's enough to win 3 games in this series.
I mean, the number of opportunities. That one, if Sweaty had gone straight for the ball in the center. Hay with Riz is certainly not unassailable. They do bleed, and so Limitless is finding their chances. I don't think there's a single game where they've been shut out with no goals. So now it's just a case of, don't have those extended periods of defense where we're scrambling on our own backline for a while. They've got a chance to go back into this. And Australian, I'm not saying that I'm voting for Limitless in the next game, but we do need to see game number 7, right?
Yeah, and you're trying to clarify yourself as well. And here we go. The timeout from Limitless is in. It's going to be important for them. They have to come back to mind reset themselves, and maybe I say it's a huge maybe reverse sweep this again.
It's as close to reverse sweep as you can get, right? They've got a single game behind them, and the rest of it have, to varying extents, looked in the hands of their opponents. And right now, Hay with Riz got to be happy with this. They've got to just be telling themselves in the timeout, keep doing what we're doing, keep up that pressure, keep up that pace, and keep giving it to Revezzi or looking for your teammates. Something that has been rather cut off from Limitless. They're not finding those passing plays as well.
Yeah, and we can see from we can see those fishes. Hayes are coming in from this game, and it's a huge one. Aquarium in French. I don't know if it's the same one in English.
Aquadome, yes.
Aquadome. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Aquadome.
As close as possible.
And here we go once again with Limitless on the offensive from the get-go. Kaka tries to set it on the other side. He connects with it. Snowy takes the ball back even on the ball, but not enough success to put it on Kaka's side. The pass from 2-4 to Sweaty. The backboard is locked. 2-4, we jump on it, but Kaka with Reversy are connecting. The pass on this is so short for Hay with Riz to take the lead.
Snowy had a lot of work to do there against 3 players on the other side. but he does manage to hold steady. Again, Limitless's defense has not been the problem. It's their ability to find that final 10%, 5% in their offense and be able to link together one more touch. Right now, Kaka's been a key part of that. Certainly so creative, so innovative, and gets it past 1.5 players, it seems like, every time he touches the ball. This time helped out by Ivan. It's Limitless. They bully their way through in a rugby scrum.
And here we are, Revesi with the shot. Sweaty on defense, came back just in time. Ivan goes for the shot. It was in, but Tudai4 on the backboard to save it. Revesi takes the ball to the other side. Kaka is here to help him to follow. Tudai4 will be here to stop this play between Ivan and Kaka.
Patience shown from Revesi, communicating his intention to Ivan and looking for that redirect, but shut down handedly and pressure immediately applied here by Limitless. So he's waiting just behind to die for. Does well to come away with it in a aggressive position. Looks for the bump instead of going for the extra touch. Leaves it up to his teammates, none of which have been able to get a good hold on this. And Sweaty's retreat, well warranted as he tries to bring it back forward as his teammates scattered around the pitch.
Absolutely, Revesi with Ivan. We'll leave it to the Ivan actually. And Sweaty takes the ball on the wall. The bump coming in. He won't be able to touch it again. Tudai4 with the pinch, putting it back on Hayweaver's side. Revesi takes the ball high. He goes for it. He wants to try to counter again, but he goes down and lets his teammate take it. Snowy on the defense. Takes it back on the other side.
Snowy has been calm under pressure here today. Every time that ball comes in, he waits for his opportunity. Gonna do more work here as he gets credited with another save on the back line. Sweaty tries to chip this up and over, and a little bit of a bump sends Snowy's ball careening across the other side. Revesi keeps it up high, keeps putting pressure on the dwindling boost supplies of Limitless. And Sweaty drains all of his tanks, Snowy along with him, just to get this all into the hands of To Die For. But it doesn't come out. It's a precarious situation, but no one's able to charge in. At least Limitless can take a breath.
Absolutely, and the ball was dead in front of the net and no one to take it from Limitless. Here we go again with Sweaty. The ball from Ivan will go on Snowy's side, not to die for, and Snowy will be on defense for this one. Snowy clears it on the side. Kaka takes the ball, tries to put it in, and To Die For comes in for the defense. Sweaty to put it on the other side this time. But the ball is still dangerous. Snowy, maybe for redirect, but too short. He had no boost, unfortunately for Limitless.
Nice carry by Sweaty to turn into a 50. To Die For now into the fray. Again, once more poised in front of the nets. And Kaka has work to do to get it over the top of them. Manages to beat them all. Well, Sweaty collects it on the ground and immediately the goal calls out there.
Nice
They hunt for their prey. They open the lanes and Sweaty walks it home.
Snowy doing a great job here on the bump. Revesi goes to space, to infinite and beyond. And Limitless takes the lead on this one.
Oh, Snowy has played such an instrumental role here, I must admit. Whether it's his defensive play or his awareness of exactly the moment their opponents are taken off guard. Nice pass towards the center. To Die For's up for this. These are the shots he makes, but only when unchallenged. Instead, he creates the space as once more the captain who steps up and takes the team home.
Limitless taking a break on this one. 1 minute left and 5 seconds. Ulturism. It's looking good for them. It's looking good for us because we're getting closer to the game 7 of this one.
Just the game 7. That's what we want. Champions Field would be the only fitting place to end off here. And Limitless are looking to punch their passports, but not when Revesi gonna be carrying it through Revesi skies. Hayweaver's set up their own airline here, and it's all thanks to the captain.
That play with the setting and the flip reset is actually pretty good.
Insane.
I'm loving it. I can appreciate a goal when I see one, and this one is part of it.
Oh, big demo though, gives Snowy some space. Kaka has to try and read this. Snowy can't get the angle. He's opened up the pressure. To Die For, beaten out by Revesi. Snowy again. Seems like he's immediately able to regather enough boost to feel confident to get in shoe, but Limitless, 38 seconds. That's all they have to defend.
And 30 seconds, yes. They want to keep their advantage, and here we go with To Die For, putting on the other side. To Die For goes for the 50-50. Riverzy goes for the high ball, even goes on the wall, the pass to Kaka, Kaka the redirect, the back body touch, Riverzy on the shot, but too wide to tie this game.
Limitless hasn't really touched the ball in this period of play. It's just up to Haywood Riz connecting. They finally lose control of it. Limitless, they're watching the ball careen down to the other side. Maybe you want to get a cheeky one, but more confidently want to get this ball down, punch their second ticket here. The ball's carrying dangerously close to the other side of the field. They need to kill this now, and it will be on the hands of Tonight for Limitless pick up their second game, and suddenly the reverse sweep down to just the best of three, really, or actually 2 games in a row.
They are closing the gap between themselves and Haywood. We can see that they're being more confident in this one, and they're being more successful as well on their attempts. As we can see, Limitless has built up enough confidence to put it through. And those plays, the bump from Snowy, they are working. They are making it through. It's going to work if this keeps going on, but Haywood can still come back.
They certainly can. I mean, Revezi's individual play there, again, being just a standard goal that's being thrown into the mix right now is showing that these guys are playing with everything that they've got. And sometimes as the pressure builds, as you start to realize that you're struggling to close out a series, if you're Haywood Riz, or now that your backs are against the wall as Limitless, those plays become a do or die, and you take the higher risk plays, and sometimes that doesn't pay off. And both these teams have shown proficiency at hammering down on a mistake and making it count.
Definitely, and I'm excited. I don't know about the tourism. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Next one, the 6th game of this series is going to be a long one. I told you I want to see the game 7. You want to see it too, and maybe we're gonna see it.
Man, this is why Australia in the chat is just calling out your vibes is the best thing ever. You and I are connecting because we are both dreamers. We want to see that Game 7. We want to see this go all the way. Hell, Game 7 overtime. We haven't had enough of those this weekend. And what that would take is Limitless holding off in the first 15 seconds. Now they can't as we head to Neo Tokyo, the field of broken dreams.
Yeah, Haywood doesn't want to take this anymore. They want to put an end to this series, even though we all want to see the 7th one. But Haywood takes the lead 15 seconds in.
Limitless now at least start to find some possession of themselves. Forced Reverzy into a dangerous pump. There's also been a bump on Ivan, so Snowy, unfortunately, all he can do in the first attempt is get it across the side. Second one's a little bit more confident. Ball goes up. Reverzy has to try and send it long, but it'll be straight into the waiting hands. Nice pass comes down to Nightfall, going to collect it. Takes to the skies. As he sees Snowy below him, gets the bump. Oh.
Kaka with Evan once more. They can connect through this. The double commit on this one will live to die for on the job. And once more, the bump from Reverzy on Snowy won't leave him enough space to redirect this shot. Oh,
Limitless are jumping. They're getting involved in these physical plays once more, and immediately they find themselves back on the other side of the field. Now's where their creativity and their finesse plays can really shine. And today, for looking for Snowy in the center, Snowy with the dunk. The man is gigantic.
That's good. That's a good one for Limitless. The tie comes in clutch because the mindset is in for Limitless, and Haywood has to do it again if they want to win this one.
Oh man, that was full confidence, full send, go in. Leroy Jenkins from Snowy. I've never seen someone jump that high on a challenge before, and all the defenders had to do was put it low to get it confidently under him, but the pressure's too much, the combinations are too much. These extra little touches are certainly helping Limitless out as the pass back finds his way to Snowy. He's coming off the ceiling with the reset, doesn't get the extra touch.
We try to put a bit more pressure. Sweaty goes for it, but not enough because Evan is here. Reverzy will go for the follow to die for with once more connect with Sweaty. Sweaty does get the touch, but not enough. Is going to be stopped by the defense of Haywood. Snowy tries to keep pressuring them. The ball goes back on Sweaty. Sweaty goes for the pass on Snowy. Snowy controls it. The pitch and the crossbar into Snowy will put Limitless in front of Haywood.
They got everything that they had to out of their backpack. They threw everything, including their opponents at that ball. And Snowy once more, the senior of the team, showing how it's done, stepping up and putting paid to an age limit here in Rocket League. I say that being basically the same age as him, and he inspires me. Limitless take a 1-goal lead. They've got half a game to go. Oh, they're facing a bit of pressure right now, but they've got some light. That light is starting to shine brighter and brighter.
Absolutely. Kaka tries to go for it, but to die for is too fast for him. Snowy doesn't connect with the ball. The redirect from Revezi, the connection with Kaka, and even won't be able to try to get to it because to die for leaves it to Snowy on the other side of the field. So Revezi will take the ball from the wall. The pass will be Van. And the counter from Revezi puts it on the crossbar. Kaka will try to go for it even as well. The double commit on this one, but not enough to score yet. Revezi will try once again on the backboard, but Sweaty is present.
Oh, I cannot believe how many times the woodwork has been involved in pivotal moments here this weekend. Once more, this time it's coming to the detriment of Haywood Riz. They're going to have to face a soft shot. Slowing down the pace was to die for, but it doesn't psych out their opponents. Limitless have retreated now in full force. They've got Ivan to beat. It comes on the backboard. A couple of jumps through there. None of them making a connection. Sweaty with the challenge at least removes their opponent out the way. And the 1-2 plays. They save the crossbar. Kaka keeps up with Haywood Riz alive in this game.
Sweaty taking his time. The switch on to die for. Almost between them, but not enough. The save from Kaka. And Revezi will take it back to die for. We put it back in front. Snowy is in offense as well. The bump was looked for, but not enough to throw off the defense yet. Snowy will pass right under the ball. Sweaty takes it back on the wall. We leave it to die for to go for the aerial play. The flip reset is attempted, but not touched. Sweaty will take the ball. The flip reset is taken. He wanted to use it. Maybe he should have. Maybe he should have.
Oh, at this stage, I'm loving the tempo control from Limitless. They have this game fully in their hands, and right now, Haywood Riz just scrambling and reacting. Sweaty's got a bit of a breakaway, looking for the 50. Iman's solid and lives up to that name. Still with work to do, though. That's a bad miss from Snowy. He's giving it away on the sidewall, trying to get involved again. Third man's up, and Sweaty once again with the 50, but it's left a vacant structure here. Fractured by Limitless. That hesitation from Kaka gives Limitless the breakaway that they needed. And with 20 seconds left, Haywood Riz may not have a lot of opportunities left.
Yeah, and they got no boost on their side. It's going to be hard for Limitless to defend here. Two people with no boost, and Snowy goes for it to die for. He's saving this one on the backboard. Takes it to the other side. It gives a little breather for them. But will be enough to stop Kaka. Woo! Yes, it will be. And we will get the game 7 that we wanted, Little Tourism.
Game number 7. We were sitting at a scoreline of 4-1. And every time, I believe, Limitless can pull it out of the bag, that they've got some other gear to shift up to. They don't let me down. We're going to game number 7. And right now, it's all squared away. No one, I would not even be surprised to see Haywood Riz take their time out now just to try and figure out what's happened.
Yeah, I can definitely see it right now. Haywood Riz has lost 2 games in a row, and the next one will be decisive as who will join Maestro in the finals.
Man, I said that all bets were off before the semifinals started. I mean, that first semifinals had me worried at a 4-0 sweep. Second one, we're sitting at 4-1, and I'm going, oh no, South Africa, we gotta step up, and this is it. This is the smallest, it's long been said, this is the smallest region with the biggest heart, and I think that is being shown here today. This is SSA.
This is SSA and Rocket League for you, chat. I hope you're having a great time as we do. Tourism, what are we looking for this last game of this series between Haywood Riz and Limitless?
Balance. Balance between composure and intense. Composure and the ability to chase down your opponents and keep that pressure on them. Tenacity to the death right now, and Limitless have come this far. They get a decent kickoff into the hands of Snowy. Ivan gonna put the pressure and stop Limitless from the momentum, but anyone's game right now. It's game number 7, Australian!
Let's do this and let's see what's going to happen, because one of these teams has to win this one to make it through. Both teams have the opportunity. 2-4 will leave it to Snowy. No one will go on it. And double commit from Hay with Riz. The shot from 2-4, but not enough to put it through the net, as Sweaty didn't commit on it.
Good retreat comes out from Limitless. Hard touch comes out from Snowy there, and hands off possession is Ivan looking dangerous. The pass coming across, cut off early as Sweaty credited with the save. Game popped towards the center, but Hey with Riz wasn't in the position. Now they've given Limitless the skies. And Ivan, the only one with the boost. Actually, Revezi gonna pull shot him out of this, but straight into the hands of Limitless once more.
Sweaty trying to go under. He kinda gets it. Snowy going for the sailing. He misses the shot here on the sailing. He flicked a bit too early. Sweaty tries to go for the mid pass. 2-4. We try to chase it down. Snowy will go high up, but Kaka is faster, and no one will touch it on Limitless side. Ivan will take the first goal on this one.
Huge plays again. Kaka just reading in the air, pulls two players out, and no one sees the sneaky assassin, Ivan, making their way into the back lines. Hey with Riz gonna be feeling a lot more settled. But 3 minutes 42 is still a lot of Rocket League left to play, and Limitless get a bit of a breakaway. 2-4 harassing Revezi, and Sweaty gonna clean up. Can he get the distance? Or can he leave it up to Snowy to make a miracle happen?
2-4 goes for the shot and gets through under the last player defending the tie. It gets even right now. It's as the series. It's so close between them, but I don't know who will make it through this game 7.
Oh, I mean, we've seen Game 7 overtimes already, and this just seems to go back and forth. The breakaway, Sweaty, he gets the kickoff. Limitless have gotten so much success from their full send, and the fake from To Die For just means this maniac Sweaty has had the best 50s I've seen of the whole weekend.
Yeah, as yesterday I had the Game 7. Game 6, and I'm still getting a Game 7. I'm so excited right now. I don't know how to calm my voice down. And the shot from Revezi, tying once more this game to put us through the uncertainty of who will make it through.
All of these games have been high-scoring affairs, but this one, I think, seems to bode towards a higher level. We're reaching the skies now as the gloves have come off. Every bit of training weights is down on the floor. Psychological warfare authorized, and everyone bringing out every trick that they've learned throughout the weeks, the months, the years of practice to refine their scores, all for this moment.
Kaka with the princess doesn't use it and goes under the player, but yeah, not enough. A bit too high on his side. Ivan goes for the fake. He goes for the pass, but not enough success for him. 2-4 will leave it to Sweaty. Sweaty tries to go through Revezi, but not enough. The little slow down from 2-4 was almost successful on Limitless side.
They're still being pushed back. Sweaty tries to break away right now. Has got some teammates in tow, but Snowy from the back line has to try to take it up high. Trying to bait in anyone. Kaka are going to challenge confidently and follow it through into the sky. Pushed aside. To Die For chasing this aggressively. Wanting to back up Sweaty, and knocked off the ball means Snowy has to get back into this. Slowly though, yards being made along the line for Limitless.
And 2-4 is being pushed as Ivan comes and forces his way through. Revezi will be passed by Sweaty. Sweaty goes over Kaka as well. The ball is in front of the net, and 2-4 will attempt to score, but not enough yet. Sweaty takes the shot as well. Ivan is back in track for it. Ivan goes over one, but not two. 2-4 will take this opportunity, but doesn't connect. And Sweaty goes under for the third time in this game. Now the second time to take the lead.
Game number 7 in the psychological play. I don't know if To Die For missed that, but I'm going to give credit because that man's brain is way bigger than mine. Maybe the comms were there and Sweaty had the shot. Slides it in underneath. Limitless take the lead and less than 2 minutes to go. 100 seconds to find who is going to be our second finalist to go on to face onto Maestro. I can't believe this is just the semi-finals.
Oh man, it could have been the final match. Really, Sweaty taking his time as well. Ivan going high on this one, drops it on Revesi. Revesi takes it and takes it on the side. To die for has an open with Sweaty, doesn't connect. He should have gone for it himself. That was maybe the mistake, but we make them regret this decision.
Oh, it was there. I think it was actually saved out, but the defense, the counter-attack. Hey with Riz, take it up high, and like you said, Limitless put too much into that. To die for and Sweaty both got neither making connection. Vacant backline. Hey with Riz, level it out in 68 seconds.
Oh, this is getting intense, Tourism. Are you fitting in? I'm sweaty here. I don't know if you can see my head shining, my butt head, but it's getting shiny. 1 minute left. Snowy will take this ball. Goes hurt on the wall, on the corner. He will put it on the backboard, but not enough. Revesi clears it towards Ivan. It will be taken by To Die For, but Karka is once again in possession of the ball. To Die For. Sweaty will go for it. Snowy Sweaty goes for it, and Snowy now goes for the shot. The shot from To Die For was close, but not enough yet.
Not enough yet. Limitless go ahead once more. Snowy gets a hard touch and relies on a quick jump from To Die For, but they've invested a lot into it. They're going to take a play out of their opponent's book. The follow-up from Kaka isn't there. It could have put pace to the series right here and now. And hey, with Riz, still with work to do. Ivan going to have time to pick this up and decides to take towards the skies. This is our biggest crowd on Twitch yet, and you guys could not have tuned in for a better moment. The shot comes out. It's an African bouncer. It finds its way off the crossbar yet again. The woodwork. Great drama. Last final buzzer beater moments.
This will be the last attempt here, because 0 seconds left. We will be maybe going overtime unless Kaka can pull something off here. No, it touched the ground. The overtime for game 7 between Hey with Riz and Limitless. I can't take it anymore. Tourism.
It had to be the two dreamers on the cast. We see the game 7 overtime. Limitless immediately want to pick up where they left off, hammering in shot and pass. Hey with Riz just trying to find some boost along the field. Revesi gonna buy them time. Good challenge from Snowy, sends it back in. Hey with Riz. Again, lose control. Revesi trying to capture it in this corner. Picks it up past one. The clear is there. The connection is there. The shot is there. Limitless are going to the finals. This is SSA.
Oh my god, the pass from Sweaty, the connection with Snowy. It goes through. Limitless made it back from a 3-1 in this series to a 4-3. That's amazing. The SSA team is still in the list.
You cannot count them out. Limitless, majestic to the end. Look at the shots that they put in there. 11 shots versus the valiant 8 of their opposition, and saves, deadlock between them, the accuracy, just the extra couple of chances. Everything that Limitless needed, they never gave up. And man, they have earned some fans here tonight.
Definitely over 700 people on the stream. That's huge for them. And Limitless is being seen as they go through the finals against Maestro. It will be once again the same teams. Will Limitless be able to put up a fight? Because last time it was a sweep between Maestro and Limitless. Maestro won 4 out of 4 games in a row.
And I don't know, I'm feeling like this is a different Limitless. This is the Limitless to prove, with a fire in them, and what an incredible showing from them. And this changes, this means so much when it comes to the points tally. You know, Maestro's having taken the first one, Limitless second. They're basically deadlocked, and Limitless have given themselves a great shot now towards that Birmingham major. We're going to have to see what that finals looks like. But guys, we've got to give them a break. There's no way you go from playing game 7 overtime straight away to face up against Maestro. So I'm so glad to see so many people in the chat. But we're not even going to go back to the panel. They've got a lot to break down in this finals. But Australian, any last thoughts about that series until we get a break as well? Because damn.
That was insane, and I loved coming in here, taking part of this cast. Thank you, Tourism. That was a pleasure to cast with you again, and all of them Rhino, Pyro, Greybird, Bromeo. It was a pleasure, and I hope to come back once again. And Tourism, it would be a pleasure to hear you with Rhino. With Pyro on the last one.
Looking forward to that, guys. So that's going to come up afterwards. Australian, it has been brilliant to have you here for your debut. But guys, don't go anywhere. Very short break. And then the match, the rematch of all times. The grand final is going to be coming in just after this.
It's truth to dare. The way you're pulling me closer makes me wanna bear it all for you. Ooh, why don't you show me how much you care? Be the devil on my shoulder, 'cause I don't think we got a lot to lose. Ooh, make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I come home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up,
Of advantage to being as old as I am and being involved in esport. My son thinks I'm really cool. I do some amazing things, but I got to tell you the downside. At my age, watching series like that is not good for me. What a series it was. And man, oh man, that last line of SSA defense being tested to its absolute limitless. And Bromeo, my observation coming out of there was it was quite interesting and good to see Snowy was very, very involved in that series. And normally, you know, he's there and doing his thing, and you got Sweaty and To Die For doing their job upfield. But we saw some real proactiveness and involvement from Snowy up front, and to me, he led the charge and largely responsible for their ultimate victory.
No, of course, he set up a lot of their goals, and just for one example, the final goal of the game, Sweaty hung back, collected mid boost, did not move towards on defense because Snowy said, "Don't worry, I'll give you the ball." And then he did exactly that. Part lasered it straight to him, and Sweaty did the rest, putting it into the back of the net. And I think that sums up the match as close as it was very well, because it was incredibly hard fought and it was down to the very small things. And at the end, that made the difference.
And the rematch in all senses, right now. I mean, it was another Game 7 overtime. I mean, honestly, not making it easy, but you know what? It's those sort of series that are wonderful in retrospect. You know, when it comes out like that, you're like, yeah, that was great.
Yeah, one to look back on and remember fondly, not one to be in the moment and remember fondly. That, yeah, absolutely. But you do want to say that going into this grand final, there are now two teams that are going in with very, very different energies. Maestro's walking their semi-final 4-0. Limitless had to fight and scratch and claw to get past Hey with Riz. They were able to do it, but how much of that tank has been depleted before facing the Spanish super team? That's what I need to figure out.
That's where we are right here and now. We had qualifiers last weekend. We had GSL on Friday night, playoffs yesterday, playoffs today. We had 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals. We now get to the grand final. And that's what we've seen. 4 best of 7s, and the closest, the tightest, the longest was the one that has just passed Limitless, coming out victorious 4-3 against Hey with Riz. And it means we have just 1 match left. Now, Australian, there's always talk about who has the advantage going into the grand final. Rhino just said that, you know, Limitless had to work really, really hard. Maestros didn't have to work as hard. So is that better for Limitless? Is it better for the Maestros? Doesn't it matter? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, my thought on it is Maestro has the lead on this because they won against Limitless 4 against 0 in the best of 7 last open. So as Bromeo would say, the statistics would put Maestro on the lead. Yeah, that's what I think, and I hope Limitless just beat one Spanish team. I hope they can make it again, but let's not jump to conclusions right now.
Your final chance to vote for your driver of the day is now coming up to this last series, acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your driver of the day. Is it someone you've already seen, or are you waiting to see if the driver of the day comes out of the final series? And the final chat vote of the day is open. And who is going to be crowned the champions? Hashtag ME for the Maestros, hashtag LMT for Limitless. Maestros will be in blue, Limitless in orange, which Bromeo broke my brain a little bit because they always so often seem to be in blue. And L'Australian points out that the last time they met in a grand final, Maestros took it in a sweep 4-0. But in the most recent meeting of these two teams on Friday night, Limitless beat the Maestros 3-1. So is it the most recent stat that's important, or the overtime stat?
Well, it's still wishful thinking, because overtime stats don't favor Limitless too well either. Maestros have had the rub of the green pretty much the entire way through. This was the first time that Limitless beat Maestros, but it definitely has buffed the chances of Limitless potentially taking them down in this one.
Well, it is the big rematch, and it makes a difference to the standings, of course. We'll talk about that in a moment. There you see the team comparisons, and again, sort of paper favorites would be the Maestros, but I do feel like that Limitless have stepped things up. They did get that all-important win against the Maestros in the GSL, and now I loved, probably my favorite play from that last series was the pass from the ceiling to die for down onto the ground. So the final shot went under, was fantastic. We want to see a lot more of that. And there you see Torres and Snowy matched up together. And I don't know if those would be your picks, Rhino, of the two key players on either side.
I think at the moment they really are. It's a really interesting one, because we would talk about VK Salen on the side of Maestros, but Torres today, he has stepped up. He was incredible in their game against Cosmico, and if he is still feeling that energy like he was in that game, he is going to be the one to watch in this grand final. And Snowy, I mean, when the chips were down, when Hey with Riz were 3-1 up and Limitless needed something, I do genuinely believe it was Snowy who stepped forwards and was the driving force behind Limitless's comeback. So, yeah, two giants. It will be interesting to see which of them stands tallest after this grand final.
And Bromeo, I think it's fair to say that Limitless are probably on a balance the underdogs, but they are such stalwarts, this team, this roster, these players. And they are the one team who have seemed to be able to adapt and to come closest to rising to the occasion. It didn't work out in that last grand final, but my goodness, what a time it would be for them to come to the party.
Oh man, and prior to this weekend, I would have said Maestros were going to take it just as easily as they always have. But now I'm not so certain. That's why I haven't made an official prediction yet in the back or even in the front, because it is too close to call. And it makes me deeply uncomfortable to side with either, because I am so uncertain about what's going to happen here right now.
All right, that was an amazing amount of waffle. And since you've just waffled your way through there, it is now time for you to make that official prediction.
Oh man, this is uncomfortable. Look, I'm gonna go with the heart in this one, because when the mind can't decide, the heart does. Limitless to take it.
All right, Bromeo goes with Limitless, L'Australian.
Well, I gotta support the SSA team. I will go with Limitless, even though I know that Maestro is in the lead, but Limitless will be the heart as well.
All right, and then our token representation out of EU, you get to make a prediction now.
Viva la Maestros! They're gonna come through and take it home.
Wow.
I think it's
Okay.
Maestros. Listen, I want to give a serious answer, because I genuinely believe they
That was the wrong answer, but do carry on.
I genuinely believe they have looked the best in this grand final, in this weekend. If they are to be toppled by Limitless, I need to see something I've not seen so far this season from Limitless. I need to see them really take it to the faces of Maestros. It's going to be tough for them. So based on what I've seen so far, it is the Maestros who are going to take it for me.
And clearly, Rhino is not a drinker, because no one's buying him a beer after this series. So enjoy your cup of tea. I'm going to predict what I should predict, and that is, of course, Limitless the chat vote as it stands now, Maestro's only getting 25% of the vote.
Wow.
That sounds about right.
Same as
In
on the
fact,
desk.
It's exactly right.
25%,
Yeah. If we look, so you're with Rhino. So 25% of the chat also not getting any beers bought for them. But ladies and gentlemen, in all seriousness, this is the Birmingham Open number 2. We come to the grand final. 114 odd teams began this journey in the second Open, and it has whittled its way from that to 32 teams, to 16 teams, to the top 8, to the top 6, the top 4, the top 2 are now going to battle it out for champion of SSA. The Maestros versus the Kings of SSA. Maestros versus Limitless. Duke it out in the grand final, which starts right now.
The rematch we've all been waiting for. Limitless have clawed their way through another Game 7 OT versus Hey to get to the grand finals. Is it just to get swept by Maestros again? Or is revenge in order? Altruism. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Revenge could certainly be hanging over, potentially especially the younger players of Limitless, but Snowy, he's a man who's always said he plays his game. They get their mentality right. It doesn't matter who they're up against right now, what the stakes are. Limitless have been tested. They've come out victorious before, and now they may be walking in blood-stained armor to prove they can do it all over again.
Well, you mentioned Snowy may be the one that really wants this. He was your top goal scorer in that previous series against Hey, the one averaging a goal per game, if not more. Let's see if he can make it happen here in our finals. I think he will.
Right off the kickoff, the man of the hour comes through. To die for, kills it, gets a second touch, and no mistaken accuracy or power. Leoro's desperate attempt comes to naught, and 3 seconds is all it takes for Limitless to step up.
This Snowy, man, he is a man on a mission, and our mission for Limitless has been to defeat the Maestros. If you haven't followed the whole event, they actually have. Back in the group stage, it was a 3-1 victory a couple days ago. And now, maybe the victory lap is coming around again.
Oh, Limitless are warmed up. This is something that Grabia did ask on the panel was, do you think there's an advantage to coming in after being tested? And Limitless are seeing that ball. They're making the connections and following up on each other well enough to take a 2-goal lead.
And you know what? It was 2 different approaches to this match. The Maestros swept their way from the semifinals. Limitless, though, we just saw, went to Game 7 OT. They had the battle, and maybe being battle tested will give them that advantage.
Yeah, they're realizing the depth of what their opponents are capable of. They're not panicking at any stage. They're realizing that a play can really present itself seconds before anyone else realizes it, if you're reading the game like these guys are. Big demo comes out there, allows Torres to keep up some pressure here for Maestros.
Yeah, to die for on no boost. Snowy on no boost. To make the clear happen. Saw this a whole lot in their previous matchup. Limitless, their ability to survive off of limited resources. It's definitely going to be the case, as you just saw that boost steal happening, but Maestros caught in a tizzy as they're on their way back.
3 members thrown into that means that the rotations are slow here from Maestros, and Limitless want to pounce onto it. Another double commit forced out. Sadifo's going to have a hard shot. Leoro manages to get a hand on it. Stabilization comes at the right time for Maestros, but they're not out the woods yet.
They're really not, though. Leoro's high pop will help them, and it's time to reset for Limitless. Taking on each and every 50-50. Sweaty, quick to disguise. To die for, prepared. And Maestro's on their transition defense. They've been a little bit better. They're going to need to be with these swift turnarounds of Limitless.
Like that from Tadaifor, ever present, thinking about what the next move is, even on the rotations back. And Snowy tests along, forces Leoro into the corner, tries to follow up aggressively, knowing he's got Tadaifor, and the pop is there. Goes a little high on the outside edge, so no jump from Sweaty. The hold pace there. Pop out towards the center. Torres gets beaten. Leoro going to be the first one to jump, but hard pressed to get the angle back around as Snowy meets him in the corner. buy some more time, try to get some distance. VK Salen, he's normally been so good at challenging early, but he's not getting that much pace difference between him and the Limitless players.
And watch the dive for crash into Leoro again. 50 on the secondary effort of Maestros. Something's different about this grand final. And maybe it's about Limitless having the lead. I thought they'd extend their lead right there to die for. Trying to get a little cheeky with the last touch. That could have been in. But Limitless need desperately to challenge Maestros in the aerial game. That was their ultimate defeat in the last grand finals. They seem quicker to the punch so far.
Yeah, good challenge from To Die For. Keeps the ball out of danger in the corner. And Snowy following up on it, trying to connect. Sweaty actually going to be able to get there just a little bit faster and a decent angle out. Snowy deep is going to be able to receive this, but awkward bounce means VK Salen challenging fast. Leoro finds an angle, kept aside, and Torres in a return to the side. Look at the counter-attack speed of Limitless though.
And it's aided by that near save they made. To Die For, earning every extra touch in sequence on these aerials, keeping Maestros guessing. Sweaty, boost advantage and the 50 advantage sees To Die For on the wing, so opts for the bump instead. To Die For a bit high, and the double tap won't be found. Chance is still there, even with Limitless's 2-goal lead. At this point, they just need to make sure they don't concede.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Maestros is still a team to be reckoned with when they get the counter attack, and haven't had a lot of opportunities, but have at least stabilized. Despite the barrage of shots, there's not too much damage being taken right now. And getting the opportunities, damage in the background though, the explosion, the cannon shot goes off. The defensive demo comes out, and Maestros gets the chance to transition.
Oh, Leoro, great opportunity here. Put top corner. Torres with boost. Snipes the crossbar. That could have been it there for the Maestros. Now the turnaround of Limitless. A midfield touch takes the ball to Die For. He wants to put that in a safer territory. Certainly does, but Snowy, that is a centered ball, almost intercepted by the Maestros. 30 seconds remaining, and you'd think that best opportunity for Maestros to get started has ceased to exist.
Trying to get a link-up play here. This touch from VK Salen, too high, too aggressive over the top, and trying to scramble something back together. Solid wall of Limitless defense buys them more time. Just 10 seconds left, and Limitless would love to clinch out game number 1 without dropping a goal and really show their intention. They're going to be denied that. Torres pinches it between two.
I mean, come on. We all knew the Maestros were going to keep it close. They're going to keep you guessing.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've got to risk it all in that play as well. Yeah. The risk pays off. Do they have a chance here?
Magical kickoff goals are not without the realm of possibility. It chips towards the right side. Leoro gets denied. Limitless, they will indeed pick up game number 1. A somber ending to it for them, but the rest of the series, at least the beginning, looked good.
Well, there's some massive differences to point out here with this win of Limitless. They spent all of last series behind Hay, right? They didn't have a lead technically in the series until really 2-1 lead in game 7. So here we are now with a lead against the Maestros, and this is their first win in playoffs against them. Yes, they had a group stage victory, but their grand finals when they met them earlier was a sweep against them. So this is a huge breakthrough game for Limitless.
Psychologically, in terms of the dynamics and even the stats, I'm sure Bromeo would be able to find something saying first game win equals good. And certainly in the dominant performance that they put on, you know, VK, who has been such a big part and was basically the one who manufactured this only goal for Maestros. Other than that moment, he was rather silent. And I mean, he's been big at challenging early and creating opportunities.
Listen, I've talked about the win conditions here for Limitless, and I mentioned how aerial challenges, being quick to that is really important. The other win condition is making sure VK is silent. As you said, he plays a massive disruption role in boost steals, but largely in bumps and demos. They've managed to evade that so far, but there's many more games to go in this grand final.
5 more minutes kicks off now. Limitless have proven their worth, have shown that a sweep is no longer possible, and put pay to those rumors for now. So at least they are off to the best start possible. I'm going to challenge again. Snowy with a valiant attempt. Leoro again steps up as that stalwart third man.
Well, that was reminiscent of game 1, though. Snowy scoring that first goal within the first few seconds. This one, though, Maestros are better to it. And you know what? Scoring against the Maestros is always something that's difficult. They, in the first open of this event, averaged, or half of their games were shutout victories. They're very good at stifling the attack of their opponents.
Well, they're going to be able to find a way through now. A waterfall comes down, and with two Limitless players unable to read it off the backboard, makes for an easy opportunity for Lioro to pincer one in there. And Limitless going to be frustrated that they give away an early lead.
God, you got to wonder how the comms were there, because the Snowy and To Die For both up on that play. Looked like To Die For had it, but there it is. Your first goal in, and Maestro's back on the attack. Hold on. Defensive line held together by a lack of boost. To Die For, and BK ups the ante.
That was big. There was a single moment here where you can see him slow it down. He has that opportunity for the first touch and baits out one. Snowy off the line means he can't intercept it. A great way for Maestros to show that they're not just here of kickoff goals or anything cheeky. Limitless has lost control of the series for now, and Maestros could not have had that at a better time for the rest of the best of 7.
Also a great way for BK Salen to rebrand himself. Normally he'll escape the ball and go for the bump, go for the demo. He says, no, I see this 1v2. I'm going to score this myself. Good game sense there to outsmart Limitless to score.
Aggression again now. Maestro's signature trademark. Creativity from To Die For, similarly his trademark. And the two of them clash, give the Limitless side a little bit of an edge as Sweaty wants to keep on the aggression, slows it down for half a second, but the defensive demo is well timed here from Maestros and gives them a bit of freedom across the other side of the field.
Oh, Torres letting them know that that freedom isn't easily earned. Had the positioning there for the challenge. This one off the ceiling. Sweaty just as quick as Lioro to it. Now Snowy, Limitless struggling to find that clear, that exit route. Difficult to navigate. And this is To Die For now taking over from Sweaty. The rest of the team going back for boost. Snowy on the midfield challenge. This one's open wide for VK Salen for the taking. And Limitless just coming up with every save that they need, but by the skin of it.
Yeah, they're putting in more jumps than they need, though, and that's the problem right now, is they're not getting all of those touched cleanly. They survive for now. They haven't been able to turn on the aggression. He has a bit of a breakaway. A challenge against Torres comes out pretty evenly, but transitions into Maestros. VK Salen's making tracks on this. To Die For beats him. Lioro left vacantly alone against Snowy. Snowy's jump, though, they read out of the corner. Too difficult to pull off, and Limitless gonna have to find a new avenue. May come through Snowy on the ceiling.
Oh, they're slowly inching their way closer there. That was a nice look, a good dive from Limitless, but now gotta work at the other end. Corner pass over there to Snowy. He's taking his time. He realizes the space. He's baiting in Maestro, saying, if you want to contend for this ball, gotta come and get it. To Die For, solo carry, tons of space. Snowy diving in for the bump, but it's still hit in.
I think that was a defensive demo that actually explodes this closer towards it. There's no way. He gets the pogo onto that with the back of his car. To Die For has a reputation well earned through multiple MVPs, and it's little plays like that that show why.
Turned his nose down and popped the ball up. That was something else. You wanted creativity from this Limitless team, and you'll see it right there. Cuts the lead in half, almost brings it to 0. Yes, they do.
Sweaty, the power shots from midfield. Sometimes it's not the small little technical touches, it's the one well-timed. And then with the awareness to cut outside and follow that back in there. Limitless threw a lot at that, and they get what they came for. 1:33 seconds, and we're level in game number 2.
People love to say that momentum, it's not a real thing in Rocket League, but look at this game snowball in favor of Limitless. Feels like they have Maestros on the ropes. Those close touches near the net. At this point, though, yeah, it's getting a little bit timid. Limitless tested on the defense.
I like that play, though, from To Die For. Buys time for the team, and now able to go forward with all their gusto. Snatches the corner boost as well, so VK Salen with work to do. Hard pinch off the ground means Snowy gets embroiled with To Die For lurking and waiting. be able to corral it to the other corner, and Maestro's doing a great job of actually keeping the possession away from their opponents. The Psycho attempt sets it up there. Sweaty to Snowy to die for in the air. But Limitless, they would love to find some breakthrough after all this effort.
That was an interesting effort for sure from To Die For. I think he did want that redirect, but it ended up being a pass. It was a win-win that didn't really end up in the possession Limitless needed, at least in order to score this in regulation. Now, they may just be looking to survive to overtime as To Die For and Snowy both off the backboard. To Die For grabs pads and Sweaty downfield. Snowy, that one's a bit lost on him. The pass too wide, too long, too far. To Die For climbs off the sidewall for this double tap. There, Limitless searching for space in these final seconds. Sweaty off the sidewall. VK puts a stop to it, and now they're in search of the ground, but the ball's in the sky. Shot there for To Die For. Sweaty lurks to try to keep this available to Snowy, and it reaches the ground.
Oh, game 2 overtime. Limitless bringing it back to this point and having a good look at the opponent's goals for a large amount of time. Seem to be in good control of this. That momentum that you talk of still with them. The chip back, 1-2 plays coming out. Torres gives it a little bit too much gusto on that. Follow through now. 2 players again towards this. Snowy slows it down for a second. Clashes with the 50. Finds his way to Sweaty, who's going to chip it up high and long. Euro again saves it. And everything on the line right now.
I mean, Limitless put in so much work just to get here. Started out down 2 goals, and they find themselves down another in overtime. VK Salen rips it home.
Oh, Limitless, they play a tempo game, and sometimes you can visually see in the way they rotate that they're stopping to think about what the next combo is going to be. And that's when VK Salen goes, right, they've stalled out for half a second. We can jump in there. We've got a breakaway ball. And Maestro's level up the series after one of the most intense matches, which I feel like is probably not going to be the most intense one we see tonight, but certainly a good showing, a good start.
I mean, I was prepared for the long overtime there once we got to the midfield, but yeah, space was created for the Maestros, and this is what they like to do against Limitless. More often than not, they're the quicker team, and once you have those challenges won for the Maestros, they're able to capitalize in ways that Limitless can't keep up with.
Such a nice attempt going in there, and that's the thing. I do feel like Limitless had more attempts in the second half, but both of these teams are coming in at different tempos. You know, Maestros took control of the game, and number one, when it takes a shot like that from To Die For, I mean, that's one that I think already should be saved for goal of the season. Someone get that on proper RLCS worldwide broadcast highlight clips, because amazing, but more amazing things to come.
Unfortunately, even if you get style points on your shot, it doesn't equate to more points on the scoreboard. Every goal is 1 point, and it only earned them that overtime. They had the grit to get to a tie game, but they've got to have the clutch factor as well. Perseverance to pay off in an overtime situation like that. Altruism, something tells me that was our first OT in this series, but it will not be our last. This rivalry matchup, this grand finals, this rematch that a lot of people wanted, they just go the distance.
I feel like I would be letting down the spirit of Australian if I didn't believe in my heart that this was going to a game 7 overtime. Okay, so definitely not the last one that we're gonna see. And teams come out again. Deadlock. Sweaty picks it up, but challenged early, and Snowy with work to do. Again, the stalwart from the back line picks it up for a second, chips it out, and gives some space to Sweaty. Recovers well off the wall, looking for an angle here. Snowy's coming in from a far shot. Torres dunks him down. Neither team comes out there with anything to show for it.
Big risk, though, for Limitless. And maybe another one taken here. Snowy. Shot denied, but he follows up with the demolition. Not sure if this possession will continue, though, as this ball gets majorly slowed down. Reach to the ceiling To Die For. Had it. Sweaty trying for the stealth pass here, but that's dictated well by VK Salen. That's been a constant issue for Limitless. They try to slow the play down, but Maestro's always so much quicker. Big save made by Snowy.
I agree with you that Maestros is quicker, but I feel like Limitless is in the place beforehand. They've got less distance to make up, and they seem to be controlling the wider angles here where Maestros is kind of chasing the game around and adapting on the fly. So Limitless now with a breakaway. Snowy gonna chip it up. He's got to die for leading the pack. Maybe looking for a bump. Decides to actually head back out and turn for the second wave attempt. Torres, though, does well to get it past and has VK sailing on the inside. Sweaty with work to do. Finds it up high. Great touch from To Die For. Turn around, looking for the pass down. But he's done it too quickly. He has no one with him.
BK Salen happy he's got Leoro with him as he fills the gaps and tries to get that ball towards the net. It's just cross-court gameplay here. One counterattack after the other and tons of speed as we see the Musty Flick take its way to the backboard. BK Salen already pushed up for the next counter. And both teams playing for the swift turnaround. Maybe Maestros will be the better of it. Torres had the solo play up high. But he wants to go for the same. Quick challenge by Leoro. Does get it past. Snowy. Last one back, and on the limited boost is available for one touch. Torres, the next catch. It is aerial after aerial. Each team trying to outmech the other.
Well, you wanted to see Limitless be able to hold their own in the air, and I think that this is a pretty even competition, but the pass, how did that slip through? There were Limitless players abounding here on the goal line, and back from one side of the field to the other, return through there. Together, Sweaty just left with an inch short on his bumper.
No one answered the call to action there. Altruism, somebody needed to put a hand up against BK Salen. The threat was too strong, had the shot, had the pass from that angle. Whatever they opted with would be looking good for the Maestros as they get the lead at halftime.
Lead of a single goal, certainly not being too close to the final scoreline of what we've seen thus far. Ball pops up and Sweaty quick to it. Leoro, though, just as fast. Manages to get a hand on it. This one squeaks to the other side. Snowy waiting for the bounce out the corner. VK can't read it and gives Snowy the breakaway, looking for the pop towards the center. Torres throws everything at it and gets enough for VK to be facing it off against To Die For. Nice chip over the top. Still Limitless. 2 minutes to go to even this out, or 2 minutes for Maestros to defend.
Tell you what, Maestros, they're defending well. Limitless, they've had their possessions, but threatening chances, not as much. Those opportunities appear to be dwindling the longer we go in this series. But he's certainly going to try to change that with the flip reset over Leoro. BK Salen gets a good read on this one. Torres tries to climb it past the Limitless defense in the midfield. They are successful in that. The midfield battle has been won for majority of this game 3. It just helped them. It's aided them for chances like this. Leoro spins it around and finds the second.
Look how much it took there to dismantle this back line. The bump comes out, the second touch, the cut back in from Leoro, handbrake, full pull. They managed to turn around. Limitless were already struggling to find that equalizing goal. Now they've got 2 to find in 72 seconds.
Do their best, especially on the kickoff. Snowy escapes the ball, gets the demo. Leoro backflip, To Die For dunk. Somebody's got to be up for the shot. It's Sweaty, but it's denied by BK Salen. Limitless try with the pedal to the metal off the kickoff. Don't come away with the goal.
This is what I was saying. Maestros managed to have enough in the tank to dismantle the back line. It's taking so much. A single shot should not be, or is not being the determining factor. It's challenge after challenge, jump after jump, shot after shot, and Sweaty eventually finds it here for Limitless.
There were unending layers to this Limitless attack, and Sweaty, he may have been the last one, but the one that counted and brings this game back to being wide open.
Oh, that's so often the story, though, right? Just when do you invest that third man? You get it right, you might get the goal. You get it wrong, you are losing the series right there, or at least the game. Attempted to carry. Great cut off there by Sweaty. He had work to do and even manages to get up into the air. Second touch isn't there from him. Limitless at least maintain the pressure and set Leoro up with the task off the wall.
Leoro, no extra touch on that ball, and it's in precarious territory. Limitless are late to the dive, and it's saved by Maestros. Single digits on the clock. Snowy right back down to the dive for the bang, but it's denied again. Block after block comes through for the Maestros to hold on and survive.
The close-up of how near they were to keeping that ball alive, but It really does come down to more than that last second, doesn't it? Maestros getting those 2 goals off rather a deficit of shooting attempts. Limitless again, pepper the back line, but last couple of moments, just Maestros hold strong.
And notice the shots as well. I mean, 10-5 in favor of Limitless, but only a goal to show for. I mentioned it midway through that game, Altruism. They're getting chances, but how threatening truly are they?
Yeah.
Feels like in these low-scoring games, execution is really what it comes down to. They need the points on the board.
It's almost surgery versus brutality at this stage between the 2 teams. I mean, Maestros, you saw both those goals. And even in the previous game, there was the beautiful little cuts in. I think it was Torres
Lioro.
who did Lioro who did that. He kind of fakes it out and then goes to the second one.
Yeah.
It's finesse plays. It's a surgical strike against what's a very solid backline and finding the chinks in the armor. Whereas Limitless is kind of just full artillery mode.
Whatever works. I mean, they're crashing the boards as well, right? We talked about the layers, the rebounds, the second, third chances from Limitless. That's what earned them their one and only goal in that game. Maybe that is the focus point in game number 4. Maestros take the lead in this series, and Limitless look to rebound.
Look to rebound again immediately. VK Salen stepped up in that game after we called for it and certainly showed his impact in it. Now gets involved again. Booted out for his efforts, and Snowy going to try find it. Fakes it down low. Can he regather? Or at least have a teammate. Now Limitless, though, pressured into a return attempt. And Lioro nearly makes it a 1-2 regret.
Oh, that was nearly a 2v1 for Limitless. The flick did not find the upward teammate there. It seems to come down to the counterattacks a lot of the time, and also these dicey situations on the goal line. Limitless. Oh, how do you survive these close moments? Snowy diving in there to get the ball to Sweaty.
Nice chip up again, looking for that central pass, but Maestros haven't fallen for it yet. Now turn on the pressure. It's a loose ball and picked up immediately. Torres didn't even need the demo, and it's just a single touch here. Snowy off the wall. Too much verticality on that, and To Die For had no chance.
Yeah, tough take there off the back wall for Limitless, but positionally aware are the Maestros. They seem to be right place, right time. Torres, he followed his shot on that play. He was in the position to score off a poor clear from Limitless. Capitalization, the name of the game for the Maestros.
Whereas right now it seems hard pressed for Limitless to say the same. Doing all the work to get up to their opponent's goals, putting on a couple of valiant attempts, but certainly nothing that's found the chink in their armor of their opponents. And so efficiency is starting to drop. Another attempt here from Sweaty, but Lioro casually bats that aside. VK Salen makes some ground with the help of Torres now on the right. And Torres will settle for this. Trying to find the chip, and it's beaten out on the 50 by Sweaty, but the pass is there. VK Salen only just denied.
How did To Die For save that? Let's be honest. That goal was open wide, and the pass was perfectly coordinated. Limitless keeping this game close, but without points on the board. Where's the trust that they can pull out the win? I'm especially impressed, by the way, of Torres. The game sense is coming through. A lot of the 50-50s have looked solid. They've got to make it happen on defense now as Limitless do their best to get on the attack. Sweaty with his eyes on the prize.
It seems like Limitless have actually slowed down. They're trying to match their opponents with these more finesse plays. It's a nice jump attempt coming out from Sweaty on the long ball, but Limitless have lost that fire in it, and they're being beaten now by the pace that Maestros is so well known for. Quicker to the ball, slower to the challenges are Limitless, and half a second behind is too late. Dangerous position now. Slowly has to try and take it up high. Torres stops the dead, looking for the 50, finds it out. VK gonna leave it for Lioro, but a soft shot's gonna give this back to Limitless.
You know, the last match they went down 1-3, but then pulled it back to Game 7 OT to win. They can do it, but Altruism, you gotta imagine they really don't want to. Final 2 minutes are ever so important.
Tell you what, Greybeard certainly doesn't want them to. His heart will give out if we test it twice like that in one night. But personally, I don't want to see. I want to see a Game 7, but not that way. I want to see this go the distance with Limitless trying to trade back right now. They've got a bit of a 1-2 attempt, but once more, Maestro's just up to the challenge so quickly. Bad read by Sweaty. Gives the ball over to Leoro. Quick shot off the crossbar yet again. BK Salen hands it off. Leoro gets the second attempt. Once more, meets just the woodwork, and Limitless get a breakaway.
They're saved by the missed shots of the Maestros, and they almost have a goal there. Rip shot is saved by the Maestros. Limitless, can they be opportunistic to take straight to Leoro, who has that full boosted challenge yet again? VK, light tap, and Leoro able to save the day once again, just exactly where the Maestros need him. 1 minute of these last two has been shaven off, and almost the deficit increases. Limitless, under a minute now to change this outcome.
Oh, the pass and the placement is there. Limitless, they tried to challenge off the wall here. It's a die for. It's put out of the play off the original challenge, and BKO immediately onto that angle, finds the one spot. Limitless, you do not want to have to go through that again. You've got 50 seconds to change your fate.
So many infield passes, just dismantling the defense of Limitless. Can they coordinate the same? On the wall dash and all the boosts to stay supersonic, stay ahead of the Maestro gameplay. Lack of effort there to die for. Brings it around, and BK Salen just playing keep away at this point. He's taking more time off the clock.
Yeah, Limitless have been reduced to maybe one challenge per every time they touch the ball. They're able to do one thing with it, whereas Maestros is being able to control it so well. No, not like this!
Oh dear. Oh dear, dear, dear. You felt like the game was already over at this point, but there's nothing else to say. Sweaty, just watching fate transpire.
Well, the one good thing for Limitless is that CBZ obviously has a very good timeout chat already locked in and utilized. Maybe he can inspire the team again, because right now, Limitless, they were looking good. They've tried this time and time again. This time it's actually going to work out. Good to see that some of their set plays are still being called upon, but they're going to need more than this, and more importantly, they're going to need less on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, that's Sweaty kind of getting up and dusting the dirt off his pants, right? Just a little goal there to keep their chin up. But this game 4 is over. Maestros on match point in the grand final.
Maestros on match point. They came through the first open undefeated all the way until they lifted that crown. This time has been a harder journey for them, and Limitless has already shown even the finals is going to be a bit closer, fighting for every one of these games. The Maestros still content, sitting high above their opposition, and that in the most literal sense in a lot of these plays, as they turn aside all opportunities that Limitless managed to create for themselves, it seems.
Well, and the opportunities are thinning out, right? Remember in the last game we talked about Limitless, they doubled the shot count. This time there were 14 from the Maestros, maybe like 5 or 6 from Limitless. So it's really shaping up to be a different tempo in this series. And you mentioned it, Altruism. Maybe a timeout is necessary to even the playing field once again. I don't know about you all. It also feels like they're relying very heavily on the counterattacks. Very little midfield play has been required for Limitless to earn their possessions. And I think Maestros, they're okay with that. Their defense on transition has been nearly perfect.
Yeah, timeout called. Glad to see it. And you're 100% right on that. Maestros is now given so much free real estate. They can push forwards. They're holding the midline for themselves. And if they do get beaten by a breakaway, they've got the time to then make a second defensive line on their goal. Here, Limitless is creating twice as much work for themselves, and hence why those shot tallies are dropping. And it does feel like it's because Limitless have slowed down a little bit. The artillery strike is now kind of waiting for a sniper to get into position all the time.
Little bit like that. Yeah, strategy may need to change regardless here. And it's kind of crazy to think that a couple days ago, Limitless defeated the Maestros in the group stage 3-1. I mean, we are a far journey from that. Now that the narrative has completely flipped, Maestros in the lead now 3-1. So Limitless, you did it in the semifinals against Hay. You were down 1-3. You dragged it to a game 7. You're met on Aquadome once again to do the same.
Well, we head through to Aquadome right now, and if we can get to see the fire that has been burning in Limitless up until now, we might be in for a steamy competition, but they're going to want to bring that fire. I think if they slow down and they try and tread water, eventually the swells are going to overtake them and they'll end up drowning. Okay, that's the end of the puns.
Don't worry, I got my scuba gear to stay afloat of all these metaphors.
Nice,
Come on now.
nice.
Well, listen, here we go. Game 5. And I really want to see more midfield play. I want to see the confidence from Limitless to not have to rely on these quick turnarounds, especially when they're getting diced on the other end.
Yeah, I think in the first couple of games, Limitless was kind of dictating their spread of the field, and right now, I said Maestros was kind of chasing the ball. VK Salem didn't move there. He knew exactly where the pressure was going to come out from and where the ball was likely to end up. Puts himself in an opportune place, and you know, sometimes the more you practice, the more you think ahead, the luckier you get.
Well, here we go. Sweaty's not relying on luck here. He's relying on his raw skill, and we've seen probably the most creativity on the attack from Sweaty so far this season. He likes to pass it to himself off the ceiling, go for these sidewalls that set up the team. Right now, though, the attack it's just absent. Altruism, we haven't left this orange half.
Yeah, the attack is absent. The defense is there. They're waiting on the line, but there's no challenge, no on the backboard. And the passes coming through from Maestros are so fast and so precise with the teammates that's not hesitating. They're going to finish it off every time you let it bounce off the backboard like that. Let's see if Limitless can step it up. They've got one more chance, and Tonight4 decides to go off the ceiling, goes for the bump, has Snowy behind him, but neither of them can find a niche in the armor.
Here we go. Can they find the gaps? This is their chance. Snowy solo play. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at how much space Maestros are giving them. It's like when you give the center a free 3-point shot. Like, nah, they're not making this. Maybe it'll come back to bite them, though. Too much chaos on the goal line for a Limitless goal.
Yeah, Limitless realizing here with Tonight4 that they've suckered their opponents into the early jump. VK Salen taken out of the play, can curl it around Leighton. Sweaty was always there for the pass if it was needed. Limitless find one back.
Double corner kickoff almost gives Limitless the equalizer. Going in with the fancy tactics that we see internationally. I think KC started met on that one since last season, but Limitless so close to getting that set play on the kickoff to go their way.
I like that they give themselves that extra opportunity. Sometimes a single goal is all it takes, so go for it. They're going to have to work the long way around right now, and Maestros seem to be putting up obstacles in every step of their way. Touches ricocheting around and not coming out the way Limitless wants them, but put under pressure in front of their net, squeezing it to the corner. Still Maestros, corral it back into the half. Snowy gets a good save and squeaks it out. Lioro always present, always waiting.
Oh, here we go. Nice challenge from Tonight4. There you go. Get right in front of it. Sweaty picks up the boost, brings it towards the blue goal line. It's a miss from VK Salen. And that's where Limitless have to capitalize those mistakes. And so few and far between. Pass down to Tonight4. Will meet the net.
Two of the longest standing duo teammates here in SSA, Snowy and Tonight4. They've practiced this maneuver time and time again. They've tried the sideways passes, it's not working. Let's go from the sky. We find the second goal here for Limitless. And their long journey towards the semi-reverse sweep starts with an even scoreline at least.
And this team goes for the double kickoff again. I mean, they're feeling it now, and they're hoping this goes their way. You know, all it's times like these where I read the top of the screen, Birmingham Open number 2. That is what these players have set their eyes on. It feels like Limitless can have a huge breakthrough to be the major representatives with a win here tonight. The backflip on the goal line leaves it open.
VK Salen had this covered. A gold training pack shot, and he goes the wrong way, overthinks this. Limitless gifted a lead here. This is exactly what they wanted. Birmingham Major, everything on the line. If Maestros take this, they basically secure themselves that spot at the Major. If Limitless wins here, it's all deadlocked.
Oh my, the fight is so far from over, though. A lead. I mean, Limitless haven't won a game since game number 1, so it must feel great, but job's not finished. The dive for full boost is double committing with Snowy. Able to get some clearance regardless. Snowy there for the shot, and they extend the lead by 2.
You know what? If you're going to double commit for something and it's not hurting you yet, just throw even more at it as Snowy wastes no time following that in. Cuts off the perpendicular 50. Limitless, suddenly that one tenuous goal lead, looking a little bit more secure. Off the kickoff. Snowy gonna take a shot. Leoro with the save, but pressure on here for Maestros.
Gotta wonder if these kickoff shots were a conversation during the timeout, or if it was all prepared from the beginning to switch the tempo here. Down in game number 5, they're ahead for now, but haven't secured the win just yet. There, pass from Leoro, the follow-up there from BK Salen. It's on the goal line, and it finds its way in.
That third shot coming out there. The fact that To Die For and Sweaty both trying to get it off the back line. Neither one to it. To Die For actually gets the touch and would have sent it out wide. He does as much as he can. And suddenly the 2 goals flickers, fades, and ended up a mirage all along. Can they use another kickoff strat? Actually, decent attempt. Goes up high. Leoro with work through. All he can do is kill the ball. I think Limitless is going to be happy with the time bought on that.
Limitless with these demos, these kickoffs, these quick challenges. They're trying to force Maestros to play their game. Try to get control. This match, so far the dynamics to support them as Snowy plays the wall there. Uh-oh, this one a bit high, so it doesn't reach the net. Leoro, had his target set for the net, just couldn't get the ball.
Yeah, everyone from Maestros plastered against the back wall. Didn't have another shot. Now they do. They've regathered themselves, and VK, as troublesome as he's always been, has been beaten. Tonight4's got an open look, and he gets the final touch. The subtlety out the corner of To Die For. The pop over 2, and he deserves the walk home.
Frankly, I'm bewildered. I have no idea how Maestros did not have a shot on target there. They had 2 wide open looks that did not meet the net. Now they find themselves down with under 10 seconds remaining.
Nice.
And with where that ball's at, we have at least a game 6 in our grand finals. A much different matchup from our last open.
Okay, Pyro, you're going to have to help me out here. Has Limitless won a game? They didn't win their previous game by 2. So, this is the most Limitless has been able to push ahead and To Die For, lighting it up there in every category. Finally finds his feet.
I mean, 5 goals has to be the most that they've scored against the
Like
Maestros.
the biggest margin, right?
Right, exactly. And again, I think it's because Limitless, they're forcing the issue. They're playing less reactive and much more proactive. I asked for more midfield play, and that's exactly where Limitless are bringing this game. It's really exciting to see, and I think it's necessary. If Limitless want to represent their region, they've got to dictate the tempo.
Yep, there's a lot of weight riding on their shoulders, and they're carrying it well right now to the point where they've actually forced out a Maestro's timeout. They've given Maestro something to think about, because suddenly that's 2 games that you have now instead of 3. It's looking maybe a little scant.
I mean, I think a timeout makes a lot of sense here. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes timeouts are worth a lot because you can re-strategize. You can point out a couple things that you want to change. You can air out the grievances of the players and align on a common solution. But most of all, a timeout in Rocket League is to stop the momentum. And Maestros are such a good team at limiting shots. They don't allow a whole lot of scoring from their opponents. To allow 5 from Limitless is completely off-brand for them. Something needs to change. They gotta pad the brakes. I think that's mostly why you're seeing this timeout here.
Yeah, I think this is big. And you can see it's a psychological thing. I think Limitless is going to be grateful for this. They've got to be suffering from fatigue by now, as the casters are apparently as well. But they've had a lot of Rocket League to go. And right now we could see something like VK Sailing backflip. It's a small moments that did cost a goal. And I mean, something like that, you don't expect it from these guys who are pulling off the absolutely nutty other plays that you see the rest of the time.
Azza giving us our best viewpoint of introducing Game 6. Limitless. 1 5-minute plus an optional overtime to bring this to Champions Field.
The neon lights cast aside dispersions, hopes, dreams, and shadows alike. And right now, Limitless on the defensive off kickoff. They've got work to do. They've done one step towards it. So Daifor wants to take another one right here. Lioro doesn't get a lot of clearance on this, but the second touch is up to the task. Sweaty has to slow it down, looking maybe for a teammate. Does actually have Snowy on the side there, and looking comfortable is Limitless off the gates. Interesting to see what Maestro's timeout will yield for them.
Cool, Snowy. I like the space here. What a cut. Takes it from the right to the left there. Opens the infield wide. And Sweaty just could not traverse the lane past the defenders on that one. But you can tell once again that confidence showing from Snowy on the ground play.
Yes, Snowy is in this game. He is focused right now. You said it previously, and I said it at the beginning. Snowy wants to play his game, and that's what he's doing right now. That's the only thing in his mind. Doesn't matter the scoreline. A nice pop down towards the center. Opens things up for Limitless. Sweaty going to settle for a 50. Snowy off the wall again. Then up with VK Salen, who gets an extra touch. It's a bit of a breakaway here. Long shot. And aside, Lioro with work to do. The shot is good in the center.
I guess the squishy save was a little too late here. Daifor has to drop back down to the ground. Lioro sees this, takes the shot high. Great presence of mind and shot placement there for Lioro.
Lioro has had temperaments of a much more experienced player, I must admit, and he's had years in the scene, but he just seems to know how to keep his nerve and realize that rushing it is not going to accomplish anything. He's got the time, both on defense and on offense. He just seems to know the game, to feel the game well. So an underrated player that we haven't talked about a lot. Oh, the breakaway, VK Salen. That's a sneaky one.
Yeah, I gotta take another look here. Daifor loses that 50, and then, it's the challenge off the wall. Again, trying to outpace Maestros can have its negative side effects when some pitches go like that.
And now the big question, how much does Limitless have to draw from? How deep can they go? Because now you've given yourself 3 minutes and a 2-goal deficit on your last life yet again. These guys rally, and they rally. They seem to always have more. But it's feeling tired a little bit right now. They've got to come back quickly.
I was gonna say, you're saying they have more, but from where is it coming from? They just outlasted Hay in a Game 7 overtime. Where are they pulling the energy from now? It's Sweaty. Take it on his own with full boost. VK, even on nothing, is able to track that ball's trajectory. Daifor pass over to Snowy, a banger to Daifor. Ends up bouncing it into the net. You're kidding me.
Well, there's a bit of innovation. The pass towards the center, as always. Guys, don't worry. It's Snowy's shot. And to Daifor redirected around the two diving defenders. That is incredible.
Nah. I don't think I can believe what I just witnessed. I've never seen a goal like that. And now maybe Limitless, they can stack on the success, but Daifor, no boost here against VK! And he puts Daifor in a tizzy.
Controlled from his side, the slight deflection off the ceiling works to his favor. He gets it on the way down and ekes it into the corner. Limitless, you've had to do so much to claw and hold on this precipice, and now do it twice more.
Here's a turnaround. Limitless, they've proven in Game 6 that they can execute. They gotta get on the other side of the field as well. Big save is made. Snowy up to Daifor. One touch almost turns into 2 off the ceiling, but again, these 50s that pinch back to the net of Limitless force them to redraw on the whiteboard.
Limitless fighting tooth and nail. Nice creativity with the threatened musty flick from Snowy. Does make Maestros think twice, but great clearance comes out there. Miss on the backboard. Leoro's got an angle. Sets it up high out of reach of Limitless. The jump is there, and it's going to be on the left-hand side. Only just kept out by Tonight4 with a bit of help of some creative pixels. Snowy's going to break away now. With Sweaty.
They're both trying to gear their way towards the net. Demo pass, combination, 2 to die for. He's faking his next touch because he doesn't have any boost left in the tank. And it's not needed. He just needed Snowy.
Limitless, they work up as a unit. To die for buys all the time. Snowy has a difficult task. That was not the best pass towards the center, but they make it work. Limitless back within 1, and they've got over a minute.
There's a comeback performance for their last win. Can they do it again? To die for. Pass to himself off the ceiling. A well-coordinated, aggressive attack. Sweaty. Now with the backboard chance. It's free. He's got the read. Forces the save from Torres. It's Leoro. The perfect position to jump in front of the follow.
All 3 of the members of Limitless gave it their all, and it ended up as a stalemate between the 2 teams. No one comes out. Now Maestros with a look. BK again slows it down, flicks it up and over the top, sneaks through the top. And Limitless counterattack. Sweaty, he's got a good pickup. He's got the pass. He's got cut one way, a little bit far away. Decides to go for the cut back and towards the center, but Demo shuts it down. Tonight4 wants to look around the right-hand side. 30 seconds left.
Demos are all over the place. Limitless and Maestros both losing members, but maybe the 3-pronged attack can work now for Limitless. Sweaty's going to be next to the ball. It's a bounce pass over towards the net, but everyone's refueling for Limitless. Snowy needed boost, and so he contends from the half-court line. Torres, a breakthrough there, but it's Sweaty back on the ball. Just Leoro to beat, but again, Leoro coming up big on these last-second saves. Snowy, the double tap's not there. Sweaty below the ball. To die for. Shot save from DK Salen. It's a final desperation effort across to the other side. They've got to keep this alive, but it reaches the ground. The Maestros back-to-back SSA Open winners.
Maximum points go into the bank accounts of Maestros, but it felt like a heist the whole way through there. They get themselves out and clear. They think they've got to get away. And Limitless, they chase them down. Final shots fired down to the last seconds, and I was hoping for that Game 7, if just for the suitability of this matchup. A single goal in it in basically every one of the matches barring one. And such good play, so much asked of both teams. I think they can be proud, Pyro.
They absolutely have to be proud, but I think that's going to come after some disappointment here. This felt winnable for Limitless. They knew that after defeating Maestros in the group stage earlier in this event. Dragged their way to Game 6 and almost to an overtime. Once again fell short.
But not without it trying. I'm sorry, like, to die for, put on the 2 best shots I have ever seen in my life. And like, those were freestyler style quality. And I mean, that was beautiful to see. So it's heartbreaking, Greybeard, to see them work that hard, to have made such strides and still not manage to cross the finish line.
They did far better. I mean, that was a far better series than it was the final the last time. It's still bitter disappointment, of course. But congratulations to the Maestros. They've all but secured their spot at the Birmingham Major, unless something catastrophic happens in the final Open. And, you know, we can always hope, but that's the way it stands right here and now. So congratulations to them. It was a proper bare-knuckle drag-down fight, but that is what it is. We'll be going to an interview shortly, but shortly as well, the driver of the day will be announced. We'll come to that in a moment. But first off, Romeo, give us, I mean, we've got the almost voiceless casters on the desk with us here, but your take.
We dared to dream for just a second because it was almost following the script of the semi-final. After a 1-1, they went down 3-1 and then started the comeback. And they managed to pick up one more game when Maestro's put in that timeout. And ultimately, that was all she wrote. So yes, it was something that we thought Limitless could take, but ultimately Maestro's managed to lock it in. It was a close game and possibly closer than it's ever been.
Closer than it's ever been, but the result is the result. 4-2 to the Maestros, and it is tough out there. It is hard out there. And Pyro, you did a little bit of an analysis and breakdown on YouTube of the last final, and it's probably, I mean, you were maybe a little bit too close to the action now to kind of compare the two, and no doubt you'll give it a proper breakdown, but I don't know if you have any immediate thoughts and takeaways from what you saw out there.
I think Limitless had 3 win conditions, and they got 2 out of the 3. One was matching the tempo of aerial challenges from Maestros. They got that under their belt. Number 2 was just execution. There were a lot of missed chances during the last grand finals. This time around, Limitless were hitting their shots. But the third one, I feel like wasn't necessary because it was avoiding DK's disruption plays, the bumps, the demos. We didn't actually see that much of it compared to what we normally see from the Maestros. Instead, I think it was the counterattack style that completely switched the strategy for the Maestros. Their defense against Limitless's counterattacks that are usually effective was just so strong. So you've got to defense today of the Maestros. Although there were the gaps, they were, as they normally are, a stronghold.
Well, we have once again an interview, and our grand final interview is going to be with Leoro. And unfortunately, we're going to be talking to his painting, but we will have him live audio in chat. Let's hear from Leoro before we come back here and close out the day.
Hello.
Hey, Leoro. Firstly, congratulations on winning Birmingham 2.
Cheers.
So you guys are obviously feeling good about this. It was quite a journey to the final, but the first thing I want to ask is I want to talk to you about that timeout quickly. Having gone 3-1 up, you had a timeout in game number 5. What was the strategy behind the timeout? Was it to collect your thoughts or more to hold Limitless's momentum after their second win?
Well, first of all, I want to thank our coach because otherwise with him, we would be much lost. Like, his labor is really good and we want to thank him. And the timeout was just to calm us down, like collect our nerves, be chill, and know we had the win. And yes, just barely to calm down and take the win.
Yeah, I think that's what we were talking about on the desk was you guys conceded 5 goals in that one game. And so that's very off-brand for you. Your defense is normally so strong. So not surprised to hear that was a moment to cool down. Talk to me, Leoro, about what other adaptations you've made this weekend, because you had a shaky start. Your first loss since playing in Cape Town happened in the group stage to Limitless. Tell me what changed in your approach, or maybe more so just how the team is playing now, winning against Limitless in the finals.
Well, I don't think the lose against Limitless really mattered at all. Like, it was just like for seeding, it wasn't nothing relevant. So we didn't care too much about that. We were focused on finals, semifinals, and quarterfinals. Like, that was our goal. Like, every series was our final. So yeah, like, we just try to keep it calm, focused, and take series by series.
And lastly, I just want to ask you quickly, having now won 2 Opens in a row, do you think your eyes have now moved to the Birmingham Major, or are you still eyeing out that last one?
Of course, our next goal is to win the next regional as well, and then go to the Major. Like, job is not finished, so we're going step by step. Like, we cannot just assume we're going to win or we're going to make Birmingham, because we didn't make it yet. So we have to be focused and win next one as well.
I do have one last question, Leo. Talk to us a little bit more about what that preparation looks like. Because again, you guys are in Cape Town, and I believe you guys have to, find a way to play the game. So what does the preparation, just as a team, look like? How often you guys are playing? What you guys are doing to prepare for that final event?
At least for this regional, the preparation was now, like I told you before, like we've been enjoying Cape Town, doing a lot of activities, hiking, going to the beach, partying, and now we're gonna try to not be as calm, try to play more and try to focus to just stomp the next regional and know everybody that we're gonna win everything in this region.
All right. Well, Leo, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on your win.
Cheers. Have a good one.
And now we get to look at the standings as they are, as at the end of that grand final, to see where things shake out. And there you see it. It is the Maestros on 30 points, Limitless on 20. And I believe, I stand to be corrected, but I think that means Maestros need to just make the top 4 in the final regional to secure their spot at the major in Birmingham. But still a lot to play for the rest of the teams. A lot of newer teams trying to find their place in SSA Rocket League, and they will be having another crack at it, looking to advance further than they did this time. And so, yeah, we're going to be bringing that to you, I believe, in 3 weeks' time. We will have all of that. And now we have the driver of the day voted for by you. And quickly, Pyro, Alton, Bromeo, any particular driver of the day for you guys?
I got one.
I'll go first.
Go.
I'll go first.
I think Snowy. I think his performance in the semifinals was spectacular, and he did just as well in the finals.
Bromeo or Pyro, your driver of the day.
All right, you go.
Oh, I was going to go with altruism. I'm probably in the same boat as him, so you go ahead, bro.
I'm going to say Snowy. I think Snowy put in an absolute shift. I am very critical of Limitless's performances, but from what we saw from them today, it was definitely a step up. We shouldn't be disheartened by what we saw, and Snowy was at the core of that. He played incredibly well.
I think there's an honorable mention for Lioro. Like, if we have to give it to the team that won, Lioro would be great.
All right, I'm not sure if it was you, me, or someone, but the Discord was lagging there.
Yeah.
Was it?
Everything, everything freaked out. I think we're good now. So I'm going to go honorable mention to Lioro. That was what I was trying to say. Sorry.
So say that again. What about Lioro?
There should be an honorable mention for Lioro if we have to give it to like the team that won. I think he was a big part of the defense and the offense. So there we go.
Okay, good. Well, I think now we're ready to see what the chat vote gave as driver of the day, and that goes to, well, there you have it. Snowy gets it. Well done, Desk. You got it right there. He got 33% of the votes. He played 30 games, 6 wins. Total score 4,584. And there you see the rest of the stats. So congratulations. And I'm sure that will be scant comfort to Snowy to be voted driver of the day. And once again, we got to thank, we've had a stellar production this weekend. As we always do, the addition of Hazard has been fantastic. I've seen fish in Aquadome I didn't even know existed, so we've discovered new species out there, which is brilliant. And of course, Blank and Reggie is always in the background, making sure that it happens. Our talent, Bromeo, Ultrazum, Pyro, L'Australian, Rhino, it's been a banger. And we have loved having L'Australian here. Representation from the island of Reunion, which we've needed here so badly. And man, what a vibe he has brought to this desk. And then I want to, in closing, as we say goodbye for another few weeks, SSA, everyone from Reunion to South Africa, Namibia, Madagascar, Zimbabwe. I'm trying to think of all the other SSA regions that actually have players. We have got to galvanize. This is our life now. And our choices are very, very simple. We either choose to fight or we choose to leave. And I will certainly not begrudge anyone, from our fandom to the players themselves, if they make the decision to step away. But those who choose to fight, let's keep going. Players, knuckle down and grind. Orgs, be creative in finding ways to support the players in that grind. And to the community, grow the base. Let's do events. Let's do small tournaments, bubble opportunities. And to everyone around the world who might be watching, come here and get involved in this region. We are the little region that could. We need you. We want you. We are very much deep into the short-term pain right now. It hurts. It sucks. And all we have is our future. And despite all of the reasons we can point to, that future is in our hands. And our job has got to be to find ways through. It is our job to raise our skill level, to overcome the EU third string and glory hounds. Now imagine the video in 2 or 3 years from now, in 2027 or 2028 at Worlds or at a major, which documents the journey of the South African or Reunion players who have gone from being underdogs to champions. It will be glorious, and I will be there for it with all of you. So from us here on the desk to all of you...
Whoa. You can't throw off because you can't give a speech like that and recognize everyone else and not stand up and take some recognition yourself. So this man is constantly running everything when it comes to SSA Rocket League. He drives all the passion and the fan broadcast. He's there for every tournament. Very big thank you. I think for myself and the whole of the community. So the panel, the desk, everyone. What a legend to steer the ship.
I almost got to slip out of the back door. Well done, Ultrazim, and thank you very much for that. But honestly, what a ride we're on. And despite this, we must remember Rocket League in SSA has never been better than it is right now. Despite the pain you're feeling right now, we are good. And the times will get better. And that's the eternal optimist in me. I cannot help myself. So finally, from me, from Bromeo, from Ultrazim, from Pyro, it has been a pleasure as always. Peace!